After sending out his text message, Charlie found himself inundated with replies. The first response came from Jasmine: "Mr. Wade, don't worry. I'll definitely come over to congratulate your wife tomorrow." Next was Graham's reply: "Thank you for the invitation, Mr. Wade. I will surely join you for the opening ceremony tomorrow." Zeke chimed in as well: "Mr. Wade, I'll make sure to bring my son and nephew with me to congratulate your wife. I really want those two rascals to apologize to you in person." Everyone was buzzing with excitement over Charlie's invitation, seeing it as a perfect opportunity to connect with him. Claire, however, felt a bit apprehensive about the opening ceremony planned for the next day. She had never anticipated that her husband would organize such a grand event for her. Once home, Claire quickly freshened up so she could rest early and get ready for the opening of her studio the following morning. Charlie also hit the hay early that night, his mind focused solely on making Claire the most talked-about person in Oris Hill the next day. The following day marked Claire's much-anticipated studio opening ceremony. With limited funds as she was just launching her business, Claire had rented a small office in the somewhat secluded Bright Star building. While the Bright Star building was owned by Grand Group, it was hardly noteworthy. The group didn't actively manage the building; instead, they rented out the office spaces to various intermediary firms. Initially, Charlie had considered asking Doris to free up a floor in the Bright Star building for Claire's office. However, he realized it would be challenging to explain that to her, so he opted to let Claire use her own finances to rent a small office instead. At that moment, Charlie and Claire stood outside the modest office, waiting for their guests to arrive. Claire had sent out invitation letters to several former partners from Wilson Group and even had the courage to invite Doris from Grand Group. Still, she felt a flutter of nerves, uncertain if anyone would actually show up. Starting her own company was quite a challenge, and if the opening ceremony flopped, it would reflect poorly on her in the industry. Noticing Claire's anxious expression, Charlie quickly reassured her: "My dear wife, it's still early. When the time comes, all the guests will definitely be here. Try not to worry." With the opening scheduled for 10 o'clock and the time just past 9, it was perfectly normal for no one to have arrived yet. A short while later, Claire received a phone call. Upon answering, she learned from the receptionist at the Bright Star building that the Wilson family had arrived. Surprised, Charlie asked, "The Wilson family? What brings them here? Did you invite them?" Claire shook her head and replied, "Why would I invite them after our disagreement? They're probably here to gloat. The receptionist mentioned that Grandma came with my uncle's family. Charlie, please try to avoid any confrontations with them." Charlie nodded and smiled, saying, "As long as they don't cause any trouble, I promise to keep the peace. Today is meant to be a joyous occasion." Claire nodded, the frown etched between her brows revealing her unease. From the corridor outside, Lady Wilson's deliberate footsteps echoed, accompanied by the rhythmic tap of her cane on the floor. Following closely behind were Christopher, Harold, and Wendy. Recently released from jail thanks to Lady Wilson's intervention, Harold was brimming with bitterness and directed a fierce glare at Charlie. Charlie, however, remained unfazed by Harold's hostility. It was the day of his wife's office opening, and Charlie was determined to avoid any altercations with these troublemakers. As long as they behaved, he had no intention of engaging with them. Wendy stepped forward, a smirk on her face. "Claire, you didn't even bother to greet Grandma. When did you become so inconsiderate?" Claire shot back flatly, "I was expelled from the Wilson family, so we're no longer related." "How dare you!" Lady Wilson slammed her cane against the floor, fury evident in her voice. "You are a Wilson by blood, and that can never change. You were born into this family, and when you pass, you will remain part of us." Charlie interjected with a hint of sarcasm, "A bit hypocritical, don't you think? When you kicked her out, you claimed she was no longer family, yet now you're saying she is, in life and in death? That's quite the contradiction." Harold clenched his teeth and spat, "Shut up, loser. Your opinion doesn't matter here." Charlie met his glare with one of his own. "Haven't you had enough of a beating recently? Want me to help you out with that?" Harold recoiled, instinctively shrinking back like a turtle, opting to step aside instead. He had learned his lesson the hard way when he attempted to assert dominance over the villa. Facing Charlie was not a fight he could win, no matter how many allies he had. Silence was his best bet. Claire pressed her lips together, turning her attention back to Lady Wilson. "I'm sorry, but you're not welcome at my opening ceremony today. Please leave." "Opening ceremony?" Lady Wilson scoffed, her disdain palpable. "Claire, do you really believe anyone would come to a tiny studio like this?" Christopher added with a mocking laugh, "I heard you even sent an invitation to the Imgrand group. Did you really think they'd take you seriously with your little office?" "Exactly," Lady Wilson chimed in. "Claire, we're family, and it's crucial to stick together. You are my granddaughter, carrying my blood. How long do you plan on opposing me?" She continued her relentless persuasion. "Look at you, working alone in this rundown office without any funds or backing. Why don't you return to the Wilson Group? I'll reinstate you as director, just like before. You can work for me as you always have. I'll even grant you shares and make you my successor. What do you think?" The Wilson family was struggling at the moment. They had lost their partnership with the Imgrand Group, who had blacklisted them, and to make matters worse, the White family had broken off their engagement with Wendy. Harold was of no help either. Lady Wilson's only hope rested on persuading Claire to return, hoping it would turn their fortunes around. Perhaps with Claire's involvement, they could win back the Imgrand Group's contract. If that happened, other companies might follow suit, bringing in new projects and reviving their fortunes in no time. To Lady Wilson's surprise, Claire simply shook her head and replied calmly, "Thanks, but no thanks. I'm not interested, I want to pave my own path." Christopher sneered. "Claire, I suggest you come to terms with reality. Don't you see how empty your office is during your opening ceremony? Did anyone come to offer their congratulations? Do you genuinely believe you can succeed? I bet you'll be bankrupt before you even get started." Charlie's expression reflected open disdain. "That's none of your concern. I can bring the prominent figures of Oris Hill to celebrate Claire's achievements anytime I wish." Harold smirked, his voice dripping with sarcasm as he said, "Charlie, go ahead and put on your show. I bet your so-called friends are nothing but low-life gangsters and nobodies. Do you really think you hold any influence or power? I doubt you could even manage to invite any notable figures." Wendy jumped in, adding to the mockery. "A loser like Charlie excels at bragging. If no one shows up for your opening ceremony, you and this office will become the laughingstocks of Oris Hill. Just imagine how you'll land jobs or projects then." Claire listened to the insults without revealing her emotions, but inside, anxiety began to bubble up. Opening ceremonies are crucial events that highlight a company's network connections and resources. A strong turnout, especially with VIP guests in attendance, signals a robust business network and foundation. This kind of news travels fast within their circles, painting the company as reliable and trustworthy. On the contrary, a lack of guests would be like broadcasting to the world that the company has no connections or resources, deterring anyone from seeking their services, even for the smallest projects. It would truly be a boon if someone from Imgrand Group could attend the ceremony, but Claire was unsure if they would even consider it. Just then, Lady Wilson interjected, "Claire, take a look around. It's almost 10, and we're the only ones here. I doubt you'll gain anything from this tiny office. Why not come back to Wilson Group and assist us? You'd have job security, and it beats enduring the cold stares from others." Upon learning about Claire's company opening, the Wilson family reached out to some former partners with whom they had good ties, asking them not to attend. They readily agreed upon discovering Claire's connection to the Wilson family and declared they would not work with her again. This was why Lady Wilson was so sure there would be no distinguished guests today. It would not only humiliate Claire but also give Lady Wilson more control over her going forward. Claire was indeed feeling anxious and restless. She bit her lips and shifted nervously. Charlie took her hand gently and said earnestly, "Dear, so what if there aren't any guests today? I'm here with you, and that's what really matters." Claire turned to him and nodded, a smile breaking through her anxiety as warmth enveloped her heart. Lady Wilson, however, scoffed, "Charlie, you're way too confident, aren't you? What good are you here for? Can you really attract any big shots? How will you help her secure projects and jobs? Without Wilson Group's backing, you're just leading yourselves into a dead end. Charlie replied with arrogance, Claire's company is destined to thrive. Wilson Group during its prime is nothing compared to what Claire will achieve, especially now that it's teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. Outperforming you guys will be a walk in the park for her. Humph, what a cocky brat. Lady Wilson felt deeply insulted by Charlie's claim that Wilson Group was on the brink of bankruptcy and that Claire could surpass them even at their best. She angrily slammed her cane on the floor and snapped, You're just a loser who married into our family, how dare you raise your voice here? Charlie grinned slyly. Raise my voice? I'm just speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, let's wait and see. Harold sneered, All right, Charlie, we'll see whether you can actually grow this company. As time ticked by, the opening ceremony drew closer. Claire felt increasingly flustered, her eyes darting between her watch and the main door. Charlie attempted to comfort her, but his efforts fell flat. He felt a mix of confusion and nonchalance. An invitation had already been sent to him Grand Group, which meant Doris Young was definitely on her way. She was likely busy preparing a gift, considering her absence. With an air of arrogance, Christopher remarked, So, do you really think you're so well connected? It was nearly 10 o'clock, and if there were any guests expected, they should have arrived by now. However, the entrance remained silent and empty. It seemed clear that no one was coming. Wendy chimed in with a smug tone, Dad, that loser said it doesn't matter if no one comes today, he believes he's enough on his own. I'm curious how powerful he thinks he is. Does he really believe he holds any significance here in Orris Hill? Just then, a voice from the front desk echoed from a distance, seemingly raised intentionally, announcing the arrival of Mr. Travis Lane of Lancaster. Travis Lane? Charlie felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The last time he saw Travis was during the metaphysics competition, where the White family had brought Jack Yaleman, and Charlie had summoned the Thunder Order to defeat him. He hadn't invited Travis to his wife's opening ceremony, so what was he doing here? The Wilson family was equally taken aback. Travis Lane? The wealthiest individual in Lancaster? What brought him here? Upon entering, Travis made a beeline for Charlie's office without hesitation. The Wilson family exchanged astonished and bewildered glances. Christopher stepped forward, saying, I met a businessman from Lancaster a few days ago who mentioned having a close connection to Travis Lane. Could it be that he introduced me to him? With that thought, Christopher adjusted his outfit and approached Travis to greet him. Lady Wilson and the rest of the family followed him, cautious and uncertain. As the plump Travis entered the office, he completely overlooked Christopher's eager greeting. Instead, he went directly to Charlie, exclaiming in a high-pitched voice, Mr. Wade, I'm so glad to be here. Everyone stood in shock as Charlie calmly responded, What brings you here? Travis replied with respect, Mr. Wade, it's your wife's office opening today. I had to come to congratulate both you and her. Christopher caught up and interjected, a broad smile plastered on his face, Welcome, Mr. Lane. Let's head inside for a discussion. It's not suitable for you to be standing out here. Travis, eager to impress Charlie, became visibly irritated at the interruption. His cheerful demeanor shifted as he glared at Christopher, akin to a king looking down at a mere subject, and coldly stated, Who are you? Can't you see I'm in conversation with Mr. Wade? Feeling the awkwardness, Christopher cleared his throat and attempted again, I'm Christopher Wilson. May I ask if Mr. Mark from Lancaster mentioned me to you? Travis frowned, clearly annoyed, and responded, I don't know you, nor do I know any Mr. Mark. I'm here to congratulate Mrs. Wade on her office opening. Travis Lane's unexpected remark sent shockwaves through the office, leaving the Wilson family members in a state of disbelief. Could it be that he had come to congratulate Claire? After all, he was the wealthiest individual in Lancaster. How did Charlie and Claire even establish a connection with him? Christopher was taken aback. He never anticipated that Travis would be so blunt and dismissive towards him in front of everyone. Feeling humiliated, he quickly stepped back and kept to himself. Wendy, puzzled, leaned over to Harold and whispered, "Is this chubby guy really the richest man in Lancaster? He seems more like an actor playing a role to trick us. Why would someone of his stature be so nice to a nobody?" Harold nodded, whispering back, "I'm not convinced he's the real deal either." None of the attendees had ever encountered Travis Lane in person, but they had heard tales of his strict management style and notorious reputation. The man before them was nothing like the harsh figure described in the rumors. He spoke softly and kindly to Charlie. Travis then produced a beautifully crafted box from his bag and presented it to Claire. "Mrs. Wade, congratulations on the launch of your company. Please accept this small gift." Claire was taken aback. She hadn't invited Travis, nor did she know him well enough to feel comfortable accepting his gift. Charlie smiled warmly and nudged her gently. "Honey, it's a congratulatory gift. You should definitely accept it." Reluctantly, Claire took the box but was hesitant to open it. Wendy prompted from behind, "Come on, Claire. It's a gift from Mr. Lane. Shouldn't we see what it is?" "Yes, Mr. Lane is a billionaire. His gift must be something spectacular," Harold chimed in. Claire glanced at Charlie for reassurance and slowly began to unwrap the box as everyone watched eagerly. Inside the elegant box lay a stunning jade pendant. The pendant was flawless. The emerald jade sparkled brilliantly under the light, showcasing its radiant and translucent qualities. Lady Wilson's eyes were glued to the pendant, captivated by its beauty. She recognized it immediately. It was the Breezy Moon, which had been auctioned in Eastcliff not long ago. It had fetched a staggering $50 million, purchased by an ultra-wealthy individual in Lancaster. She had never imagined that the buyer was Travis. Her eyes glinted with envy as she stared at the pendant. If the Wilson family could acquire it, it might just turn their fortunes around. Wendy remarked enviously, "Wow, I can't believe someone actually came to our little gathering. I wonder what kind of luck they must have to know Mr. Lane." Just then, the front desk's announcement echoed through the room, "Miss Claire Wilson, your congratulatory gifts have arrived." This was followed by a deafening rumble from outside. Everyone hurried outside, and when they looked up, they were astonished to see the square cleared for a massive helicopter descending gracefully. Immediately, the building's staff sprang into action. They began moving flower arrangements and gifts from the helicopter into Claire's office. All of a sudden, the entire building buzzed with life and excitement. What was meant to be a simple opening ceremony had transformed into an extravagant spectacle that even included a helicopter. Curious onlookers craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the few individuals standing before the office. Claire found herself in a state of disbelief. Yes, she had invited some guests, but they weren't particularly close friends, and she certainly didn't know anyone wealthy enough to afford a helicopter. Amidst the crowd, someone exclaimed, "Is that flower basket the legendary Tiffany limited edition? I heard one of those baskets costs over $1 million. Wow, just look at all those flowers. I don't think I've ever seen anything like them, they're absolutely stunning. These are Dutch tulips. The exclusive varieties can be incredibly pricey. A single bulb can set you back thousands, even tens of thousands of dollars. And look at those blue enchantress hydrangeas and Juliet roses, these are all rare flowers. They can't be grown here, they have to be flown in from overseas. It makes perfect sense why they had to use a helicopter. I bet they were airlifted straight from the airport. Just that Tiffany flower basket alone is worth $1 million, while those exquisite flowers likely add up to $500,000 each. Let's see, there are 20 baskets in total. So, that brings the total cost of those flowers to over $5 million, right? Oh my goodness, who would be generous enough to gift flower arrangements worth $5 million for an opening ceremony? Exactly. And to think, these flowers won't last long, they'll wilt within days. This is so extravagant. Lady Wilson, observing the spectacle, felt a knot of anxiety in her stomach. She had a passion for gardening, and the Wilson family villa boasted a garden filled with a variety of flowers she had nurtured herself. Yet, the thought of purchasing bulbs for such rare flowers from abroad weighed heavily on her, especially the classic red and white tulips from the Netherlands, which could cost as much as $10,000. Wendy watched the unfolding scene with wide eyes. She leaned toward Lady Wilson and whispered, "Grandma, I remember you loved Dutch tulips but didn't buy them because they were too pricey, opting for local tulips instead that only cost a few $100s. How is it possible that these people gave Claire such a lavish gift? When these words resonated with Lady Wilson, and jealousy bubbled within her as she thought about her modest local tulips compared to Claire's magnificent Dutch varieties. She couldn't help but wonder if she could take a few of those rare flowers and see if they would thrive in her garden. At that moment, the front desk announced, "We are pleased to welcome Miss Doris Young, the Vice Chairman of Grand Group, along with Miss Jasmine Moore, Mr. Zeke White, Mr. Graham Quinton, and Anthony Simmons to the opening ceremony of Mrs. Wade's company." This announcement not only stunned the Wilson family, but it also left the entire staff at Bright Star Building in shock. Although Grand Group owned the building, they typically did not involve themselves in the events held there. The unexpected arrival of the vice chairman and several prominent figures from Orris Hill to Claire's modest opening ceremony was truly astonishing. The sudden presence of such VIPs breathed a thrilling energy into Bright Star Building, leaving many questioning Claire's background and how she had managed to attract so many high-profile guests to her event. The Wilson family members were equally bewildered, grappling with the reality of how all of this could be happening for Claire. Claire herself was just as flabbergasted. The mere mention of these names sent her heart racing. After all, the Wilson family was currently in disarray, and she understood that she was viewed as a newcomer with no significant standing in Orris Hill, just starting her business journey. So, what could have prompted these influential figures to attend her opening ceremony? Could it possibly be because of her husband, Charlie? A pathway opened up as the crowd of spectators parted, standing aside as if guided by unseen barriers. Doris and Jasmine, two graceful ladies adorned in formal, elegant dresses, approached the door side by side, their faces radiant with smiles. Following closely were Zeke White, accompanied by Kevin and Gerald, Graham Quinton alongside Aurora and Adam, and Anthony Simmons with his granddaughter, Zyla. They moved together like a superhero team, powerful and united. Bringing up the rear was Albert Rhodes. Wendy's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief as she took in the scene before her. These were all notable figures from Orris Hill, known for rarely appearing in public, yet they had gathered here to celebrate Claire. This realization filled her with envy and frustration. In the past, she had held herself in high esteem, proud of her status as the daughter of a wealthy family and recognized as one of the city's most promising young people. She was beautiful, tall, and slender, often regarded as a goddess among the upper echelon of society. For years, she had been in a constant rivalry with her cousin. She had believed she found a suitable husband, convinced that she could finally outshine her cousin. However, at this moment, everything she once considered an achievement paled in comparison to Claire's accomplishments. The family she had always bragged about felt utterly insignificant next to the esteemed guests Claire had invited. The chasm between her and Claire felt insurmountable. "Claire, what kind of unbelievable luck did you stumble upon?" Wendy spat at Claire, her voice dripping with unmasked jealousy. Claire, however, was lost in her own thoughts and barely acknowledged her. Instead, she nudged Charlie and asked, "Did you invite all these people?" Charlie nodded in reply. "Yes, I offered them some feng shui and fortune-telling services, and that's how I built these connections." Claire let out a heavy sigh and rubbed her forehead in frustration. She had repeatedly warned Charlie against misleading people with these dubious practices. Not only had he dismissed her concerns, but he had also expanded his web of deception to include such influential figures. What would happen if they discovered the truth? It could spell disaster. She wanted to convince Charlie to cease this charade, but before she could speak up, Doris and Jasmine had already approached them. Jasmine took the lead. With a polite smile, she discreetly glanced at Claire before extending her hand. "Mrs. Wade, congratulations on your grand opening. I hope you'll consider us for any design services we may need in the future." The Wilson family watched, speechless. It was clear that Jasmine was effectively putting the business opportunity in Claire's hands, all while presenting it as a humble request. What had Claire done to earn such deference from Miss Moore? Claire, feeling nervous, reached out and shook Jasmine's hand, her voice tinged with anxiety as she said, "Thank you, Miss Moore." As they conversed, Jasmine and Claire sized each other up. In terms of looks, both Jasmine and Claire were equally stunning, but Claire couldn't help but feel overshadowed by Jasmine's innate grace and sophistication. Claire felt a twinge of inferiority at the thought. Jasmine then said, "Mrs. Wade, since you are Master Wade's wife, you're my patron as well. Please, feel free to be casual around me." Sure enough, their presence was due to Charlie. Claire couldn't help but steal a glance at Charlie as he mingled with the other guests. A wave of jealousy began to bubble up within her. She was taken aback by the level of respect the esteemed daughter of the Moore family showed her husband. Charlie was shrouded in an air of mystery at that moment. Just then, Doris made her way over, extended her hand to Claire, and said, "Congratulations, Mrs. Wade. Grand Group has several projects ready for you to discuss." "Really?" Claire gasped, astonished. The excitement from securing a $60 million contract with Grand Group had already thrilled the entire Wilson family. The thought of landing a $6 million contract from them would send her over the moon. Doris smiled back, "Absolutely, Mrs. Wade. We currently have nearly $300 million worth of interior design and renovation projects available. If you're able to accept and manage it, we'll have the contract prepared for you right away." The Wilson family, who had been eavesdropping on their exchange, were left utterly speechless, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. A $300 million project? They wanted to hand it all over to Claire? Could someone please snap some sense into the vice-chairman of Grand Group? With their influence and stature, why would they bother flattering the seemingly insignificant Claire? If the Wilson family could secure even a mere 10% of that massive project, it would be enough to turn their fortunes around and stabilize their company. Lady Wilson felt like her heart was being crushed repeatedly. Had she known Claire possessed such capabilities, she would have done anything to bring her back into the family, even if it meant kneeling. Determined, she resolved to win Claire back at any cost, along with those coveted Grand Group projects. At that moment, Zeke approached with his son, Kevin, and his nephew, Gerald, making their way toward Charlie and Claire. Zeke began, "Mrs. Wade, congratulations on your grand opening. You'll be the first choice for the White family when we have any interior design and renovation projects in the future." Flattered, Claire quickly responded, "Thank you, Mr. White." Kevin and Gerald stepped forward with respect, saying, "Congratulations, Mrs. Wade." The two men were visibly humble, trembling slightly in Charlie's presence. To them, Charlie had become the guardian angel of their family, making their respect for Claire genuine and heartfelt. Nearby, Wendy watched the White family approach Charlie and Claire, feeling a surge of agitation and frustration. Her gaze fixed on Gerald, the man she had always adored, and her heart ached with bitterness. They were supposed to be married by now, she was meant to be his wife and the daughter-in-law of the White family. Yet, he treated her like a complete stranger. He had blocked her contact information and wouldn't even spare her a glance. What hurt her the most was seeing the man she loved show so much respect and admiration for Claire. She felt like a total failure in comparison. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, tears streaming down her face, Wendy rushed forward, grabbing Gerald's arm. "Gerald! My dear Gerald! Why haven't you called me?" A cold expression washed over Gerald's face. He pulled his arm free and replied curtly, "I'm sorry, but I have nothing to do with you right now. I'm here to congratulate Master and Mrs. Wade. Please conduct yourself appropriately." "Me? Conduct myself appropriately?" Wendy cried out, her tears flowing like rivers. "Gerald White. We were together for so many years. I was your fiancé, and I even carried your child. Now you want me to behave? You used me and then discarded me. You should be the one to behave." Wendy was engulfed in sadness and heartbreak at that moment. She had placed all her hopes and dreams for a joyful future in the hands of Gerald, but he had cruelly dragged her into a pit of despair. Not only did he end their relationship after toying with her emotions, but he also displayed blatant dislike and contempt for her in front of a crowd. This was completely unacceptable. Her fury was on the verge of erupting. Gerald, however, remained disturbingly calm and indifferent in the face of her cries and accusations. He replied coldly, "It's normal to fall in love and break up. What does that have to do with respect? Please stop bothering me." Charlie approached them, sensing that Wendy was about to create a scene. Gerald turned pale as Charlie neared, quickly attempting to explain himself, worried that Charlie would come down hard on him for the situation. "Master Wade, please calm down. It was this shameless B*TCH who jumped at me and threw a tantrum." Wendy stared in disbelief at the exchange. Gerald, who had once cared for her, had now tossed her aside like trash. To make matters worse, he called her a shameless B*TCH to win favor with Charlie. She was seething with anger. All her patience vanished in an instant. She screamed, "Are you all F*King blind? Charlie is just F*King Moocher, a loser. Why do you treat him like he's some kind of royalty? Why?" Gerald inhaled sharply, taken aback. He slapped her and yelled, "Shut up, you B*TCH. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize Master Wade? I'll deal with you right now." Lady Wilson felt a surge of agitation as she witnessed her beloved granddaughter being humiliated. She stepped forward and said coldly, "Mr. White, please rein in your nephew. He's going too far. Going too far." Zeke narrowed his eyes at her and scoffed, "To be honest, if it weren't for Mrs. Wade's grand opening today, I'd break her leg for what she just said. I simply don't want to ruin the atmosphere." He continued, "Besides, who the hell do you think you are? You want me to control my nephew? Do you think I don't know that you ordered Harold Wilson to seize the villa I gave to Master Wade, you old witch? I've spared you because of Master and Mrs. Wade. If you say another word of nonsense, I'll slap you. Try me." A chill ran down Lady Wilson's spine, and she trembled in fear. She was accustomed to being a tyrant within the Wilson family and had hoped to maintain that same intimidating presence outside of it, but she had lost her power. Even if she still had some influence, she had no right to confront Zeke directly. If he truly decided to strike her, there would be nothing she could do about it. So, she hastily blurted, "Mr. White. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I've been irrational and hasty. Please forgive me." Zeke looked at her with disdain, as if she were a repugnant creature, and snarled, "Get lost, then." She complied sheepishly and stepped aside immediately. Meanwhile, Wendy was losing her grip on reality from the crushing blow. She suddenly threw her arms around Gerald, pleading, "Gerald, why are you so cold to me? I love you so much, I've always loved you. I gave you everything, my body, my heart, everything. Why did you break off our engagement? Please, I'm begging you, give me another chance. Let's start over, okay?" Gerald felt exasperated as Wendy clung to him like a koala. His face was marked with annoyance as he struggled to free himself from her grasp, but to no avail. Gerald was acutely aware that he had nearly offended Master Wade due to the deception and manipulation he had endured from those around him. Thankfully, Master Wade was the bigger person in this scenario and chose to forgive Gerald's missteps. Had he not, the repercussions could have been catastrophic for the entire White family. Now, this audacious Wendy had the audacity to try to make amends with him. It felt like she was pushing him straight back into the flames. In a surge of anger, he shoved Wendy aside and kicked her in the stomach as she toppled to the floor. "Wendy Wilson. From this moment on, stay the hell away from me. If you approach me again, I swear I'll end you," he growled. Wendy sat on the ground, dazed, as if she had just been struck by lightning. As she looked up at Gerald's furious expression, she found it both strange and unrecognizable. He was no longer the man who once professed his love for her. Although Claire felt a bit annoyed by Wendy's behavior, she couldn't bear to see her cousin humiliated like this. "Mr. White," she said, "you and Wendy once shared a love. Even if you can't be together romantically, must you be enemies?" Gerald immediately turned to Claire and replied with a bow, "Yes, Mrs. Wade. I apologize for my poor handling of the situation, please forgive me." Wendy watched in disbelief. Gerald had been so cold and cruel to her, yet he treated Claire with utmost respect. She glared at Claire, her heart swelling with hatred and resentment. It felt as if her emotions were screaming, "It's that B*TCH Claire. She's to blame for everything that's happened to me. If it weren't for Claire and her lazy husband, Wendy thought, she would have been married to Gerald by now. She would have enjoyed a life of luxury as Mrs. White, elevating the Wilson family to new heights instead of seeing them reduced to such a pitiful state. It's all your fault, Claire. Your fault. Your fault. UB*TCH. With bloodshot eyes and a wild look, the disheveled Wendy suddenly sprang up and lunged at Claire, arms outstretched. Claire's eyes widened in shock as Wendy charged at her. She quickly stumbled backward, trying to evade the oncoming attack. Charlie grimaced in annoyance, ready to intervene, but Albert stepped forward and slapped Wendy hard across the face, causing her to crash to the floor once more. "What are you doing? How dare you threaten Mrs. Wade?" Albert shouted indignantly. "I'll make sure you pay for this." He beckoned to his men standing behind him. "Get over here, drag this B*TCH outside, and teach her a lesson." Two muscular men in black emerged, seized Wendy, and began to pull her away. Christopher called out frantically, "Please, my daughter is just being immature, show her some mercy." Albert's eyes blazed with irritation and fury. "Who do you think you are? Keep quiet, or I'll take you down too." Christopher shook with fear as Albert growled menacingly at him. He felt certain about Albert's words. Known as the king of the underworld, Albert had ruled this dark realm for many years, and taking the lives of two people was trivial for someone like him. Desperately, Christopher glanced at the two muscular men dragging Wendy away and turned to Claire for assistance. "Claire, can you please intervene? She's your cousin. How can you just stand by and let them take her?" Claire bit her lip and addressed the brawny men, "Please, stop. She's confused, she didn't mean to hurt me." Although Claire found Wendy annoying, the bond of family weighed heavily on her conscience. She couldn't simply watch her cousin being mistreated by these men. Albert glanced back at Charlie, awaiting his instructions. Charlie smiled and replied, "Why are you looking at me? Just listen to what my wife has to say." In response, Albert commanded his men, "Since Mrs. Wade has expressed her opinion, let them go." Charlie nodded and directed his attention to Lady Wilson. "See? I told you, you're not welcome here. Leave when I ask nicely, or I'll have Albert's men escort you out." Fuming with rage, Lady Wilson clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. She shook with such intensity that she struggled to remain upright, but she knew she couldn't linger any longer. Christopher took her arm, and they hurriedly exited the scene. Meanwhile, Wendy continued to scream in hysteria, "No! I refuse to leave. I want to kill that B*TCH. Let me go. I want to kill her." Albert delivered a brutal kick to her and growled, "Be quiet, or I'll cut out your tongue." Frightened by his sister's wild behavior, Harold rushed to help her and urged, "Wendy, we need to go home." As they left Claire's new office, Lady Wilson let out a series of heavy sighs. Her plan for the day had been to ridicule Claire and pressure her into returning to the Wilson family. Unexpectedly, Claire had changed, now backed by many influential figures. It appeared the Wilson family could no longer manipulate her into coming back. Feeling despondent and frustrated, Lady Wilson realized that Claire's refusal to return meant their only hope of reviving the family was lost. With bankruptcy looming, the end of their business seemed inevitable. If only she had foreseen this outcome. Once the Wilson family left in disgrace, Claire exhaled a sigh of relief. However, the vibrant atmosphere in her office soon made her anxious again. VIPs gathered under her roof, but her office felt too cramped to accommodate everyone comfortably. She noticed numerous staff members from the Bright Star building bustling around, serving snacks and drinks to the guests. After all, the building belonged to the Grand Group. Just one phone call from Doris had been enough for the staff to drop their tasks and assist in Claire's office. Doris approached Claire and stated, "Mrs. Wade, the Bright Star building is ours. Since you've chosen to set up your office here, we have something to offer you in return." She gestured to a middle-aged man and introduced him, "This is Bobby Hinton, the building manager. I've informed him that, over time, the offices on this floor will gradually be made available for your use." Claire waved her hands in protest, "Oh no, Miss Young, that's not necessary. This office is sufficient for now since I'm the only one working here. I really don't need such a large space, and I can't afford it. Bobby quickly handed her a check for $180,000 and said, Mrs. Wade, this is the 1-year rent you've paid in advance. Just so you know, we will cover all future costs, including rent, utilities, property fees, air conditioning, and heating for your office. Claire spoke nervously, oh no, I can't ask you to do that. Charlie warmly took her hand and replied with a gentle smile, my dear, since Miss Young is offering her assistance, it's best to accept her kindness as a sign of respect. It's not that I don't want to accept her offer, Claire explained, but it feels like too much help. Charlie then took the check from Bobby and placed it in Claire's hand. Since Miss Young has stated that it's free, you should keep the money. Grand Group is a massive company with a net worth in the hundreds of billions, they won't mind covering your small rent. Besides, you'll have future projects and collaborations with them. Let's keep things simple and avoid unnecessary formality. Claire felt a bit touched as she considered Charlie's words. He was correct. Grand Group was the largest corporation in Oris Hill, and its size was comparable to that of the entire Moore family. If she complicated things with Doris Young over the $180,000 check, it might give Doris the impression that she was being rigid and inflexible. With that in mind, she graciously accepted the check and said, thank you so much, Miss Young. Doris smiled softly. We are partners, we should support one another. Claire nodded and handed the check back to Charlie. I don't have any pockets in my dress, could you please hold on to it for me? Of course. Charlie replied, slipping the check into his pocket. Now, let me introduce you to Miss Moore. The Moore family has some renovation projects that I think you'll find interesting. Claire nodded, although she felt hesitant to engage with Jasmine. Standing next to her made Claire feel inferior and unaccomplished. More importantly, she sensed an undercurrent of hostility masked by Jasmine's polite smile. A woman's intuition is rarely wrong. Deep down, Jasmine was likely plotting to entice Charlie away from the Wilson family and into the Moore family, which fueled her unexpected animosity towards Claire. Though Claire noticed this hostility, she hadn't yet pinpointed its origin or reason. Checking the time, she realized it was already past 10 a.m. Her parents were expected to arrive by now. She gently tugged on Charlie's sleeve and asked, Charlie, Mom and Dad should be here by now. Why don't you call them and see where they are? Charlie nodded. They might be caught in traffic. Both he and Claire had woken up early to prepare the office for the reception. They had even asked their parents to arrive before 10 for the opening ceremony. Now, 10 minutes had passed since the hour, yet they were still missing. Charlie pulled out his phone, ready to make the call when suddenly, Claire's phone rang. She quickly answered, recognizing her mother Elaine's number. Elaine's frantic voice came through the line, Claire, we've had an accident. Your dad has been taken to Silverwing Hospital. You need to come quickly. What? Claire exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. How's Dad? Where are you right now? Elaine's voice trembled with a mix of shock and tears. We're at Silverwing Hospital. Your dad lost consciousness after the accident. You need to come here quickly. Claire never imagined she would receive such devastating news while joyfully celebrating the grand opening. With tears streaming down her face, she replied, Okay, I'm on my way. Charlie, who overheard the distressing conversation, understood the gravity of the situation. Turning to the guests, he said, I'm sorry, everyone, but Claire and I have to leave right away. Please make yourselves comfortable. Normally, it would be seen as impolite for the host to abandon their guests, but since these individuals were Charlie's fans, they were understanding. Without hesitation, Charlie drove Claire straight to the hospital. Once they parked the car, they hurried to the ICU. As they opened the ward door, they were met with the sight of Jacob lying in bed, eyes tightly shut. He was in a coma. Elaine sat beside him, lost in a daze, her clothes stained with blood and her face as pale as a ghost. Claire's heart sank, her complexion drained of color, and tears filled her eyes as she rushed to her mother's side. Mom, how's Dad? What happened? Elaine's swollen, red eyes looked up at her. We were on our way to your opening ceremony when a muck truck ran a red light and collided with our car. Your dad is in critical condition." Claire turned to the doctor present in the room. "Doctor, how is my father doing?" The doctor responded, "For now, he's in stable condition." Both Claire and Charlie breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief pause, the doctor hesitated before continuing, "But..." Claire's frown deepened. "But what?" With a heavy sigh, the doctor explained, "But the accident caused a spinal injury, and there's a chance he may be quadriplegic when he wakes up." Quadriplegic, unable to move from the neck down. That meant her father could end up being a mere shell of himself, unable to function independently, which was only marginally better than being in a vegetative state. As the weight of the news hit her, Claire felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. The world seemed to spin around her. She might have collapsed if Charlie hadn't quickly caught her. If her father truly became quadriplegic, it would mean a life spent lying in bed, stripped of the ability to do anything at all. It felt like a living nightmare. Desperately, she asked, "Doctor, is there any chance of treating his spinal injury?" The doctor shook his head. "Unfortunately, there's no cure. To date, there haven't been any successful recoveries from quadriplegia. The best we can hope for is that he might be able to sit up on his own, but beyond that, it's uncertain. You should prepare yourselves mentally for the possibility." Claire's tears flowed uncontrollably. Turning to Elaine, she asked, "Mom, are you all right?" Elaine appeared extremely pale and visibly shaken. "Oh, I'm fine, I just have a bit of a headache. The doctor checked on me and said I'm okay." "It's just that your father, the truck hit his side," she said, her voice trembling. In that moment, she let out a loud wail. The thought that her husband might become permanently quadriplegic hit her like a ton of bricks. After a comprehensive investigation, Charlie learned that the muck truck had fled the scene following the accident. Both Elaine and Jacob had lost consciousness from the impact, leaving them unable to capture the truck's license plate or any distinguishing features. Fortunately, Good Samaritans transported them to the hospital. Elaine's condition was somewhat better. She had been seated in the front passenger seat during the collision. Although she was also unconscious after the accident, she only sustained some bruises and minor injuries. She regained consciousness upon reaching the hospital. Jacob, however, was less fortunate. Being in the driver's seat, he endured the brunt of the impact, resulting in his unfortunate state. Charlie sighed heavily, reflecting, "God is so unfair." While Jacob could be an arrogant braggart who pretended to know more than he actually did, he wasn't inherently a bad person. He was merely a bit cowardly and foolish. Yet, this accident had left him facing the prospect of permanent quadriplegia. If something didn't change soon, he would face a lifetime of misery. In stark contrast, Elaine embodied both snobbery and a manipulative nature, intent on marrying her daughter off for wealth and prestige, devoid of any moral compass. And yet, here she was, unscathed. Charlie couldn't help but feel a twinge of malice. Why wasn't Elaine the one lying in that hospital bed, facing the risk of quadriplegia? If she were disabled, perhaps he could finally enjoy a peaceful life within the Wilson family. Just then, the ICU door swung open, and two figures entered. Charlie's expression darkened upon seeing the young man at the front, Jason Grant, the very person he had humiliated at the auto show the day before. Following Jason was a middle-aged man carrying a medicine chest adorned with a large red cross. Claire asked, "Mom, why is he here?" "Oh, I invited him. Jason knows the hospital director. He happened to be visiting relatives when we arrived, and upon seeing our situation, he immediately arranged for your dad to be placed in the ICU," Elaine explained. She then turned to Jason with a warm smile. "You must be exhausted from all the arrangements. Please, take a seat." Jason forced a smile in return. "It's all right, I'm not tired." However, his expression shifted abruptly when he noticed Charlie standing behind Elaine. The sight of this pathetic loser only fueled his disdain. It was Charlie's meddling at the auto show that had led to Jason's humiliation in front of Claire, and that resentment had festered deeply within him. Seeing his rival in front of him ignited a burning fury, and at the same time, he felt compelled to redeem himself in Claire's eyes. Elaine, with a heavy heart and tears still in her eyes, said to Jason, "The doctor just told me that Jacob might be paralyzed for life. What am I going to do?" Jason pointed to the middle-aged man behind him, introducing him to Elaine. "Don't worry. This is Joshua Lynch, a renowned Chinese medicine doctor in the country. I've invited him to treat Uncle Jacob. With his expertise, Uncle Jacob will heal before you know it." As soon as Elaine learned that Jason had brought in a well-respected doctor to their ward, she couldn't contain her excitement. "Oh, Jason, thank you so much. And thank you for coming, Dr. Lynch," she exclaimed. Jason offered a gentle smile and replied, "You're welcome. I'm just here to help out whenever I can." He then turned to Joshua, who was standing behind him, and said with respect, "Dr. Lynch, this is Uncle Jacob, please take a look at him." Joshua stepped forward confidently and reassured them, "Don't worry, he has a spinal injury, right? It may sound serious, but I can assure you, this is easy for me." Dr. Lynch was taken aback. "From my perspective, spinal injuries are incredibly difficult to treat. Even the wealthiest individuals often end up confined to a bed after such an injury. Just consider Stephen Hawking, brilliant as he was, he spent his life in a wheelchair, only able to move 3 fingers due to motor neuron disease. What gives you such confidence?" Joshua chuckled arrogantly, "Because I possess a magical elixir. If the patient takes it, recovery will be swift." He then reached into his bag and carefully pulled out a crystal-clear pill that had been sliced in half. Holding it aloft, he proclaimed, "Behold, this is the magical elixir I've created. It can even revive someone in a vegetative state, let alone treat a spinal injury." Claire, who had been quietly weeping, asked, "Does the pill really work?" Charlie couldn't help but grin when he noticed the small pill in Joshua's hand. It was the very pill from his initial attempts to heal Jacob's injury, wasn't it? The truth was, the pill's potency was only 1/10 of the actual product. While it could handle minor injuries, it was far from a miracle cure for serious conditions. Charlie found it amusing that Joshua treated it like a rare gem, holding it with exaggerated care as if it might shatter. However, he shrugged it off. To him, it was merely a trivial pill he could produce in bulk. The genuine magical elixir Charlie refined on his second attempt could indeed heal Jacob's spinal injury and facilitate recovery, but he was confident that the half-finished version Joshua was holding would not work. So, Charlie shook his head and said, "Forget it, Dr. Lynch. Your pill won't be able to help my father-in-law's injury." Jason scoffed derisively, "Charlie, who do you think you are? How dare you question Dr. Lynch's expertise?" Joshua erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most hilarious joke. "Buddy, just keep quiet if you don't know what you're talking about. Do you know Anthony Simmons, the renowned expert in Chinese medicine? My magical elixir cured his old injuries. This is a special medication that even medical professionals recognize, yet you're calling it useless. That's just laughable." The room filled with gasps of shock. Who was Anthony Simmons? He was a highly esteemed authority in the field of Chinese medicine, known for his exceptional skills and for helping countless individuals throughout his career. He didn't just take on any case, even wealth and power couldn't guarantee an appointment with him. To think that even his own seemingly hopeless injuries were remedied by the magical elixir crafted by Dr. Lynch. How extraordinary was that? And now, Charlie had the audacity to say that the pill was ineffective. Surely, he was joking. Elaine's expression contorted with disdain as she yelled, "Charlie, just shut up, you loser. Who do you think you are? You have no authority here." With a piercing glare directed at Charlie, she growled, "Stop interfering with Dr. Lynch's treatment. Get lost." Charlie frowned, feeling a mix of dismay and frustration. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Could it be that Joshua was the first to purchase the pill from Zachary? If that's the case, he must have sold it to Anthony Simmons for $5 million. What a dishonest profiteer. Charlie realized that Jason must have spent a significant amount of money to hire Joshua. Meanwhile, Jason sneered, convinced he had the upper hand. "Charlie, you pathetic loser. You sure know how to talk big, but you can't do anything here. Just a bunch of hot air." Then, as if a light bulb went off in his head, he exclaimed, "Oh, I get it. You question Dr. Lynch because you don't want Uncle Jacob to get better. What? I'm bluffing. Charlie could handle Elaine's taunts, but Jason was a different story. He shot back, I know Anthony, and I've never heard him say he was cured by this so-called expert. Jason burst into laughter. Oh, Charlie, you're hilarious. You say you know Anthony? You might as well claim to know the President of the United States. Joshua, irritated by Charlie's comment, narrowed his eyes and haughtily retorted, Young man, you may be weak, but your chatter is impressive. I bet you haven't even cracked open a medical book. How dare you call me an idiot? Pointing at Charlie with arrogance, he growled, You better apologize to me right now. Otherwise, I won't be saving the patient. Elaine's face turned pale as she shouted, Charlie, are you trying to kill my husband? You useless leech. Do you plan to take my husband's life first and then mine, just to seize our belongings? Charlie looked at her as if she had lost her mind. Did you really just accuse me of wanting to steal your possessions? What do you even have of value? I doubt you could scrape together a few $1 million. Do you think I'm after that pathetic 3-room apartment of yours? I have tens of billions in my accounts and $100 million check from Jasmine in my pocket, and you're accusing me of wanting your junk? Charlie thought incredulously. This was the biggest joke he had ever heard. Jason chimed in, I think Charlie is up to something sinister. You should watch out, he'll make your life a nightmare. Claire gently tugged at Charlie's arm, saying, Charlie, let Dr. Lynch have a chance. Despite the chaos, Dr. Lynch remained on his high horse, coldly declaring, You'd better get on your knees and apologize to me, or I won't treat the patient. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from outside the door. Who dares to summon Master Wade to kneel? Do they wish to meet their end? As the sound echoed through the room, everyone turned their attention to the door, where a middle-aged man in a sharp suit entered the ward. Jason and Dr. Lynch were immediately taken aback, their faces paling and jaws dropping in shock. It was none other than the esteemed king of Oris Hill's underworld, Don Albert Rhodes. What on earth was happening? Why was he here? Before Jason and Dr. Lynch could process his unexpected presence, the next moment left them utterly astonished, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. A contingent of individuals stormed into the room with the urgency of a SWAT team. Among them were Doris Young, Zeke White, Graham Quinton, Travis Lane, Anthony Simmons, and others. These were influential figures from both Oris Hill and Lancaster. They approached Charlie directly, bowing respectfully as they greeted him, Master Wade. Charlie, intrigued, asked, What brings all of you here? Don Albert replied, Master Wade, we rushed over as soon as we learned about your father-in-law's accident. I hope we're not imposing with our sudden visit. Charlie smiled warmly. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. His casual tone, though simple, was enough to make these distinguished guests blush with excitement. They even shivered a little from the thrill of his acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Elaine watched the scene unfold in disbelief. She thought to herself, oh no. Charlie the trickster is getting even better at his deception. Look at all these VIPs falling for his schemes. What if the truth comes out one day? We'll all be in trouble. She couldn't bring herself to believe that Charlie possessed any real talent. Elaine knew his backstory all too well. Orphaned at 8, he spent his childhood in a welfare home. As a teen, he juggled various part-time jobs, including delivering goods, servicing air conditioning units, and even cleaning windows on high-rises. Eventually, he was taken in by Lord Wilson and married Claire. If Charlie was truly capable, why had he endured such a difficult life for so long? Jason stood speechless, particularly when he spotted Jasmine Moore among the group. Jasmine was the esteemed daughter of the Moore family. In comparison, the Grant family was insignificant next to the illustrious Moore family, and even Jason's father could not approach her without proper standing. Yet here was the stunning and sophisticated Jasmine Moore treating Charlie the loser with such deference. This made no sense. Jason struggled to understand why someone so wealthy and refined would show respect to Charlie, whom he considered a deadbeat. Clearing his throat, he blurted out in surprise, Miss Moore, why do you refer to him as Master Wade? He's just a deadbeat loser, Could you have mistaken him for someone else? Jasmine's expression darkened as she reprimanded him, "Be quiet. How dare you question Master Wade?" Graham, standing beside her, scoffed, "Master Wade is the one true dragon in the world, possessing unimaginable power and strength. There's no way we would mistake him for anyone else." Zeke chimed in, "Exactly. Master Wade is held in high regard and honor in Oris Hill. Who do you think you are to address him so casually, you scoundrel?" Don Albert shot Jason a fierce glare and declared, "Master Wade is our leader, disrespecting him is like making enemies of us all. If you dare to utter another foolish word, I'll break your leg." Jason's complexion shifted to a sickly green and blue as the VIPs berated him relentlessly, leaving him both shocked and speechless. In that tense moment, Anthony called out coldly, "Joshua Lynch, come here." Joshua froze in surprise at the sound of his name. Although others might be unaware, he was acutely aware of the truth regarding whether his magical elixir had actually cured Anthony's ailment. He had managed to deceive them before, but with the real Anthony present, his deception would soon unravel. Despite his anxiety, he stepped forward, head bowed, and greeted, "Master Simmons." Anthony responded sharply, "I heard you claim you cured my illness with that pill. Is that true?" Joshua panicked, "I'm sorry, Master Simmons. I was just boasting about something I didn't do. Please forgive me." In truth, Joshua was well aware that after selling the pill to Anthony, he had claimed it was powerful and effective, helping to alleviate his injuries significantly, but it wasn't miraculous enough to completely heal him. Earlier, he had been bragging to elevate the pill's reputation, never anticipating that Anthony would confront him directly. He felt extremely anxious and tense standing before the imposing figure of Anthony. Though Joshua was recognized as a reputable Chinese medicine doctor, he felt insignificant next to Anthony, the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Offending him could lead to the revocation of his medical license. All the hard work he had put into his career could come crashing down. Anthony was not inclined to forgive Joshua easily. He snapped, "You've insulted Master Wade. Apologize to him immediately." Joshua felt irritation flare at Anthony's demand. Why should he apologize to that loser? Even if he had exaggerated his abilities, it didn't mean Charlie was superior to him. He bit his lip in frustration and replied, "Master Simmons, I admit I exaggerated about your contribution, but that Wade guy was talking nonsense. He insulted my medicine, so why should I apologize to him?" A dark cloud of anger settled on Anthony's face. He pulled Joshua aside and scolded, "You fool! Do you even know who created the pill you're holding? It was Master Wade's work. How dare you show off your skills before someone so accomplished? Idiot!" "What?" Joshua exclaimed in disbelief. "Charlie Wade made this pill?" Anthony retorted icily, "In fact, Master Wade refined an even more effective magical elixir just a few days ago. My old injuries were completely healed by his magical pill. How dare you question his capabilities?" Joshua's body trembled as a cold sweat broke out across his forehead. In a panic, he stammered, "Master Simmons, I'm so sorry. I didn't know Master Wade was the one who created this pill. If I had known, I wouldn't have acted as I did." Before he could continue, Anthony interrupted, "It's too late for that. I will recommend to the health department that they revoke your medical license permanently." Joshua felt the blood drain from his face as he processed Anthony's words. Cold sweat soaked his body, and he began to shake with fear and anxiety. Gathering his wits, he knelt before Charlie with a loud thud and pleaded, "Master Wade, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. Yes, I lied to everyone. I didn't create that pill, I just bought it. I had no idea if it could cure quadriplegics, I just used it to deceive you. Please, I apologize for underestimating you and for my offense. Please, forgive me." Kneeling on the ground, he slapped his own face in remorse and begged for forgiveness, tears streaming down his cheeks, soaking his body and the floor beneath him. Elaine and Claire stood by, their expressions frozen in shock, while Jason looked even more flabbergasted and confused. Elaine had anticipated that the brilliant doctor would take care of her husband, but never did she expect him to apologize to Charlie, admitting he had been deceiving them with the so-called magical drug. Jason's face flushed a deep shade of green, a mix of anger and humiliation washing over him. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling as if his entire reputation was being trampled and belittled by Charlie. Yet, he stubbornly refused to believe that Charlie possessed the power these people claimed, and he was unwilling to concede defeat to someone he deemed a loser. Out of the blue, Don Albert sneered at Jason and turned to Charlie, asking, "Master Wade, what should I do with this Grant kid?" He didn't dare to make any decisions on his own in Charlie's presence, otherwise, he would have attacked Jason right then for his disrespectful behavior towards Charlie. Charlie replied coolly, "It's your choice." Don Albert grinned maliciously at Charlie's words, but before he could signal his men to act, Graham interjected with a furrowed brow, "Wait a moment. I heard from Luke Marshall that you caused a scene at the auto show yesterday and offended Master Wade, didn't you?" "Ha! No, I didn't," Jason stammered, panic rising within him. Despite having lost the previous day, he had brought this trouble upon himself by provoking Charlie. It was evident they were now looking to address two grievances at once. Don Albert let out a cold laugh and said, "Well, it seems you were indeed messing with Master Wade yesterday, you blind fool. Let me make it clear to you, there's a price to pay for offending Master Wade." He gestured to his men, commanding, "Guys, throw this ignorant fool out of the window right now." Jason was utterly stunned and terrified, the facade of his arrogance crumbling in an instant. He fell to his knees, pleading, "Charlie, I'm sorry. Please, I beg you, forgive me. I won't do it again, I swear." Charlie smirked, I thought you were quite skilled, weren't you? I'm just a deadbeat loser, why are you begging for mercy from me?" In a pitiful state, Jason sobbed, his face a mess of tears and snot. "Charlie, please. I'm the deadbeat loser. I'm the biggest loser in the world. Please spare my life, please forgive me." Charlie nonchalantly kicked him aside and said coldly, "You ignored me yesterday, so I'm stepping on you today. Now get lost." Then, he shouted to Albert, "What are you waiting for?" Albert, slightly trembling, barked at his men, "What the hell are you waiting for? Toss him out of the window, you idiots." In an instant, Don Albert's men seized Jason and hurled him out of the window, followed by a chorus of agonizing screams. Claire gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief, her heart racing and her mind going blank. They were on the third floor, what if he got seriously hurt? Both she and Elaine rushed to the window to look down. Fortunately, Jason was still alive, lying on the lawn and clutching his legs while screaming in agony. Luckily, they were at the hospital, so doctors and nurses rushed to his aid, transporting him to the emergency unit without delay. Claire let out a sigh of relief at the sight. While she felt a bit disgusted and irritated by Jason's relentless harassment and insults towards Charlie, she was relieved that with his legs likely broken, he wouldn't be able to bother her again. Amidst the chaos, Charlie approached Anthony quietly, retrieved the second batch of pills from his pocket, and whispered, "Mr. Simmons, I need your assistance. You'll be the one to treat my father-in-law later and give him this pill." On their way to the hospital, Charlie had intended to take matters into his own hands and treat his father-in-law himself. He was absolutely convinced that his special pill could easily heal a spinal injury. However, upon arriving at the hospital, he discovered that Jason was already there with Dr. Lynch, and he knew that Elaine would certainly prevent him from interfering with their efforts. Moreover, Charlie was concerned that the miraculous pill, which seemed to come from nowhere, would raise eyebrows, making it difficult for him to explain its origin. Now that Anthony was present, he served as a convenient shield to address the situation. With Anthony's esteemed reputation, he could provide the perfect cover for Jacob's treatment. After all, it would be far more believable if this medical miracle occurred under Anthony's supervision. Anthony acknowledged Charlie's worries but couldn't hide his surprise. "Master Wade, spinal injuries are notoriously complex and challenging to treat, regardless of whether one uses Chinese or Western medicine. Are you really confident that your magical elixir will be effective?" He then adopted an apologetic tone, adding, "I apologize, Master Wade. I don't mean to question your pill, it's just that I find it hard to comprehend." Charlie replied calmly, "There's no need to worry, this pill can repair the damage to his spine. Anthony's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, if your father-in-law is indeed cured, it would be nothing short of a medical miracle. The news would create quite a stir, and I wouldn't dare take credit for such an achievement. Charlie smiled reassuringly. You should know that I'm not seeking fame or recognition. I'm not in the medical field, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to take on such a role. However, if you can successfully treat a spinal injury with Chinese medicine, it would revolutionize the perception of Chinese medicine worldwide. It would earn you immense respect and admiration, so I urge you to accept my request. After pondering Charlie's words, Anthony nodded, accepting the pill and saying, Master Wade, thank you for this incredible opportunity. Charlie suddenly remembered something and added, oh, by the way, you only need to use half of the pill to treat spinal injuries. You can keep the other half. Anthony was taken aback. Did he hear that correctly? Just half a pill was enough for someone suffering from paralysis due to a spinal injury? This was astounding. What thrilled him even more was that Charlie was actually giving him the remaining half of the pill. This was the greatest gift ever. He had already benefited from the pill that Master Wade had given him, which had healed the long-standing injuries he had endured throughout his life. Yet, his connection to the miraculous elixir had been short-lived. Everyone else still had their pills, except for him. Though he felt a twinge of regret, he was too embarrassed to ask Charlie for more before he could repay his previous kindness. But now, Charlie was offering him the other half. Anthony was overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude. With this half, he would possess another life-saving elixir for the future. He felt so elated that he almost wanted to kneel before Charlie in thanks. Choking back his emotions, Anthony nodded. Master Wade, thank you for your generosity and kindness. I will forever be in your debt. Charlie looked at him warmly and replied, all right, let's get started on the treatment. My wife is quite anxious right now. Claire was genuinely distressed about her father's condition. She never anticipated that Dr. Joshua Lynch, whom Jason had invited, would turn out to be a quack. Now that Joshua had been unmasked, Claire found herself searching for someone in Oris Hill who could help her father heal. Just then, Charlie introduced her to Anthony, saying, Claire, this is Dr. Anthony Simmons, a well-respected physician. He can treat Dad's injury. Claire and Elaine were ecstatic upon hearing this. They had never imagined that Anthony Simmons, a renowned doctor in the country, would be available to treat Jacob. Claire quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, Dr. Simmons, thank you so much for your assistance. With a warm smile, Anthony replied, no need to worry, Mrs. Wade. I owe Master Wade a significant favor, and I'll do my utmost. He then approached Jacob's bedside, carefully took out a pill, divided it in half, and gently placed it in Jacob's mouth as everyone watched intently. Everyone held their breath in anticipation. Jacob's attending physician observed closely. Although he was skeptical about the effectiveness of Chinese medicine for spinal injuries, the presence of the esteemed Dr. Anthony Simmons gave him a glimmer of hope for a miracle. Jasmine, Zeke, Graham, and Albert recognized the pill immediately. They had received it from Charlie and were curious about the elixir's true potency. Could it genuinely reverse quadriplegia? Suddenly, Jacob trembled slightly. His previously pallid face began to flush with color, and his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. As Jacob opened his eyes, he felt a surge of warmth spread through his body, bringing him an incredible sense of comfort. Moreover, the excruciating pain that had plagued him was gradually fading away. Then, to everyone's astonishment, he attempted to sit up. Jacob actually lifted himself off the hospital bed without any assistance. The onlookers were flabbergasted, as if witnessing a long-buried pharaoh rise from his tomb. Claire gasped in disbelief, tears of joy streaming down her face. Indeed, Anthony Simmons was a master of Chinese medicine with extraordinary skills. He had miraculously healed her father's quadriplegia. The crowd was equally mesmerized as they watched Jacob's recovery unfold before their eyes, their admiration for Charlie deepening. They recognized that the pill Jacob had taken was the magical elixir refined by Charlie. Now, having witnessed its astonishing effectiveness in curing quadriplegia with just half a pill, they were filled with excitement. They couldn't help but marvel, thinking, Master Wade is truly remarkable. The pill he created can instantly remedy spinal injuries. It's nothing short of a miracle. Anthony, observing Jacob, was so astounded that he nearly fainted. This was a genuine medical miracle. Even the most advanced Western medicine couldn't cure quadriplegia, and yet, he had done it with merely half of the magical elixir. Anthony carefully slipped the other half of the pill into the inner pocket of his suit. This was the magical elixir given to him by Master Wade. He intended to keep it safe, valuing it more than any treasure in the world. In this moment, Jacob was overwhelmed by the incredible transformations happening within his body. He stood there, staring blankly, filled with confusion and disbelief. He had a faint recollection of being in an accident and being completely immobile, hadn't he? But now, why did he feel as if nothing had ever happened? He felt vibrant and strong, even more so than he had prior to the accident. What on earth was happening? Jacob was left utterly bewildered. "Claire, what happened to me?" he inquired. Claire gathered her thoughts and rushed to her father, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Dad, you were in a car accident and were nearly paralyzed, but thanks to Dr. Simmons, you're all right now." She then turned to Anthony, expressing her gratitude, "Dr. Simmons, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my dad wouldn't have made it." Before she could bow in appreciation, Anthony quickly intervened, thinking to himself, "Actually, you should be thanking Master Wade. Without his elixir, curing your father's injuries wouldn't have been possible. Truthfully, it was Master Wade's medicine that facilitated your dad's recovery." But recalling Charlie's wish to remain discreet, Anthony maintained a polite smile, replying, "You're welcome, Mrs. Wade. It was my honor." If it hadn't been for Master Wade's miraculous elixir, even Anthony would have found it impossible to heal the spinal injury and paralysis. The doctor, equally astonished, stuttered, "Dr. Simmons, you've performed a medical miracle. The pill you used could earn you a Nobel Prize in medicine. This is a groundbreaking development for all humanity." Anthony managed an awkward smile, saying, "Oh no, you're too kind. I just happened to come across this miraculous medicine by chance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to restore a paralyzed patient to normalcy, despite my skills." The doctor sighed in admiration. "This miraculous medicine is a true marvel. It could save countless lives if produced on a larger scale." Anthony shook his head. "I'm afraid this medicine is crafted by someone with extraordinary abilities. It's incredibly rare and precious, and I only have half of it left, so mass production is out of the question." "Oh, that's unfortunate." Claire quickly interjected, "Doctor, can you tell me when my father might be discharged given his current condition?" "Well, I've just assessed Mr. Wilson's status. His spinal injury has healed, and other bodily injuries are recovering well. However, I recommend he stays in the hospital for a few days for observation. It's also important for him to rest properly." Anthony added, "Exactly, Mrs. Wade. Recovery is paramount, so I also suggest Mr. Wilson take a few days in the hospital. We'll monitor his progress." Claire nodded in agreement. "All right, thank you both for your guidance and advice." Charlie addressed the gathering, "Everyone, I appreciate you coming to visit my father-in-law. He has just recovered from severe injuries, so let's allow him some quiet time to rest." They all nodded, understanding that since Master Wade had spoken, it was best to leave promptly to avoid disrupting his family. They respectfully bid farewell to Charlie as they exited the ward. As Charlie escorted them out, Elaine turned to Claire, her voice laced with concern, "Claire, Charlie the loser is becoming more and more cunning. He's even deceiving those VIPs. He's signing his own death wish." Claire was filled with embarrassment after receiving a stern warning from her mother. She couldn't shake off the feeling that Charlie was taking an enormous risk by offering feng shui advice to such influential and wealthy individuals. It felt like he was balancing on a tightrope stretched over the Grand Canyon, a perilous endeavor, to say the least. Throughout history, many feng shui and metaphysics masters had deceived celebrities, and their fates had been grim. This made Claire anxious about the potential consequences of Charlie's actions. As Elaine noticed Claire's troubled expression, she realized she had effectively swayed her daughter's opinion. Seizing the moment, she pressed on, saying, "You should file for divorce from Charlie as soon as your father gets out of the hospital. If these rich and powerful people discover that Charlie has been misleading them, what will happen to our family? Elaine continued with urgency, didn't you hear about Jason Grant? He didn't even get a chance to defend himself before he was thrown out the window. What do you think they'll do to Charlie if they learn he's been lying to them? Claire, clearly upset, responded, Mom, how can you say that? Charlie just brought in a brilliant doctor to help Dad. Aren't you trying to create division between us? Why shouldn't I say it? Elaine shot back in frustration. His situation is like gambling on financial insurance. A storm could hit at any moment. When it does, Charlie will be left with nothing, absolutely nothing. Claire stood firm, replying, no matter what you say, I will never divorce Charlie. Despite her declaration, Claire couldn't shake the worry gnawing at her. It wasn't that she feared Charlie would bring harm to her or the Wilson family, rather, she was concerned about the dangers he might face ahead. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she resolved to talk to Charlie about stopping his feng shui consultations to prevent any additional trouble for himself. Elaine, overhearing Claire's intentions, exploded in anger, you are seriously frustrating me. Just then, Charlie entered the room after seeing everyone else off. Elaine was about to continue her tirade when the attending doctor approached with an update. I need one of you to register and complete the hospitalization procedures soon. After that, we can begin the follow-up rehabilitation and nursing care, the doctor explained. Got it. Claire replied, glancing at Charlie. Charlie, do you still have that $180,000 check that Doris refunded to you? Yes, Charlie confirmed. I'll handle the hospital bills and registration right now. With that, Charlie turned and exited the ward again. Elaine's ears perked up at the mention of the check. Eagerly, she asked, check? What check are you talking about? Where did it come from? Claire quickly explained, Miss Doris from Grand Group gave me the check as a refund for the office rent I paid. They're letting me use the office space in the Bright Star building for free. Elaine was ecstatic, exclaiming, is that true? Wow! We just saved $180,000. Then, she turned to the doctor, asking urgently, Doctor, how much will the hospitalization fees be? The attending doctor replied, since the patient has already improved, the only charge will be for rehabilitation and nursing care, approximately $2,000 per day. A deposit of $20,000 will be required. Elaine quickly calculated in her head. With the check for $180,000, if she paid the $20,000 deposit, she would still have $160,000 left. Excited by the prospect, she announced to Claire, I'll go with Charlie to handle the registration and payment. With that, she dashed out of the ward to catch up with him. As Charlie walked toward the registration counter, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Turning around, he found his mother-in-law, Elaine, right on his heels. Gasping for breath, Elaine said, Charlie, give me the check. I'll take care of the hospitalization fees. Unaware of her intentions to pocket the remaining $160,000, Charlie replied, Mom, you should just go back to the ward and stay with Dad. I'll handle the bill. Elaine shot him an exasperated glare and retorted, Why are you arguing with me? I said I'll settle the bill. Hand over the check now. You can go back and help Claire. Charlie let out a helpless shrug as he retrieved the check from his pocket and handed it to Elaine. Mom, here's the check. With excitement bubbling inside her, Elaine eagerly accepted the check and dashed straight to the registration counter. Seeing the mixture of anxiety and excitement on Elaine's face, Charlie realized she intended to keep the leftover money. He sighed, turning back toward the ward. Upon his arrival at the ward, Claire asked curiously, Did my mom manage to catch up with you? Charlie nodded and replied, Yes, Mom wanted me to give her the check so she could cover the hospitalization fee instead. Okay. Claire could only nod, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over her. She had always been aware of her mother's materialistic tendencies and her insatiable greed for money. Claire knew that Elaine would undoubtedly concoct all sorts of schemes, especially since she was aware of the refund amount of $160,000 from the check. However, Claire felt unable to voice her concerns. She understood her mother's character far too well. If she tried to stop her, Elaine would surely throw a dramatic fit, making it seem as if her life was in utter despair. Meanwhile, Elaine rushed to the registration counter, placing the check before the cashier. "I'm here to pay for Jacob Wilson's hospitalization fee." The cashier nodded and opened Jacob's file to review his hospitalization details. "You can pay a deposit of $20,000 today. Any additional charges will be billed later, and we'll refund you if there's a surplus at the end of his stay," she explained. "All right." Elaine's excitement was palpable as she slid the check toward the cashier. "You can use this check for the deposit, and please transfer the remaining balance to my personal bank account." Elaine then produced her bank card, handing it over to the cashier. "No rush, just ensure you transfer the balance to this card." The cashier nodded and picked up the check, but her expression quickly shifted to shock as she glanced at it. Elaine noticed the cashier's reaction and mistakenly assumed she was just trying to complicate matters. Frustrated, she snapped, "What's the problem? Hurry up and complete the payment and transfer. I have other things to do." Regaining her composure, the cashier looked at Elaine, now irritated by her attitude. She tossed the check back at Elaine and said, "Are you out of your mind? Do you really think you can trick me with this phony check? Do you want me to call the police and report you for fraud? You must be delusional." Elaine, taken aback, felt a wave of cold sweat wash over her. Oh no! Something terrible was about to unfold. How could this $100 million check possibly be real? Her daughter had clearly told her that the check was for $180,000. Therefore, this $100 million check had to belong to Charlie. That insufferable brat. He had become so accustomed to deceiving the wealthy that he must have developed a taste for it. How could he carry around a fake $100 million check? He nearly landed her in serious trouble. Elaine was unsure whether Charlie's actions were intentional or accidental, but she now had proof of his deceit. Who gave him the nerve to lie to her? Full of annoyance, Elaine resolved to confront Charlie in front of her daughter so she could witness the check herself. No matter what, she was determined to ensure her daughter divorced this big fat liar today. Charlie sat in the ward alongside his wife, Claire, as they engaged in conversation with Jacob. Out of nowhere, the door swung open, and Elaine burst into the room, her demeanor charged with aggression. Without missing a beat, she brandished a $100 million cash check in her hand, shouting, "Charlie! You scoundrel! How dare you attempt to trick me?" Charlie was taken aback by her outburst and responded in confusion, "Mom, what are you talking about? When did I ever try to deceive you?" Ignoring his question, Elaine rushed over to Claire, exclaiming, "Daughter! Look! You need to divorce this big fat liar right now. There's something seriously wrong with him. He even tried to con your own mother. How can you possibly forgive him?" Claire, bewildered, asked, "Mom, what on earth is going on?" Elaine thrust the check into Claire's hands and said, "Look! Your husband has lost his mind. He actually gave me a fake $100 million check, and the cashier nearly called the police on me for fraud." "What?" Charlie cursed silently to himself. This had to be the $100 million check that Jasmine had given him as a token of gratitude. This was bad. He must have mixed it up with the $180,000 check. Everything was falling apart. How could he explain this to Claire? Claire's expression shifted as she examined the check. She then exclaimed, "Charlie, what is happening? Why do you have a fake check for $100 million? Are you seriously involved in fraud?" Charlie quickly tried to clarify, "Dear, this is all just a misunderstanding." Claire frowned and demanded, "What the hell is going on? You need to explain everything to me right now, Charlie." At that moment, Elaine interrupted, "What's there to explain? This check is clearly a prop he carries around to deceive others. He accidentally handed it to me today." "Humph. It's a good thing he did, though. Just imagine if he had tried to swindle someone with this fake check." Elaine then turned to Claire, expressing her concern, "Claire, he's bold enough to commit fraud for $100 million. Can you really trust someone like him? If you don't divorce him today, he's bound to drag our entire family into trouble." Claire's face hardened as she regarded Charlie. Charlie, if you don't provide a clear explanation and tell me the truth about this situation today, I will genuinely consider getting a divorce. I can accept it if you're poor and ineffective, but I cannot tolerate theft, kidnapping, or fraud just to make money. If that's the case, I can't live with you at all. Charlie looked at Claire, his expression filled with regret. Wife, please just listen to me. I will explain everything. I got this $100 million check from the funeral shop. The funeral shop? Claire and Elaine echoed, taken aback. What's that for? What happened? Charlie sighed and continued, didn't I mention that my father passed away when I was 8? He appeared in my dream 2 days ago, saying he was being bullied in the afterlife because he had no money. So, he asked me to burn him some money. As he recounted his story, Charlie sighed again. I didn't want to delay, so I went to the funeral shop to inquire about this. The shop owner suggested this cash check, saying that burning a $100 million check is far more beneficial than burning several smaller notes. Plus, it's more energy efficient and environmentally friendly. I planned to burn it at the intersection tonight, but I accidentally gave the wrong check to my mom instead. Claire listened, her suspicion evident. Charlie, are you being honest with me? Charlie nodded fervently. Yes, I'm being truthful. Just think about how much bad luck we've had lately. Besides, who would try to commit fraud with a check worth $100 million? No one would buy it. Even a hospital cashier wouldn't fall for such a trick. Claire pondered this for a moment and realized that Charlie made a valid point. Who would believe that a $100 million cash check was genuine? It was hardly suitable for fraud. As Claire pondered the situation, she gradually calmed down and handed the cash check to Charlie. Make sure to keep it safe and remember to burn it for your dad tonight. Don't let it get mixed up with any other checks in the future. You never know what could happen otherwise. Charlie nodded eagerly and replied, Don't worry, dear. I'll be more careful from now on. Next, Charlie quickly retrieved the check for $180,000 and presented it to Elaine. Mom, this is the real check. Here you go. He continued to flatter her, saying, Mom. Thank goodness you caught my mistake. If I had burned the wrong check, we would have lost a lot of money. Elaine shot him a furious glare. If it weren't for the $180,000 check, she might have been less forgiving. However, who could turn down money? She had to accept the check and keep the remaining $160,000 for herself. Charlie breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Elaine take the check from his hand. He had been careless and almost caused a significant blunder due to his mistake. Luckily, he managed to think on his feet just in time. Still, his mother-in-law was a bit too sharp for her own good. If she discovered that the $100 million cash check was genuine, she would likely be beside herself with shock for making such a colossal error. Just as Charlie was beginning to feel more at ease, an anxious, elderly voice called out from outside the ward. Jacob! Jacob! My son, how are you? Mom is here to see you. Charlie's expression darkened immediately upon hearing those words. Moments later, Lady Wilson entered the ward, using a walking stick and accompanied by Christopher, Harold, and Wendy. Lady Wilson wore a distressed expression, her eyes bloodshot, showing signs that she had been crying. The moment she entered, she rushed to Jacob's bedside, tears streaming down her face. Jacob! Jacob, when I heard you were in a car accident, I was terrified. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. How are you feeling? Are you okay? Though Claire felt a twinge of disgust for this group, she couldn't bring herself to turn them away since they were there to visit her father. She stepped forward and said, Grandma, my father is feeling much better now. Charlie invited a brilliant doctor to treat his injuries. Lady Wilson sighed in relief. That's wonderful news. Jacob reassured her, Mom, don't worry. I'm not going anywhere anytime soon. Truthfully, Jacob felt a mix of emotions towards his mother. Despite his dissatisfaction with her, she was still his mother, and family ties ran deep. How could he completely shut off his feelings for her? Seeing her so worried and tearful touched Jacob's heart. Lady Wilson continued to cry as she chastised herself, saying, "Jacob, this is all my fault. I never showed you how much I truly cared or loved you. When I found out about your accident, I was filled with regret, fearing you might leave this world without knowing how much I love you, my dear son." Her tears flowed freely as she added, "I'm sorry if it seemed like I didn't care over the years. It wasn't that I didn't care, I just pushed you harder because I wanted you to grow and learn quickly. I regret that you had to suffer in silence for so long. Please forgive me for being so tough on you." Jacob felt a tightening in his chest, unable to hold back his own tears. For years, he had harbored resentment towards his mother, feeling overshadowed by his brother and questioning her favoritism. He never understood why she always supported his brother while seemingly dismissing him. This bitterness had formed a knot in his heart over the years. However, hearing his mother's heartfelt words and witnessing her genuine concern began to unravel that knot. Charlie immediately frowned. He wasn't part of the Wilson family and lacked the so-called family ties that bound them. This allowed him to see right through Lady Wilson's scheming ways at a glance. The Wilson family found themselves in a dire predicament. If they couldn't revive the Wilson group, it would inevitably crumble, and Lady Wilson would swiftly descend from her lofty position to one of despair. Lady Wilson had always been preoccupied with her appearance and reputation. She would rather die than face the reality of being poor and destitute. Thus, she was determined to devise a plan to rescue the Wilson family from their troubles. Initially, she attempted to coerce Claire into rejoining the Wilson group, but Claire stood firm against her demands. Next, Lady Wilson resorted to using money in hopes of persuading Elaine, yet Elaine, too, failed to convince Claire to come back. Now, her focus had shifted to Jacob, believing that if she could sway him, it would lead to the breakthrough she desperately needed. This might very well be her final opportunity. Meanwhile, Jacob was unwittingly falling into her trap. He felt a sense of relief wash over him, and the respect he had previously lost for his mother began to resurface. With tears in his eyes, Jacob said, "Mom, I don't hold anything against you. I know I'm not as capable or intelligent as my older brother. I realize I wasn't destined for greatness and must have disappointed you greatly. I'm truly sorry." Lady Wilson grasped Jacob's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. "My dear son, you are a good son. As long as you understand my intentions, it's all worth it. Even if I were to die today, I could do so in peace." At that moment, Christopher rushed forward, tears streaming down his face. "Mom! Please don't talk about dying so easily. Jacob and I have already lost our father, we can't bear to lose you too." After wiping her tears, Lady Wilson responded, "As long as you both keep my best interests at heart, I will smile even if I were to die tonight." She continued, "You two are brothers, and it's essential that you look out for one another. If you stand united, you will be unstoppable. There's a saying, when two brothers think alike, it is more than gold can buy. If you remain united, I won't have to worry about the Wilson family anymore. We will undoubtedly emerge as a formidable family." Christopher nodded in agreement. "Mom, you're absolutely right. I see it clearly now. From this moment on, I will work alongside Jacob to strengthen the Wilson family." Jacob's face lit up with excitement, clearly captivated by the old lady's manipulations. Charlie couldn't help but sigh. Lady Wilson was truly remarkable. She possessed a myriad of tricks and could easily manipulate Jacob with just a few well-chosen words. This outcome was precisely what he had anticipated. Jacob was moved by the sentiments expressed by his mother and brother, and he sobbed, "Don't worry, Mom. I'll collaborate with my older brother from now on." Lady Wilson beamed with joy upon hearing this and exclaimed, "Excellent. Wonderful." At that moment, she turned to Harold and Wendy, who had been silent and with their heads bowed the entire time. "I want both of you to apologize to Claire and Charlie right now. Even though you're not Claire's siblings, you are still cousins. Remember, blood is thicker than water, so how could you mistreat Claire and Charlie?" With that, she shot a glare at Wendy and shouted, "And you, Wendy? How could you dare to strike your own cousin during the opening ceremony today? Who gave you the audacity? You must apologize to your sister immediately." Harold and Wendy lowered their heads and, with earnestness, said, "Claire, we realize that our previous actions were wrong. Please forgive us. We promise never to harm you again." Claire was taken aback. This was the first time she had witnessed Harold and Wendy apologizing so humbly. She understood that they must have been grappling with their pride to express such contrition. Since they had taken the step to apologize, Claire responded kindly, "It's all right. Let's put the past behind us." Lady Wilson's heart soared with happiness, and she quickly added, "Claire, your father is still recuperating, so it's essential that we care for him well. While the Wilson family villa may be a bit old, it definitely offers a better environment than where you're currently living. Why don't you and your family move back into the Wilson family villa?" Christopher quickly nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, Claire. It's crucial for your father to regain his health. He should recover in a positive environment. Why not listen to your grandmother and return to the Wilson family villa? I'll arrange for a few nannies to take care of your father around the clock." Meanwhile, Jacob, lying in the hospital bed, felt deeply moved by the words of his mother and brother. His heart stirred, and he couldn't help but say, "Claire, maybe we should consider moving back." Claire felt torn inside. She was unsure whether her grandmother was being genuine or simply putting on a show. However, seeing her grandmother, father, and uncle holding hands and crying together touched her heart. She thought about her father's well-being. If he could return to the Wilson family villa and live in a nurturing environment with proper care, he would undoubtedly heal more quickly. At that moment, Elaine chimed in, "Claire, this is such an incredible opportunity. What are you waiting for? You should agree to move back to the Wilson family villa." Initially hesitant, Claire noticed her parents' eagerness, and on impulse, she replied, "Okay, we can move back." Lady Wilson was overjoyed and incredibly excited. It was settled. Ha ha ha. Her plan had worked. She felt triumphant, thinking to herself that she was indeed the most cunning. Jacob was just a naive fool, Elaine was a materialistic individual, Charlie was nothing more than a fraud, and even though Claire appeared capable, she too had fallen for the scheme in the end. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Lady Wilson felt a swell of pride. Christopher couldn't help but secretly give his mother a thumbs up, admiring her cleverness. Even though she was older, she was a master at manipulation. She knew that if she focused on Jacob first, it would be easy to sway Claire, who would be influenced by her father's wishes. Everything had gone perfectly. Seeing his wife about to be deceived, Charlie interjected, "Grandma, Uncle, it would be wonderful if we all moved back to the Wilson family villa. That sounds perfect. After all, we are family, and living together would be great," but, Harold scowled and abruptly shouted at Charlie, "But what? What's your problem? Don't you know your place in the Wilson family? Why are you butting in when this doesn't concern you?" Lady Wilson raised her hand and slapped Harold, saying, "How dare you speak to your brother-in-law like that? Do you have no respect for your elders?" Harold was taken aback by the slap, but he quickly realized the reason behind it. He cursed himself. He had almost jeopardized their plans by mocking and belittling Charlie. Just moments ago, he had pretended to have changed, yet here he was, ridiculing Charlie at the first chance. If Claire and Charlie figured out he was just pretending, Lady Wilson's well-crafted scheme to bring Claire and her family back to the villa would be ruined. Panicking, Harold quickly turned to Charlie and said, "I'm sorry, brother-in-law. Please forgive my thoughtless words. I can't help myself. I sincerely apologize, and I hope you won't hold it against me." To emphasize his sincerity, Harold slapped himself twice. Charlie couldn't help but scoff at Harold's antics. It seemed the Wilson family was willing to sacrifice everything just to maintain their facade. To reveal her true intentions, Charlie declared, "I've already mentioned that it's perfectly fine for all of us to move back into the Wilson family villa. After all, we are family. However, I need to remind everyone that Claire's studio is already up and running, and thus, she will not be returning to work for the Wilson Group in the future." "What?" Lady Wilson exclaimed, her voice echoing as if someone had stepped on her tail. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "How can I allow that? I've been clear that our family should not only live together, but but also work together to ensure the Wilson family's strength and success. How can you come back to the Wilson family villa yet refuse to work for the Wilson Group? Charlie smiled and replied, Grandma, didn't you say you wanted us to move back for my father-in-law's health? I thought your goal was to make it easier for him to recuperate. Therefore, moving back to the villa and Claire's decision about the Wilson Group are two entirely separate issues. We shouldn't confuse them, don't you think? No. Lady Wilson shot back immediately. Since your whole family is moving back into the villa, you must return to work for the Wilson Group. Next, Lady Wilson tried to persuade Claire once more. Claire, you've just opened your studio, and you don't have any clients yet. Running a business all on your own will be incredibly challenging. Wouldn't it be easier and more comfortable for you to close your studio and come back to work for the Wilson Group? Claire began to sense something was off about Lady Wilson's words. It seemed Charlie was correct. Lady Wilson's invitation to move back was merely a ploy to pressure her into returning to the Wilson Group. All her concern for Claire's father was a facade. If that were true, then Lady Wilson was only acting to manipulate Claire into compliance. Was this all just a performance? Were they merely putting on a show? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Claire felt a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, Charlie had acted quickly. If not, she could have easily fallen into Lady Wilson's trap. Claire quickly responded, Grandma, I truly appreciate your invitation for our family to move back into the Wilson family villa. However, Charlie is right, moving back and my decision not to work for the Wilson Group are two separate matters. I must clarify that while my family can return to the villa, I will not be going back to work for the Wilson Group. I want to focus on my studio and my own business. Seeing Claire's determination, Lady Wilson simmered with resentment toward Charlie. After all her efforts to convince Claire, Charlie had ruined everything for her. Frustrated, Lady Wilson decided to employ more manipulative tactics. She began to cry, saying, Claire, do you truly hate your grandma? Now that you're moving back, why can't you work for the Wilson Group? I thought we were all striving together for growth and success as a family. Why do you prefer to focus on your own studio instead of helping the Wilson Group thrive? After wiping her tears, Lady Wilson continued, Claire, are you really still unwilling to forgive your grandma? Claire responded earnestly, Grandma, this isn't about forgiveness. I forgave you a long time ago. However, I've come to understand something important. Depending on others isn't a solution for life. I realize that everything I've built can vanish in an instant if it's not my own business. The best way for me to take control of my life is to start my own business and build my own career. Therefore, I choose to focus on my own endeavors instead of returning to the Wilson Group. Jacob and Elaine interjected, attempting to sway Claire. Claire, why remain so stubborn? Wouldn't it be better to return to the Wilson Group? Working there would surely be preferable to running your own business. Claire firmly replied, Dad. Mom. This is my personal decision, so please don't try to convince me otherwise. I've made my choice, and I won't change my mind. Lady Wilson realized she was utterly defeated. If Claire refused to return to the Wilson Group, there would be no point in even trying to persuade Jacob or Elaine. With frustration boiling inside her, Lady Wilson decided to unleash her final tactic. Lady Wilson shook with emotion as she approached Claire and knelt down before her. The atmosphere in the ward was electric with shock. Who would have ever thought that the proud and domineering Lady Wilson would bow before Claire? This moment truly stunned everyone present. Even Christopher was caught off guard by his mother's willingness to kneel and plead with Claire, all in a desperate attempt to persuade her to return to the Wilson Group. Lady Wilson had always been a figure of strength and arrogance, wielding her authority to manipulate those around her. How could she possibly lower herself to kneel before anyone, let alone Claire? Claire, equally astonished, quickly urged, Grandma, what are you doing? Please stand up. We can talk about this civilly. Yet, Lady Wilson remained on her knees, her voice filled with remorse as she said, Claire, I realize now that what I did in the past was wrong. I take full responsibility for my actions. I should never have forced you out of the Wilson Group. I sincerely apologize for my mistakes. please, forgive your grandmother and return to help the Wilson Group. The Wilson family cannot survive without you. If you don't come back, it will truly spell disaster for us all. I'm begging you, Claire. Please come back." Lady Wilson's demeanor had shifted dramatically. She was no longer the imperious matriarch who used her status to control Claire. Instead, she was now pleading earnestly, seemingly remorseful for her previous behavior. The Wilson family was facing imminent bankruptcy, and Lady Wilson understood that she had to do whatever it took to entice Claire back into the fold. Otherwise, the Wilson Group would be irrevocably lost under her watch. Seeing his mother on her knees, Christopher's expression transformed at that moment. Without hesitation, he pulled Harold and Wendy down with him, and all three knelt beside Lady Wilson, imploring Claire to return to the Wilson Group. Claire felt a wave of confusion wash over her as she witnessed this scene unfold. She had never imagined that Lady Wilson, who had always prioritized her own pride and reputation, would kneel and apologize in front of so many witnesses. It was clear that the Wilson family was in a state of utter desperation. When Lady Wilson noticed Claire's lack of response, she began to sob, pleading, "Please, Claire, have compassion for your poor grandmother. The Wilson family needs you. I'm begging you to come back and work for the Wilson Group." In her desperation, Lady Wilson continued to kneel, bowing her head to Claire 3 times, her distressed expression conveying that she would remain there indefinitely unless Claire agreed to help her family. "If you understood that things would end up like this, why did you mistreat Claire in the first place?" At this moment, Charlie stepped forward and addressed Lady Wilson coldly, saying, "Grandma, I appreciate your visit to my father-in-law today, but it's simply not possible for Claire to return to the Wilson Group." With that, Charlie issued a firm eviction order. "Please leave this place immediately." Lady Wilson's tears stopped, and she glared at Charlie, exclaiming, "Charlie, when you had nothing, the Wilson family took you in, providing you with food, clothing, and shelter. Don't you feel any gratitude? Why are you trying to create discord between Claire and the rest of the Wilson family?" Charlie offered a faint smile before responding, "I'm sorry, Grandma, but it was Claire and my in-laws who cared for me. You've never offered me anything but mockery, calling me worthless. Why should I be grateful to you?" His expression hardened as he continued, "Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. I know you're trying to manipulate Claire into returning to the Wilson Group so she can help secure contracts and partnerships to save your company. Am I wrong?" Lady Wilson became visibly flustered when Charlie unexpectedly revealed her true intentions. She had believed that handling Claire's family would be a straightforward task, especially when it came to Charlie, whom she considered nothing more than a worthless individual. Lady Wilson was convinced that it wouldn't be difficult at all and thought Charlie would surely be grateful and satisfied as long as Harold and Wendy offered him an apology. However, she never anticipated that Charlie would be the one to see straight through her charade. Realizing that her plans had been uncovered, Lady Wilson hesitated for a moment before saying, "We're all family, so we should collaborate to ensure our family thrives. It would be quite embarrassing if it got out that our family is managing 2 separate companies." Charlie scoffed before responding, "The wealthiest man in Hong Kong, Li Ka-shing, and his son operate entirely different companies. Has anyone ever mocked them for that? I see your true motives, and you're merely trying to exploit Claire to revive the Wilson Group for your own benefit." You, Lady Wilson stammered, her anger rendering her speechless. At that moment, Christopher, who was standing nearby, shouted, "Charlie! Be careful with your words. Remember, you are merely an outsider in the Wilson family." Charlie dismissed him, turning his attention to his wife. "Claire, you need to be vigilant. Some people aim to manipulate you for their own gain. Do you recall what transpired with the Emgrand Group? After you secured the $60 million contract with Emgrand Ground, they claimed they wanted to promote you to director of the Wilson Group. But what really happened? At the banquet, they announced that Harold would be the one promoted instead. Do you want to go through a similar betrayal again?" Claire's expression shifted dramatically as she began to grasp the full extent of the situation. She felt immense gratitude toward her husband for his timely reminder, otherwise, she might have fallen victim to their schemes once more. Seeing their plan unravel, Harold stood up, pointing an accusing finger at Charlie. "Charlie! You worthless piece of trash. Do you really think you have the right to speak here? Are you trying to create discord in our family? Are you that eager to get yourself in trouble? Charlie fixed Harold with a cold stare and replied, "Why? Are you tired of pretending to be humble and nice to us? Let me make something clear, Harold. When you encounter me in the future, you better be polite and respectful. If not, I won't hesitate to call Don Albert and have him send his men after you, ensuring you can't stay in Oris Hill any longer." "You're insane, Charlie!" Harold shouted furiously. "Who do you think you are? You really think you can intimidate me? Don't underestimate me. I know all about your little tricks, and I'm eager to see how others will handle you once they see through your facade." Charlie smirked as he replied, "At least for now, they haven't seen through my tricks. They still treat me with respect, even calling me their master." With a look of disdain, Charlie continued, "Do you want to keep up this charade? Fine, I'll call Albert right now." With that, Charlie pulled out his cell phone, dialing Albert's number and putting the call on speaker. Harold's face drained of color, and he began to sweat profusely. Was Charlie really calling Don Albert? If Don Albert ordered his men to track him down, it would spell disaster for Harold. He would be finished. As this realization hit him, Harold attempted to placate Charlie. "Charlie, come on, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. After all, we're still family." Charlie replied with a dispassionate smile, "We are not family." Just then, the call connected. Don Albert answered respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Wade. How can I assist you today?" Charlie glanced at Harold and said, "Albert, if I were to ask you to track someone down right now, how many men could you send after them?" Albert responded without hesitation, "Mr. Wade, I have eyes and ears all over Oris Hill. My men are embedded in nightclubs, bars, karaoke lounges, and construction sites. Just give me the word, and I'll instruct them to track that individual down and eliminate him on the spot. I'll ensure that they scour the streets daily until he wishes he had never been born." In that moment, Harold felt a surge of fear and quickly dropped to his knees before Charlie, pleading for his life. Charlie, my dear brother-in-law, I was only joking. Please, just let me go. I promise I won't bother you again." Charlie looked at Harold with a cold stare and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not pretending to be invincible anymore?" No. I'm done pretending. I swear." Harold rushed to respond. His fear was overwhelming, he dared not act boldly in front of Charlie any longer. If Don Albert were to issue a directive to hunt someone down in Oris Hill, his men would go all out to ensure that mission was accomplished. This was their chance to gain favor with Don Albert. Meanwhile, Charlie continued to hold his cell phone, speaking in a frigid tone, "Since you're being sincere now, let's see just how genuine that is. Otherwise, I'll have to assume this is just a momentary reaction. I know you too well, Harold. If I let you go today, you'll surely come after me again in the future." Harold shook with fear, realizing that Charlie was not going to let him slip away easily. Without uttering another word, he quickly bowed 3 times before Charlie, his forehead hitting the hospital floor with considerable force. "Charlie, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I offer my most heartfelt apology. Just don't ask Don Albert to come after me." At this moment, Harold was consumed with regret. What had he been thinking? Why did he keep challenging Charlie? Was he truly courting his own demise? He should have waited for Don Albert to uncover the truth and take action against Charlie instead of provoking him. If Charlie commanded Don Albert to send his men after him, he might not survive to see another day. When Christopher witnessed his son kneeling before Charlie, anger flared within him. "Charlie, don't you think you're taking this too far? Why are you acting like a bully?" Charlie simply replied, "You think I'm a bully?" Then, he raised his cell phone again, addressing Albert, "Albert, I'd like to add another name to the list. I want your men to hunt down this father and son duo." Albert responded immediately, "Understood, Mr. Wade. Rest assured, once you give the order, my men will act swiftly to handle this. Just let me know their names." At that moment, Christopher was trembling in fear. This was unbelievable. He never anticipated Charlie would be so ruthless. He had merely suggested that Charlie was a bully, and now he was ordering Don Albert to eliminate him as well. How could he accept such outrageous behavior? Realizing the gravity of their situation, Lady Wilson rushed to intervene. She feared for the safety of her son and grandson. "Charlie, please, just let them go and we'll leave immediately. We'll act like today never happened." Charlie shook his head. "That's not going to work. You're already here, so how could I just pretend you didn't show up?" Lady Wilson trembled, asking, "Then what do you want from us?" Charlie replied coolly, "I want you to confess to Claire, my father-in-law, and mother-in-law, the real reason for your visit today. If you are honest, I may spare them and let them go. I might even act as if you weren't here. But if I sense any dishonesty or insincerity, I'm afraid I'll have to ensure that my men start hunting them down tonight." As soon as Harold heard Charlie's words, his heart dropped, and he felt a wave of terror wash over him while he knelt on the ground. He cried out in desperation, "Grandma, please, you have to tell them the truth. Just tell Charlie what really happened. If you don't, I'm going to lose my life, I swear." Christopher, sensing the imminent trouble, quickly added, "Mom, just come clean and tell them the truth now." At this point, Lady Wilson had resigned herself to her fate. With a heavy sigh, reminiscent of a defeated rooster, she finally admitted, "Charlie is right. The reason I'm here today is that I intended to deceive all of you into moving back to the Wilson family villa. My main goal was to manipulate Claire into returning to work for the Wilson Group." Trying to shift the blame, Lady Wilson started to say, "But Charlie cut her off before she could finish. "But nothing. You've already revealed your true intentions for being here today, so you can leave now." With a bitter look, Lady Wilson shot back, "Charlie, you must let me explain. There are reasons behind my actions." Charlie replied coldly, "You're experiencing these hardships because you brought them upon yourself. You have no one to blame but yourself." He continued, "If you know what's best for you, keep quiet and leave this ward before things escalate. If you walk out right now, I can pretend this incident never happened. Otherwise." Charlie then turned to Don Albert, who was waiting on the other end of the line. "Albert, if I hear that elderly lady trying to talk back to me again, I want you to order your men to track down Christopher Wilson and Harold Wilson immediately." Don Albert replied promptly, "Mr. Wade, you can count on me. I'll follow your orders without fail." Defeated, Lady Wilson nodded in acceptance of her failure. She raised her hand weakly and beckoned the others, saying, "Let's go." Christopher, Harold, and Wendy, who had remained silent throughout, quickly helped Lady Wilson to her feet, and they exited the ward together. Once they were gone, Jacob let out a long sigh and said, his voice laced with disappointment, "I genuinely thought my mother had finally seen the error of her ways and was ready to change. Who would have guessed it was all part of her scheme?" Elaine chimed in, expressing her concern, "If the Wilson Group goes under, we'll lose our pensions." Claire turned to Charlie and smiled, saying, "Charlie, I can't thank you enough for your help. If it weren't for your warning, I would have fallen for their tricks again." Charlie smiled back and replied, "Claire, I'm your husband. You don't need to be so formal with me." He continued, "For the next few days, we need to ensure Dad gets plenty of rest in the hospital. I'll take care of him. Claire, focus on building your new company so that the Wilson family can never look down on you again." Claire nodded, her expression serious. "I understand. I'm going to give it my all this time." When Lady Wilson returned home, she felt dazed, as if she was on the verge of collapsing. Just not long ago, she had hosted an extravagant banquet at the hotel to celebrate the Wilson Group successfully signing a major contract with Grand Group. Now, in the blink of an eye, the Wilson family had fallen from grace and were facing bankruptcy. Grand Group had severed all ties, blacklisting the Wilson Group. As a result, they lost numerous partnerships and all their revenue streams. Simultaneously, the company was grappling with substantial expenses, including office rent, employee salaries, construction costs for ongoing projects, and outstanding payments to suppliers. The Wilson Group had become something akin to a bag of rice full of holes. There wasn't much rice left, and what little there was quickly spilling out, leaving the bag nearly empty. What added to Lady Wilson's frustration was the fact that her cherished granddaughter, Wendy, had once had the chance to marry Gerald from the White family. However, the White family chose to sever ties with the Wilson family. As a result, the Wilson family found itself without the backing of the White family. Lost in her thoughts, Lady Wilson couldn't hold back her tears. For years, she had been responsible for the Wilson family's well-being and had managed the operations of the Wilson Group. Yet, she never anticipated that the company would reach such a dire state under her leadership. If things continued down this path, the Wilson Group would not only face closure but would also drown in a sea of debt. Lady Wilson feared that they might even lose their beloved old villa. All of this turmoil stemmed from her own greed and selfish motives. If only she hadn't tried to claim the villa that the White family had bestowed upon Charlie, Jacob and Claire wouldn't have distanced themselves from the Wilson family. If Claire hadn't left the Wilson Group, the Imgrand Group wouldn't have turned against them. Meanwhile, Christopher was also teetering on the brink of despair. The family business was at risk, Wendy had lost her chance at happiness, and his son faced an uncertain future, all while he endured the humiliation inflicted by that so-called trash, Charlie. Christopher yearned to find a solution for the Wilson family, but it seemed there was little he could do. Wendy had been in tears ever since returning home, and it truly broke Christopher's heart. Unable to contain himself, he turned to Lady Wilson and asked, "Mom, is there really no hope left for the Wilson family and the Wilson Group?" With tears in her eyes, Lady Wilson replied, "I honestly don't know what to do anymore. If we don't declare bankruptcy and shut down the company, the debts will inevitably crush us." Christopher's voice trembled as he responded, "Mom, can't you reach out to some of your old friends for assistance? Perhaps one of them would be willing to invest in the Wilson Group and help us through this tough time." "Invest?" Lady Wilson said with a bitter smile. "Who would dare invest in the Wilson Group now that we've been blacklisted by the Imgrand Group? My old friends are avoiding me, none of them answer my calls or respond to my messages. It seems we have no true friends in this world. Everyone is just out for their own gain." Harold suddenly chimed in, "Grandma, if you believe there are no friends, then how does Charlie have so many wealthy and powerful acquaintances? They genuinely respect him and refer to him as their master. What could Charlie possibly offer them?" Lady Wilson replied, "Although Charlie is just a worthless nobody, he certainly knows how to charm people. I've heard that these wealthy individuals treat him with respect because he provides them with feng shui advice. They're all fools. Charlie is no different from those phony fortune tellers you see sitting under trees." Harold looked confused and asked, "If that's the case, why do so many powerful people believe in him?" Lady Wilson answered, "They believe in him because he hasn't made any mistakes yet. Charlie is just like those fake feng shui masters who excel at deceiving people. But eventually, everyone sees through the lies." As she spoke, her expression turned cold. "I'm convinced that Charlie will make a mistake soon. When that day comes, these wealthy individuals will realize they've been duped and will surely teach him a lesson." Harold looked at his grandmother with excitement and said, "I can't wait. I look forward to seeing Charlie get what he deserves." Lady Wilson replied bitterly, "Yes. Don't worry, that day will surely arrive." As the Wilson family sat in distress, lamenting and casting blame on Charlie, two sleek Rolls-Royce vehicles pulled up outside their villa. From the cars emerged 6 bodyguards clad in black. One of them swiftly opened the door of the rear car, allowing a distinguished middle-aged man in his 50s to step out. This man was impeccably dressed in an exquisite, handmade suit from a prestigious designer. He exuded a sense of authority and sophistication. Holding a copy of the Wilson family tree, the man inquired of his assistant, "Is this the Wilson family residing in Orris Hill?" The assistant confirmed, "Yes, Mr. Wilson. I checked with the Civil Affairs Bureau, and this is indeed the Wilson family in Orris Hill." "Very well," the middle-aged man replied, surveying the Wilson family villa. "I didn't expect the Wilson family here to be in such a state. It seems they truly are our less fortunate relatives." The assistant quickly suggested, "Mr. Wilson, perhaps we should leave now. Engaging with these less privileged individuals might be bothersome." With a subtle wave of his hand, the middle-aged man responded, Even though we've lost touch with the Orris Hill Wilson family for quite some time, my father always mentioned that someone from this branch saved his life during the Resistance War. He wished to express his gratitude in person but was unable to due to his paralysis. Thus, I felt it was important to come here on his behalf. Additionally, I wish to update our genealogy records. Curious, the assistant asked, Mr. Wilson, what's the background of your family tree? The assistant gasped, wow. It's incredible that there is such a connection and history between your families. Meanwhile, the Wilson family was huddled together, mourning their misfortunes. When the doorbell rang, Christopher quickly wiped his tears and stepped into the courtyard to answer the door. He was met by a middle-aged man, slightly older than himself, who wore an air of arrogance. Noticing the 2 Rolls-Royce vehicles and the 6 bodyguards, Christopher realized this was no ordinary visitor. He asked, "How can I assist you?" The middle-aged man smiled and inquired, "Are you a descendant of the Wilson family?" Christopher instinctively nodded, "Yes, I am part of the Wilson family." "How may I help you?" The man introduced himself, "Hello. I'm Kenneth Wilson, the head of the Wilson family from Eastcliff." "The Wilson family in Eastcliff?" Christopher responded, puzzled. "I've never heard of it before." With a smile, Kenneth explained, "We share a common ancestry and could be considered distant relatives. My father and your father were distant cousins." Surprised, Christopher asked, "Are you also a member of the Wilson family?" "Yes," Kenneth confirmed. "I'm here today because my father asked me to visit you to express his gratitude to your father in person. I'd also like to get to know you better and establish a connection for the future." As he spoke, Kenneth pulled out a business card and handed it to Christopher. "Here's my business card." Christopher took the card and was taken aback upon seeing it. Kenneth Wilson, chairman of Modest Way Group. Modest Way Group was a highly renowned publicly listed company. Overjoyed, Christopher exclaimed, "Chairman Wilson, I've admired your work for quite some time." He quickly added, "Chairman Wilson, what is the connection between your father and mine?" "My father passed away over 3 years ago." Kenneth sighed, "That's truly unfortunate. My father also passed away last year. Before he died, he often expressed a desire to meet the person who saved his life. I didn't expect his benefactor to pass away just before he could have met him." As Kenneth spoke, his voice was thick with emotion. "Since the brothers have been apart for so many decades, perhaps they will finally have the chance to meet again in heaven," he said thoughtfully. Christopher nodded in agreement and added humbly, "Chairman Wilson, why don't you come inside and take a seat?" Kenneth chuckled and replied, "All right, then. I apologize for intruding." "Not at all. You're not a bother," Christopher insisted, quickly leading Kenneth through the courtyard and into the living room. He then introduced his mother to him with great enthusiasm. "Mom! This is Kenneth Wilson, the chairman of the Modest Way Group." Lady Wilson was taken aback. Modest Way Group? That was an incredibly renowned publicly listed company. What could possibly bring the chairman of Modest Way Group to their home? Despite her confusion, she rose to greet him, her excitement palpable. "Oh! Welcome to our home, Chairman Wilson. Please forgive this old lady for not giving you a proper welcome." No, please don't worry about it," Kenneth replied with a warm smile as he extended his hands in greeting. Just then, he noticed Wendy, who had been quietly crying for a long time. Her eyes were red from her tears, and Kenneth couldn't help but think how beautiful she looked despite her sorrowful expression. His heart raced a little at the sight. Wendy was so lost in her own despair that she didn't notice the new guest in her home observing her with an unsettling intensity. Lady Wilson quickly ushered Kenneth into the living room, saying, "I never expected Chairman Wilson to visit us. It's truly an honor to have you as our guest." "You're too kind," Kenneth said with a smile. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be the head of the Wilson family, correct?" "Yes, that's right. You can just call me Lady Wilson." "No need for such formality," she replied hastily. Kenneth nodded and explained, "I'm here today to fulfill my father's last wish before he passed away." He then recounted the history shared between his father and the elder Wilson family member from long ago. The Wilson family's ancestral home was located in a small mountain village where nearly everyone shared the Wilson surname. This family had a deep-rooted lineage that had thrived for hundreds of years. With so many descendants, the family tree had grown vast, spanning generations that sometimes didn't even recognize one another as true blood relatives anymore. In their youth, Kenneth's father and Christopher's father were distantly related, having several generations between them. Nevertheless, they considered each other as distant cousins. When the Resistance War broke out, chaos ensued, and the Wilson family scattered, each fleeing for their lives. Thankfully, Kenneth's father survived that fateful day. After the war, the family was unable to reconnect, and they lost all means of finding one another. On his deathbed, Kenneth's father urged him to seek out and express gratitude to his benefactor, a wish that Kenneth didn't take seriously at the time. Though he promised to help, he ultimately forgot about his father's plea. It wasn't until a few days ago, when nightmares of his father's disappointed face plagued him, that Kenneth remembered his promise. Consulting a fortune teller revealed that his father's last wish was so powerful that it would continue to haunt him if left unfulfilled. This prompted Kenneth to invest some resources into searching for the Wilson family, which eventually led him to Orris Hill. Upon hearing this, Lady Wilson was filled with joy. This was indeed a glimmer of hope in a time of darkness. The Modest Way Group was a public corporation valued at tens of billions of dollars. With a mere snap of his fingers, Kenneth could help the Wilson family and potentially lift them from their struggles. As Lady Wilson reflected on the situation, a wave of excitement washed over her. She turned to Kenneth and exclaimed, "Oh, Chairman Wilson, your father was truly a remarkable man. He had such immense gratitude toward his savior and managed to remember everything that transpired, even after all these years." Kenneth nodded thoughtfully, letting out a sigh before responding, "Indeed, he never forgot the kindness shown to him by his benefactor. My father was always appreciative of what had been done for him, no matter how much time had passed." Then, Kenneth reached into his pocket and retrieved a luxurious jewelry box, presenting it to Lady Wilson. "My father entrusted this to me on his deathbed, insisting that I deliver it to his savior without fail. Since Lord Wilson has already passed, I would like you to have it instead, Lady Wilson." Lady Wilson assumed that Kenneth's father had intended to gift her something precious as a token of gratitude for saving his life. Eagerly, she opened the jewelry box, only to discover a rusty bullet. "What on earth is this?" Lady Wilson stared at Kenneth in disbelief and asked, "Chairman Wilson, what is the meaning of this?" Kenneth quickly explained, "This is the bullet that was removed from my father's leg all those years ago. His savior used a pocket knife to extract it, and my father kept it as a memento. Before he passed, he asked me to give this to his savior as a keepsake." Lady Wilson nearly lost her composure. What the heck? Her husband had saved Kenneth's father's life, and in return, all he received was a rusty old bullet to commemorate that day. Was this truly the extent of their gratitude? This bullet wasn't worth a single penny. It had even been lodged in a human body. Why was Kenneth offering her this worthless item instead of something of real value, like $18 million, which could help them navigate their current difficulties? With a heavy sigh, Lady Wilson attempted to mask her disappointment and commented, "I never anticipated that your father would be such a kind and honorable man. Surely, if he knew our Wilson family was facing a crisis, he would extend a helping hand, wouldn't he?" Kenneth was taken aback. Was this what relatives did? They had just met, and she was already asking him for financial assistance? However, remembering his purpose in honoring the old man's wishes, he chose to remain polite. "Lady Wilson, may I inquire about the significant crisis your family is currently facing?" Lady Wilson promptly explained, "We run a construction and refurbishments company called the Wilson Group. Once thriving, we are now encountering serious issues with our capital chain, and bankruptcy looms over us. Some financial assistance would truly help us survive these tough times." Kenneth listened intently, nodding slightly before offering a reassuring smile. "Lady Wilson, you appear to be a very fortunate person. Don't stress too much. I'm confident that the Wilson family will find a way to overcome this crisis." Hearing his words, Lady Wilson felt a surge of frustration. She had shared their family's predicament in hopes that he would feel compelled to help and provide them with the financial support they desperately needed, especially considering his father owed her husband a great debt of gratitude for saving his life. Shouldn't he offer something more substantial in return? Instead, all Kenneth had said was that she looked blessed and that the family would surely endure this hardship. If it weren't for his esteemed status, Lady Wilson would have been tempted to confront Kenneth directly. At that moment, Kenneth's gaze shifted to Wendy, who still bore a look of desperation on her face. He smiled warmly and remarked, "Lady Wilson, it seems you haven't introduced the other members of your family to me yet?" Lady Wilson followed his gaze and quickly realized he was interested in Wendy. In that instant, a clever idea sparked in her mind. As she contemplated the situation, she quickly introduced her eldest son, saying, "This is my son, Christopher." Kenneth gave a slight nod to Christopher, but his interest seemed minimal. Next, Lady Wilson turned to Harold, introducing him with a smile. "Chairman Wilson, this is my grandson, Harold." In a rush, Harold greeted him, "Hello, Chairman Wilson. I hope to be in your good graces in the future." Kenneth merely nodded and kept his gaze fixed on Wendy, despite Lady Wilson not having introduced her yet. Finally, Lady Wilson beamed as she presented Wendy to Kenneth. "Chairman Wilson, this is my granddaughter, Wendy." Upon hearing this, Kenneth let out a huge sigh of relief. This was his first visit to the Wilson family, and he had been anxious about whether Wendy might be Harold's wife. If that were the case, his plans would be thwarted. However, realizing that she was also part of the Wilson family ignited a spark of excitement within Kenneth. While Wendy might not be the most stunning person in the world, she certainly had her own charm. After all, Gerald from the White family had shown interest in her. It was unfortunate that Wendy had always found herself overshadowed by Claire, who was renowned as one of the most beautiful individuals in the Wilson family and across Orris Hill. This left Wendy with little opportunity to shine on her own. Yet, with Claire absent and Wendy's eyes and nose reddened from crying, a protective instinct stirred within Kenneth. Noticing Kenneth's interest in Wendy, Lady Wilson quickly added, "Chairman Wilson, Wendy is 24 years old and still single. If you know any suitable young men, please consider introducing them to her." In truth, Lady Wilson wasn't genuinely seeking an introduction, she was hinting that her granddaughter was still available, and Kenneth might have a chance if he desired. This suggestion was particularly tempting for Kenneth. As he grew older and his wife aged as well, he had lost interest in her long ago. With his wife not accompanying him to Orris Hill, Kenneth saw this as an opportunity to indulge himself. If he could take this chance to have some fun with Wendy, it would be a delightful turn of events. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Kenneth reached out to Wendy with a smile, saying, "Miss Wendy, you are so lovely. How is it that you don't have a boyfriend?" It would have been better if he had kept quiet. The moment he spoke, Wendy's eyes filled with tears again. She felt a wave of sadness wash over her. The Wilson family was in turmoil, and she feared losing everything she had ever desired. Gerald treated her like an outcast, avoiding her at all costs. He refused to marry her, and wouldn't even meet her requests for a conversation. Feeling desolate, she couldn't help but compare herself to her cousin Claire, who seemed to be thriving. A plethora of wealthy and influential people had attended Claire's opening ceremony. How could Wendy not feel a surge of anger and frustration? Seeing Wendy in tears again made Kenneth feel a pang of distress. He quickly asked, "Oh, why are you crying, Miss Wendy?" Lady Wilson interjected, "Didn't I mention that our family is facing a significant crisis? Wendy has a deep attachment to our family business, and she's upset because it seems the Wilson Group might go bankrupt. For the past few days, she has been pleading with me to help save the company, but as an elderly woman, what can I do? I can only watch helplessly as my beloved granddaughter weeps in despair." Kenneth did not hesitate and responded, "Miss Wendy, if you need assistance, please don't hesitate to reach out to me. I'm quite capable and would be glad to help you." Lady Wilson felt a surge of happiness when Kenneth agreed to lend a helping hand to the Wilson family. However, Wendy was far from pleased. Her mind was nowhere near the Wilson Group. In reality, she held no interest in the Wilson Group whatsoever. All that truly mattered to her was marrying a wealthy young man, someone who would make her the envy of others and elevate her status. Besides, the Wilson Group was merely one of the many assets owned by the Wilson family. Why should it concern her? The most disheartening aspect for Wendy was Gerald's apparent indifference towards her, which left her feeling uncertain about her future. Wendy had no concern for the fate of the Wilson Group. Noticing her daughter's lack of interest, Lady Wilson quickly nudged her and said, "Wendy, why are you lost in thought? You need to thank Chairman Wilson." Wendy was taken aback, glancing up as she replied, "Why on earth should I thank him?" Lady Wilson's anger flared at this response. "Of course you should. Chairman Wilson is going out of his way to assist the Wilson Group. Are you really that clueless?" In response, Wendy blurted out, "I only care about Gerald. I couldn't care less about the Wilson Group." "You foolish girl." Lady Wilson was so enraged that she raised her hand and slapped Wendy across the face. With her voice raised, Lady Wilson exclaimed, "I'm already stressed about the future of our family and the Wilson Group, and all you can think about is Gerald from the White family? You're driving me crazy. Why can't you help lighten my load instead? You are utterly useless." Wendy was taken aback, shocked that her grandmother would hit her without reason. After a moment, she cried out, "You've lost it. Why did you hit me? What does the Wilson Group have to do with me? I don't even work for them. If you're going to hit someone, why not take it out on that B*TCH, Claire?" Lady Wilson was left speechless. She never imagined Wendy would dare to defy her. Just as she was about to retaliate, Wendy turned and bolted out of the house. This was quite a turn of events. Embarrassed, Lady Wilson shouted at Christopher, "Go after her and bring her back." "All right," Christopher nodded, looking somewhat awkward. "I'll go after her right away." Feeling humiliated, Lady Wilson turned to Kenneth and said, "Chairman Wilson, I sincerely apologize for what you just witnessed. I'm truly embarrassed. You must think we're a complete joke." Kenneth did feel a bit uncomfortable, but he managed a smile and said, "I believe Miss Wendy has been triggered by something." "What exactly happened?" "Well," Lady Wilson sighed heavily before explaining, "it's a long story, and it all stems from having a despicable son-in-law in the Wilson family." She then confided in Kenneth about how Charlie had caused Claire and Jacob to sever ties with the Wilson family. Lady Wilson placed the blame on Charlie for the decline of the Wilson Group's former glory and even claimed he was responsible for ruining Wendy's marriage prospects with the White family. However, Lady Wilson's account was not entirely truthful. The story she told Kenneth was riddled with exaggerations and lies, as she shifted all the blame onto Charlie and Jacob's family, claiming they had betrayed the Wilson family and forced her to kneel and beg. Kenneth felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing her words and could only sigh, "Wow. It's hard to believe there are such unscrupulous children and grandchildren in this day and age." Lady Wilson wiped her tears and looked at Kenneth with pleading eyes, saying, "Chairman Wilson, as the chair of Modest Way Group, if you could assist us, the Wilson family would surely be able to make a strong comeback." "Oh," Kenneth said, smiling awkwardly. "To be honest, I have to be very careful when it comes to investing. First, I would need to evaluate the specific situation of the Wilson Group to see if there's any real value in investing. After that, I'd have to decide how much money I want to commit and how long it might take to see a return on that investment. Only after considering all these factors can I decide whether to invest in the Wilson Group." Lady Wilson was well aware of the turmoil the Wilson Group was in. Given their current predicament, it was unlikely anyone would want to invest in them at all. Why would they? Pouring tens of millions of dollars into the Wilson Group seemed futile. If the Emgrand Group had chosen to blacklist them, it was clear that no other investors would be willing to collaborate with the Wilson Group either. Additionally, the Wilson Group specialized in renovation and refurbishment, a business that inherently relied on cooperation from others. If everyone refused to work with them, they would essentially become a stagnant company with no projects to undertake. Thus, in light of the current circumstances, it seemed that only a fool would consider investing in the Wilson Group. Lady Wilson recognized Kenneth as a very astute individual, someone who would only extend help if there was something in it for him. After a moment of contemplation, Lady Wilson suggested, "Chairman Wilson, how about this? Since you're already in Oris Hill and we are family, my husband is connected to your father, I believe we should take the opportunity to get to know each other better. Why don't you stay at the Wilson family villa during your time here?" Kenneth pondered her proposal and replied, "Well, I am still an outsider. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward for me to stay in your home? Especially since Miss Wendy will also be present." In truth, Kenneth was no novice. He had carefully considered his response. He knew that if he directly asked Lady Wilson about Wendy's presence, he would inadvertently reveal his true intentions. Instead, he framed his question to appear as if he was being considerate of Wendy's comfort, hoping to receive an indirect answer from Lady Wilson. If Lady Wilson reassured him that Wendy wouldn't be staying, he would decline her invitation. Conversely, if she indicated that Wendy would indeed be around but that it wouldn't be a problem, he would gladly accept the offer. Lady Wilson was aware of Kenneth's motives. Her invitation for him to stay was a strategic move to encourage Wendy to get closer to Kenneth. If all went as planned, Kenneth would likely be persuaded to invest in the Wilson Group. As the chairman of Modest Way Group, his investment could not only resolve their financial troubles but also bolster the Wilson family's reputation. This could pave the way for their return to former glory. With a smile, Lady Wilson said, "Don't worry, Wendy is a sensible girl. She will definitely welcome you to our home. And while our villa may be a bit old, it's still a standalone property where no outsiders would know you're here." Feeling reassured, Kenneth nodded and said, "In that case, I'll graciously accept your invitation. I have some business to attend to in Oris Hill over the next few days, and this will give me a chance to know you and your family better before I decide on investing in the Wilson Group." "Okay," Lady Wilson exclaimed, her excitement evident. "That's wonderful. I'll have someone tidy up the guest room right away." Lowering her voice, she added, "Chairman Wilson, just so you know, Wendy's room is directly across from the guest room you'll be using. Please feel free to reach out to her if you need anything." Kenneth felt a rush of excitement at her words. Perfect. It seemed the old lady had truly orchestrated everything for him. Though he had ample wealth and plenty of women vying for his attention, he knew that if he strayed outside his marriage, his wife would surely find out. However, staying at the Wilson family villa would provide cover. If he and Wendy were to grow closer, he wouldn't have to worry about his wife discovering their affair. After all, from her perspective, this was family, and he was here to honor his father's last wishes. Therefore, she wouldn't suspect a thing. Wendy dashed out of the house, still reeling from the slap she received from Lady Wilson. Just as she was about to escape the courtyard, Christopher intervened, stopping her in her tracks. Christopher urged her to return inside, but Wendy was resolute in her refusal. In her mind, Lady Wilson was the root of all her troubles. If it weren't for her, would Wendy really be in such a dire situation? Fueled by anger, Wendy felt an overwhelming urge to run as far from home as possible. But her resolve began to waver when she recalled her father's words. At that moment, Christopher earnestly said, "Wendy, where do you think you'll go if you run away? You don't have a job or a place to stay out there. Being a girl, it's not easy for you to find work and rent a place, especially now. I know your grandma can be difficult, but what other choice do we have? She is still the head of the Wilson family." Wendy paused, contemplating her father's perspective. It dawned on her that leaving the Wilson family villa would leave her with nowhere to turn. She realized how humiliating it would be for the second young lady of the Wilson family to be found wandering the streets, homeless. With a heavy heart, she expressed her frustration, saying, "Dad, Grandma is just too controlling. I can't handle her anymore. Why don't we consider moving out?" Christopher sighed deeply before replying, "Move out? If we do that now, we risk losing everything. Your grandmother may only have a few years left. Once she's gone, the Wilson family villa and all its assets will come to us. This is our home. If we leave now, your second uncle and his family could swoop in and take it back, and we'd be left with nothing." Wendy felt a wave of realization wash over her. Even though Claire's family currently had a strained relationship with Lady Wilson, if they were to return to the villa, they would undoubtedly try to claim it for themselves. As these thoughts raced through her mind, Wendy began to cry once more. "But I can't keep living like this. I can't stand her anymore. Seeing his daughter so distressed, Christopher felt compelled to comfort her. Try not to dwell on it. We have a guest in our home right now, and we mustn't give a bad impression. Once he leaves, I promise I'll give you some money for a little getaway to help you relax, okay? Wendy nodded slightly, agreeing to her father's plan. All right, then. As they returned to the villa together, Lady Wilson had just escorted Kenneth to the guest room and was coming down the stairs. Upon seeing Wendy back, Lady Wilson hurried over, her demeanor changed. Wendy, I was wrong earlier. I'm sorry for acting impulsively and hitting you. I truly apologize and hope you can forgive me. Lady Wilson was eager for Wendy to help sway Kenneth's opinion, so she took the first step by offering her apology. Wendy was taken aback by her grandmother's gesture. It was quite rare for the strong-willed Lady Wilson to apologize to anyone, and Wendy felt a sense of relief wash over her. Taking Wendy's hand, Lady Wilson led her to the living room sofa. Wendy, do you understand that our family is currently facing a significant crisis? Wendy nodded, acknowledging her grandmother's words. Yes, Grandma. I'm aware. Since the White family called off your engagement to Gerald, everyone in Oris Hill views you as a laughingstock. Although I hate to bring it up, it's the truth, and you need to recognize it, right? At Lady Wilson's words, Wendy's tears flowed again. Everyone in Oris Hill knew her as the woman who had been rejected by the White family. The prospect of marrying another wealthy man seemed utterly impossible for her now. At least in Oris Hill, that dream felt completely out of reach. This was the ideal arrangement for his secret escapades. Wendy felt a deep sense of despair about her future. Wiping the tears from her cheeks, Lady Wilson spoke with a serious tone. Wendy, you were once the princess of our household. I've always spoiled you, just as your parents and your brother did. You didn't prioritize your studies, and even after graduation, you hesitated to enter the workforce, which was somewhat acceptable back then. However, times have changed. Our family is no longer what it used to be. Wendy, it's time for you to transform. You must mature and take on some responsibilities for the Wilson family, or we will only continue to face hardships. Wendy nodded and replied, Grandma, I'm really sorry. I was too carefree in my past, and I didn't learn anything of value. I regret not being able to contribute to our family. Lady Wilson gently held Wendy's hand and said earnestly, Wendy, the past is behind us. You will always be my beloved granddaughter. How could I ever hold you accountable for anything? Then, with a hopeful tone, Lady Wilson added, right now, there's a fantastic opportunity on the horizon for you. It could help us overcome our family crisis and allow you to rise up again. Are you ready to seize this chance? Wendy's excitement surged as she responded eagerly, yes, Grandma. I want that. Christopher and Harold, overhearing Lady Wilson's words, quickly approached them. With enthusiasm, Christopher asked his mother, Mom, what kind of opportunity are you talking about? Lady Wilson replied seriously, I'm referring to Chairman Wilson, the one who is currently staying in the guest room upstairs, Kenneth Wilson. Him? Christopher asked in disbelief. Has he agreed to help us? No, Lady Wilson shook her head. He told me we aren't related, and he's only here to honor his father's last wish. He has no obligation to assist us. Confused, Christopher pressed on, so, what do you mean then? Lady Wilson clarified, I mean that Wendy should take this opportunity to get closer to Kenneth. I can sense that he has an interest in her. Shocked, Christopher blurted out, Mom. Are you suggesting Wendy spend the night with him? He's older than I am. So what? Lady Wilson retorted. Does his age matter? Gerald wasn't exactly young either, yet Wendy was in a long-term relationship with him, even facing an abortion because of it. In the end, what did he give her? He only caused her pain. But that was a normal relationship. Christopher argued anxiously. Wendy and Gerald were a loving couple. Chairman Wilson is an old man. Lady Wilson responded solemnly, and what if he is? He's wealthy and influential, with access to resources and connections. If Wendy aligns herself with him, she can have anything she desires. Desperately, Christopher shook his head. No way. I can tolerate what happened with Gerald, but as her father, I cannot accept an intimate relationship between Wendy and Chairman Wilson. You can't accept it? Lady Wilson scoffed. Then can you accept living in poverty? If the Wilson Group collapses, what do you think you'll inherit from me? This old villa? Keep in mind that we owe a significant amount to the bank. When we go bankrupt, the court will reclaim this villa. It might not matter to me since my time is limited, but what will you do? How will your family survive? Will you all live in a rundown building like Jacob's family? Christopher fell silent, struck by her words. He didn't want to betray his daughter, but he also didn't want to face poverty. Amidst his turmoil, Wendy, who had been quiet, finally spoke up. Grandma, if he can help the Wilson Group, I'm willing to spend the night with him. But I have one condition. Lady Wilson's eyes lit up with excitement. What's your condition? Wendy took a deep breath and said, I want to become the director of the Wilson Group. I want to hold the same position that Claire did when she worked there. That night, after taking a refreshing shower, Wendy simply wrapped a towel around herself and knocked on Kenneth's door. Wendy did not emerge from Kenneth's room for the rest of the night. The next morning, Christopher and Hannah's expressions were quite grim. They felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them as they watched Kenneth descend the stairs alongside Wendy. Noticing their discomfort and understanding that they might be displeased with him due to his relationship with Wendy, Kenneth quickly reassured them, saying, I have decided to invest $80 million in the Wilson family to help rebuild the Wilson Group. To demonstrate my sincerity, I would like to transfer $10 million to the Wilson Group today. The remaining $70 million will be paid within a month. Upon hearing this announcement, the excitement in the Wilson family was palpable. Christopher and Hannah's initial embarrassment faded, and they began to treat Kenneth as a cherished guest. Lady Wilson was particularly thrilled. With Kenneth's promise of an immediate $10 million transfer, she felt relief wash over her, knowing that the Wilson Group could kickstart its operations with Wendy as the new director. The Wilson family was elated to have navigated this crisis, and they even contemplated celebrating the moment with a pair of firecrackers. Kenneth graciously accepted their praises with a smile. He promptly instructed his finance team to transfer $10 million to the Wilson Group to help them through their financial troubles. In addition, Kenneth personally transferred $5 million to Wendy as pocket money. He appreciated Wendy's efforts in ensuring he had a wonderful time the previous night. At his age, in his 50s, he hadn't felt such excitement in years. Wendy rejuvenated his spirit, making him feel youthful and vibrant once again. In just one night, Kenneth's affection for Wendy grew significantly, leading him to consider keeping her as his mistress for the long term. After the funds were transferred, Kenneth addressed Lady Wilson and Wendy's parents at the dining table, saying, Lady Wilson, Christopher, and my family, I hope you will entertain a special request from me. Still buzzing with excitement, Lady Wilson replied enthusiastically, Chairman Wilson, we are family. You don't need to be so formal. Just tell us what you need. You are not only an elder of the Wilson family but also our benefactor. We would never dream of turning down your requests. Kenneth glanced at Wendy before continuing, since Wendy and I share a mutual understanding in this relationship, I believe that there is genuine love between us, despite our age difference. Therefore, I hope you will allow Wendy to become my lover. I promise to support the Wilson family wholeheartedly and to treat Wendy with the utmost care and affection. Although Wendy still felt a bit hesitant about the older man, she couldn't resist the allure of his wealth. Having received $5 million from Kenneth, she was naturally pleased to hear of his desire to keep her as his lover. With Kenneth by her side, her future looked secure, filled with money and influence. Lady Wilson was equally thrilled by Kenneth's proposal and immediately expressed her approval, stating, Chairman Wilson, since both you and Wendy are in agreement, I wholeheartedly support your relationship. Christopher found it somewhat difficult to accept the situation, yet when considering the future of the Wilson family, he finally conceded, all right then. You both can decide this matter for yourselves. We have no objections. However, Hannah still harbored some reservations and voiced her concerns. Chairman Wilson, I understand you already have a family. Wendy is still unmarried. If news of your relationship gets out, how will Wendy find a husband in the future? Kenneth responded quickly, "Don't worry. When the time is right, I will certainly make Wendy my wife." This declaration sent ripples of excitement through the family. He was going to marry Wendy. Wouldn't that mean the Wilson family would join the ranks of a publicly listed group? This was nothing short of incredible. To further demonstrate his sincerity, Kenneth added, "As you all know, I have numerous business interests in Eastcliff, and I serve as the chairman of the Eastcliff Chamber of Commerce. I will do everything in my power to assist the Wilson family in becoming the leading and most influential family in Orris Hill." The Wilson family was overjoyed by this promise. Wendy, overwhelmed with emotion, began to cry as she hugged Kenneth's waist in front of her grandmother, parents, and brother. She felt as though she finally had the opportunity to shine. Kenneth continued, "By the way, a decoration industry summit is happening in Orris Hill in just 2 days. I've received an invitation to attend, and I want to bring all of you with me. At the summit, I will introduce the Wilson Group to everyone and announce my decision to invest in the Wilson Group." At that moment, Wendy playfully asked, "Kenneth, how will you introduce me to everyone?" Kenneth smiled and replied, "You might have to endure a little inconvenience for now. I'll tell everyone that I'm your uncle. When the time is right, I'll divorce that old woman at home and marry you." Wendy was ecstatic and whispered, "Kenneth, that's amazing news. I want to be by your side and grow old with you." Kenneth gently held her smooth hand and said, "Don't worry, my love. I promise we will stay together forever." The Wilson family was in no rush to announce their comeback to the public, which meant Charlie was completely unaware of the situation. For the past few days, Charlie had been shuttling between the hospital and their home, taking care of the elderly man who was recovering in the hospital. Jacob was no longer in critical condition, he only needed a few more days of rest in the hospital to fully recuperate. During this time, Charlie had been preparing and delivering meals to Jacob. The news of Jacob's miraculous recovery from paraplegia spread across the hospital, creating a nationwide sensation. Most in the medical field found it hard to believe that such a miracle could happen in the country. However, many were relieved to learn that it was thanks to the genius doctor, Anthony Simmons. Everyone recognized Anthony's remarkable medical skills, and he held a stellar reputation in the field. After successfully curing a paraplegia patient, Anthony's fame skyrocketed, positioning him as one of the leading medical practitioners in the country. Countless reporters surrounded Anthony, eager for interviews, and many even traveled from abroad to request a meeting with him. Meanwhile, leading pharmaceutical companies sought collaborations to develop treatments and drugs for paraplegia. However, Anthony declined all these offers. He didn't want to overshadow Charlie's abilities, as he understood that those remarkable talents belonged to Charlie, not him. To show his respect and gratitude towards Charlie, Anthony resolved to remain in Orris Hill. He believed that the best way to repay Charlie's kindness was to stay nearby. Thus, he decided to establish a medical clinic in Orris Hill, allowing him to provide patient care and easily follow any of Charlie's instructions. His granddaughter, Zyla, was thrilled to hear that her grandfather would be staying in Orris Hill. She was so excited that she struggled to find the words to express her joy. At her age, she was eager to marry and easily attracted to strong, competent men. Which woman could resist the allure of a powerful man? Zyla had long been captivated by Charlie, and whenever she closed her eyes, his handsome, aloof face filled her thoughts. Though she knew Charlie was already married, like many other girls, Zyla sensed that the bond between Charlie and Claire wasn't particularly deep. This made her believe she still had a chance to win Charlie's heart. If she could remain in Orris Hill, her chances of connecting with Charlie would certainly increase. After delivering a meal to Jacob, Charlie was on his way home when he received a phone call from Anthony. Speaking respectfully, Anthony said, "Mr. Wade, I've rented a space near Mrs. Wade's studio to open a medical clinic. I'll be staying in Orris Hill long term. If you need anything or have any tasks for me, don't hesitate to call." Charlie nodded and replied, "Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Early the next morning, Claire awoke and decided to apply some makeup. After she finished, Charlie felt a surge of excitement. She looked absolutely stunning. Curious, he asked Claire, "Dear wife, you usually head to work without any makeup. What's the occasion today? Are you meeting someone special?" On a typical day, Claire would leave the house without a trace of makeup, as her natural beauty was more than enough. With her pink, rosy complexion, she seldom felt the need to enhance her appearance. Claire replied earnestly, "Today is the Decoration Industry Summit in Oris Hill. Why don't you join me? It's a rare honor for the organizer to invite me, especially since I just launched my company. This is a fantastic chance for me to make a mark in the industry. I really want to establish myself and perform well in the future." Charlie's expression shifted to surprise as he asked, "Who is sponsoring this summit? You just started your company, why would they invite you?" With a smile, Claire explained, "The summit is organized by Grand Group. I received an invitation letter from Doris, the vice chairman of Grand." "Ah, that makes sense," Charlie mused. He usually didn't keep up with corporate affairs, so he was unaware that Grand Group was behind the summit. He also sensed that Doris might have arranged this summit intentionally to support Claire and help her company gain visibility. In essence, it seemed like a setup for his wife to showcase her talents on a larger stage. Once Claire was satisfied with her makeup, she urged Charlie to put on a suit before they headed out together. Upon arriving at the venue, they found it packed with attendees. Many middle-aged men in suits and leather shoes were there, often accompanied by attractive women. Charlie, lacking connections in the decoration and refurbishment sectors, felt a bit out of place. However, Claire had spent considerable time in this industry while working for the Wilson Group, so she quickly recognized and greeted a few familiar faces upon entering. As Charlie accompanied Claire during her conversations, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathering around a middle-aged man, who was being praised and applauded. With keen eyes, Charlie immediately recognized the woman beside the middle-aged man, Wendy. Intrigued, he asked Claire, "Wife, didn't the Wilson Group go bankrupt? What's Wendy doing here?" Claire glanced over and shook her head, saying, "I'm not sure who decided to invest in the Wilson Group. They've resumed their business operations over the past few days." Charlie frowned at this news. Investing in the Wilson Group? Who would take that risk? Given the Wilson family's conflicts with the White family, the Moore family, and the Quinton family, everyone knew that Grand Group had blacklisted the Wilson Group. What kind of investor would back the Wilson family now? Was this investor out of their mind? Just then, Charlie overheard two people nearby whispering, and one remarked, "Hey! Isn't that Kenneth Wilson, the chairman of Modest Way Group?" "That's Chairman Wilson," the other replied, astonished. "So, he's also the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce?" "Yes, that's him." "How did someone from Eastcliff manage to become the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce?" "The Modest Way Group operates numerous businesses nationwide. He likely became chairman because the Moore family didn't compete for that position. Otherwise, they could have taken it easily." Charlie continued to frown, absorbing their conversation. It turned out that the man Wendy was embracing was none other than the chairman of a publicly listed company in Eastcliff. To make things even more intriguing, the man's last name was Wilson. Could he possibly be related to them? Charlie couldn't help but ask Claire, "Dear, do you know if there's any connection between the Wilson family and this Kenneth Wilson? Is he a distant relative?" "I'm not sure," Claire responded. "I've never heard of him before." "That's odd," Charlie mumbled. Typically, the chairman of a public-listed company worth billions wouldn't associate with someone from the lower ranks like the Wilson family, much less someone like Wendy. "Do you think there might be something inappropriate going on between them?" Claire quickly retorted, "Don't say that. That man looks older than my uncle. There's no way they could be having an affair." Meanwhile, Wendy was filled with joy and excitement, basking in the attention of the crowd. For once, she was the center of it all. Kenneth, standing beside her, was not just the chairman of a public-listed group, he was also the head of the Chamber of Commerce. Naturally, all the businessmen present were eager to befriend him to gain his favor. As Kenneth introduced Wendy to the crowd, he referred to her as his niece and the future heir of the Wilson family. He even announced his investment in the Wilson Group, which instantly transformed the crowd's demeanor towards Wendy, making them exceedingly polite and respectful. People who once ignored the Wilson family were now lining up to collaborate with the Wilson Group, all eager to get into Kenneth's good graces. They hurriedly exchanged business cards and contact information with Wendy, hoping to establish a partnership. Wendy felt a surge of excitement as she finally understood the kind of treatment upper-class individuals received from society. She experienced firsthand the allure of power. Once looked down upon, the Wilson family now had a newfound status, all thanks to her decision to embrace Kenneth. Wendy had transformed into a sought-after figure in the renovation and refurbishment industry. She couldn't help but reflect on how materialistic everyone seemed. At that moment, her thoughts turned to Claire. Didn't Claire think she was so impressive? Hadn't she mocked Wendy for being dumped by Gerald from the White family? Now, Wendy was not only involved with the much wealthier Kenneth but had also become a director of the Wilson Group. Even her grandmother had to show her respect. How could Claire possibly compare to her? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Wendy remembered that Claire would also be attending this industry summit, having just launched her own business and set up her studio. She began to wonder if Claire was already at the event. So, she stood on her tiptoes, scanning the crowd for Claire. Sure enough, an extremely beautiful figure soon caught her eye. It was Claire. And, of course, that so-called worthless husband, Charlie, was with her. Wendy gritted her teeth in frustration. Today, she would teach Claire a lesson and humiliate her just as she had been humiliated before. Determined, Wendy grabbed Kenneth's arm and said, "My cousin and her useless husband are here too. Let's go over and say hello." Kenneth nodded in agreement, saying, "Wendy, since they've insulted and belittled you so much in the past, I'll ensure they face the consequences for their actions today." Wendy felt a wave of gratitude and exclaimed, "Kenneth, you are so kind to me." Kenneth smiled gently and replied, "Of course, it's only natural for me to treat you well." Then, with a sneer, he added, "Where are your cousins and that worthless husband you mentioned? Take me to meet them now. I'll make sure they learn a lesson today so they know how to behave in the future. I'll also see to it that everyone in the Chamber of Commerce blacklists them. Who gave them the audacity to bully my woman? They must be tired of living." Wendy was bubbling with excitement as she thought about finally getting her chance to take revenge on Claire and Charlie. Grabbing Kenneth's arm enthusiastically, she led him straight toward the couple. As they neared, Wendy sneered, "Oh, look who's here. The woman kicked out of the Wilson family and the son-in-law who's nothing but trash. Are either of you even qualified to be at this summit?" With a contemptuous glance, she assessed Claire and added, "Claire, you just opened your studio, and you don't even have a single employee. Do you really think your little company deserves a place at an industry summit like this? And Grand Group must be blind to invite you here today." Charlie, noticing Wendy's approach, responded coolly, "Wendy, weren't you just begging us for mercy a few days ago? Your grandmother slapped you for being disrespectful to me. Have you forgotten that? Maybe you should focus on yourself instead." Furious at the reminder of her past humiliation, Wendy shouted, "Charlie! How dare you talk to me like that? I'm not the same Wendy anymore. From now on, if you want to speak to me, you'll need to kneel." Charlie replied with disdain, "I don't think anyone in this world has the power to make me kneel. I will never bow to anyone for no reason. And do you really think you're someone special enough to demand that from me?" Wendy scoffed, "Charlie, do you really believe you're impressive just because you can fool some wealthy people? You think you can walk all over the Wilson family? We're not what we used to be." Charlie smiled, intrigued, "So, have you finally found someone to save the Wilson family?" Wendy pointed triumphantly at Kenneth, declaring, "This is Kenneth Wilson, the chairman of Modest Way Group. He's part of the Wilson family now. He's decided to invest in us so we can revive the Wilson Group. You, Charlie, are just a useless piece of trash, and you think you can act arrogantly in front of me?" Kenneth could blacklist Claire's studio with a single word. "Then you'll have nowhere to turn in Oris Hill." With a malicious grin, Wendy turned to Claire, exclaiming, "Claire! Did you really think you were so great? Did you believe Grand Group would help you blacklist the Wilson Group? Let me tell you something, things have changed. With Chairman Wilson on our side, the Wilson Group will rise, not fall. And you, Claire. I'll ensure everyone in Oris Hill knows to blacklist you and your studio. You'll end up with nothing, and then you'll be begging me and my grandmother for mercy." Claire remained unfazed by Wendy's outburst. With calmness, she replied, "Don't worry. While I may not be powerful or capable, I am definitely a better person than you. You once knelt before me asking for money, but I will never kneel to you for any amount." Wendy was taken aback by Claire's indifference, clearly frustrated that her threats had no effect on her. Claire's strong demeanor only fueled Wendy's anger further. "Claire, how can you remain so arrogant when you're about to lose everything? Just wait. Chairman Wilson will make sure you and your family are thrown out on the streets." Charlie looked at Kenneth beside Wendy with a smile. "So, according to Wendy, it seems you're here to avenge the Wilson family." Kenneth, however, was lost in thought, staring at Claire. Although Wendy was attractive, he found Claire to be far more beautiful. He was momentarily captivated by her exceptional looks, but a wave of unease washed over him. Having invested $15 million in someone like Wendy, who paled in comparison to Claire, left him feeling frustrated. He had put $10 million into the Wilson Group and given Wendy $5 million as pocket money. Yet here was Charlie, a seemingly useless son-in-law, with a stunning wife like Claire. Kenneth found this deeply irritating. Kenneth scanned Charlie from head to toe, a sneer forming on his lips as he remarked, "So, you're the worthless son-in-law of the Wilson family?" Charlie responded with a casual air, "Yes, that's me. How can I assist you?" Kenneth's voice turned icy as he retorted, "I've heard that you've insulted and humiliated Wendy in the past. I'm here to make you pay for what you've done to her." Charlie nodded, his tone dismissive. "Well, we don't have all day. If you want to avenge her, you'd best get on with it." Kenneth had anticipated that revealing his identity and making a few threatening comments would make Charlie grovel, but he was taken aback when this so-called trash spoke back with such audacity. Gritting his teeth, Kenneth said, "You seem quite arrogant. For someone in your position. Do you even know who I am?" Charlie smirked and replied, "To me, you're just a worthless piece of trash. Your identity means nothing to me." Kenneth seethed with anger. "I may be Kenneth Wilson, but I'm well respected and powerful here in Oris Hill. You're the first person to ever speak to me like this." Charlie's smile faded as he locked eyes with Kenneth, his voice steady and clear. "In Oris Hill, even if you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down before me. If you're a dragon, you'll have to bow your head. I, Charlie Wade, am the one true dragon here." Taken aback by Charlie's piercing gaze, Kenneth struggled to regain his composure. He sneered, "Wendy was right. You're nothing but a braggart. Do you really think someone like you could be a dragon? You're disgusting. To me, you're just a worm." Kenneth then deliberately turned to Claire, grinning as he said, "Miss Claire, I've heard about your beauty long before today. Now that I see you in person, I must say, you truly are stunning. I can't fathom why you'd want to spend your life with this useless husband. Why not come with me instead? I'll treat you well and ensure a brighter future." After making his pitch, Kenneth gestured toward Wendy and added, "Look, Wendy agreed to be with me, and I gave her $5 million as pocket money. If you choose to be with me, I'll give you $10 million. Claire shot him an angry glare. "You're utterly shameless." Kenneth chuckled, "I might be a bit shameless, but I assure you, I'm quite skilled in bed. After one night with me, you'll surely fall for me." Unable to tolerate Kenneth's lewd comments any longer, Charlie raised his fist and struck Kenneth squarely in the face. Bam! Kenneth hit the ground instantly, his nose broken and 4 of his front teeth knocked out by a single blow. The shock in the hall was palpable as everyone turned their attention to Kenneth, now writhing in pain on the floor. No one could believe that someone would dare to strike Kenneth Wilson. He was not only the chairman of Modestway Group but also the head of the Chamber of Commerce. He held immense power and wealth, making it a death wish for anyone to challenge him. Meanwhile, Kenneth lay on the ground, blood streaming from his face, pointing at Charlie as he shouted in agony and fury, You worthless scum! How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay." Charlie retorted, "Not only am I going to hit you, but I'm also going to end you." With that, Charlie raised his leg and stomped down on Kenneth's groin, saying, "Chairman Wilson, didn't you claim to enjoy spending nights with women? Well, from now on, you can say goodbye to that. When Kenneth noticed Charlie stepping on his crotch, fear washed over him, and he turned pale in an instant. Despite viewing Charlie as nothing more than a nuisance he could easily dismiss, Kenneth understood that if Charlie continued this way, he would undoubtedly lose his manhood. Even if he managed to rid himself of Charlie later on, what good would it do him? By then, his manhood would already be gone. As a man of wealth and influence, Kenneth was accustomed to having plenty of women around him. Losing his manhood was not an option. How was that any different from losing his life? In a desperate plea, he called out, "Brother Wade. Brother Wade. Let's discuss this calmly." Charlie smirked and replied, "Why? Are you scared?" Cold sweat dripped down Kenneth's face as he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "I know I was wrong. I truly regret my ignorance. Please, just let me off this once." Yet, in the back of Kenneth's mind, a different plan was brewing. After preserving his manhood, he intended to hire someone to teach Charlie a lesson and eliminate him for the humiliation he faced today. Charlie, however, was well aware of Kenneth's thoughts. He found him to be akin to a cat toying with a mouse. With a grin, he said, "All right then. Since you're so eager for my forgiveness, I want you to call me your father." The bystanders gasped in shock. Was this young man truly so ruthless? He wanted Chairman Wilson to refer to him as father. What was he thinking? Did he have a death wish? Kenneth's face was a mask of distress. With so many witnesses present, how could Charlie expect him to call him father? He was old enough to be this young man's parent. If Kenneth complied and called Charlie his father, he would become a laughingstock in the future. Yet, at this moment, Charlie held power over Kenneth's manhood, and regardless of Kenneth's status or connections, there was no escape from this predicament. As Kenneth found himself at a loss, Charlie suddenly remarked, "Oh, I didn't expect Chairman Wilson to prioritize his pride over his manhood." "Very well, if that's the case, I'll grant your wish. Say goodbye to your manhood now." With that, Charlie lifted his foot, poised to stomp down on Kenneth's crotch once again. In sheer terror, Kenneth lost control and wet himself, a large puddle forming beneath him. He cried out, "Father! Father! I was wrong, Dad! Please let me keep my manhood." As he wept in despair, Kenneth realized he had made a grave error. He should have brought his bodyguards along. If they had been present, Charlie would never have had the chance to humiliate him. Instead, he was forced to embarrass himself in front of everyone by calling Charlie father. Kenneth was itching to get revenge on Charlie. The entire hall erupted in disbelief as they heard Kenneth address Charlie as his father. The chairman of Modest Way Group had actually wet himself in front of a young man. Even more astonishing was that he referred to the young man as his father. This was utterly shocking and outrageous. Wendy, witnessing the scene unfold, shouted angrily at Charlie, "Charlie! You dared to lay a hand on Chairman Wilson? You're finished. This is the end for you." Kenneth, feeling humiliated, glared at Charlie with indignation and asked, "Are you satisfied now? Can you let me go?" Charlie nodded, grinning as he replied, "Sure. Since Chairman Wilson is so compliant and has called me your father, I must keep my promise and not step on your crotch again." Kenneth let out a huge sigh of relief. But in the next moment, Charlie sneered, "Just so you know, I still intend to ensure you won't be able to use your manhood in the future. Instead of letting you mourn over a mound of useless flesh, I think it's far more amusing to let you gaze at a perfectly normal but entirely unusable piece of flesh. That sounds much more entertaining." Kenneth was confused by Charlie's words and instinctively asked, What do you mean?" With a smile, Charlie replied, "Don't worry, I won't step on your crotch, but I will take away your manhood." Following this declaration, Charlie lightly tapped Kenneth's abdomen with his toes, channeling a surge of spiritual energy as he did so. Since delving into the apocalyptic book, Charlie had honed his ability to control his chi. The energy he released would sever Kenneth's nerves, rendering him incapable of ever using his manhood again. Unaware of the implications of Charlie's gentle touch, Kenneth simply felt a light tap on his lower abdomen. Little did he know that he had already lost his manhood, and in the future, he would only be able to glance at it, never to use it again. At that moment, Kenneth was consumed by rage and fear, desperate to escape and return with his bodyguards to exact revenge on Charlie before he lost his manhood for good. Grinding his teeth, he asked, "Can I leave now?" Charlie shot back, "Who are you talking to?" Frustrated, Kenneth snapped, "Of course, I'm talking to you." Charlie pressed further, "Then, who am I to you?" Kenneth's expression soured. Being a clever man, he quickly realized the meaning behind Charlie's question. He was expected to refer to him as father once more. This was utterly degrading. He could hardly bear it. In a fit of anger, he protested, "Charlie, don't push your luck. You promised you'd let me go if I called you my father once. Why are you going back on your word?" Charlie simply smiled and replied, "Because I am shameless." With a cold glare, he added, "If you don't address me as your father right now, I might accidentally step on your crotch. Don't blame me if that happens." Frightened, Kenneth clenched his teeth and conceded, "Okay, you win." He reasoned that since he had already called Charlie his father once, he might as well do it again to ensure his escape. What mattered most was getting away from Charlie to fetch his bodyguards. So, he reluctantly pleaded, "Dad, could you please be generous and let me go?" Charlie nodded, satisfied. "Dear son, since you are being so respectful, I will forgive you. Now, get out of here." With Charlie's words, Kenneth quickly crawled out of reach and bolted out alongside Wendy. Earlier, Kenneth had wet himself, leaving a repulsive trail on the smooth floor. Seeing Kenneth's pitiful state, onlookers couldn't help but chuckle among themselves. Each laugh felt like a dagger to Kenneth, prompting him to hasten his escape. Unfortunately, in his haste, he slipped and fell. Laughter erupted throughout the hall, and Wendy rushed to help him up as they both hurriedly exited. Meanwhile, Claire looked at Charlie with concern. "Charlie, Chairman Wilson is a very powerful man. Aren't you worried about his possible retaliation after you humiliated him like this?" Charlie smiled reassuringly. "Dear, didn't you hear what I said earlier? Even if he's a tiger, he'll have to bow to me, and even if he's a dragon, he'll have to lower his head before me. Kenneth Wilson is insignificant in Oris Hill." Claire's brow furrowed. "I know you have connections with some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in Oris Hill, but they might not come to your aid in the future." "What then?" Charlie gently patted her shoulder. "Dear wife, you can doubt anyone in this world, but never doubt your husband." Claire was taken aback by the confidence radiating from Charlie. She realized that her seemingly useless husband had a commanding and assertive side. As Claire sensed a remarkable transformation in Charlie, Kenneth burst back into the hall, flanked by 4 of his top bodyguards. These 4 were Kenneth's elite protectors, each boasting exceptional strength and combat skills. In Kenneth's eyes, it would be a piece of cake for these bodyguards to eliminate Charlie. However, he had no intention of killing Charlie in front of the assembled crowd. Instead, he aimed to force Charlie into submission, compelling him to call him grandfather in front of everyone. Once he regained his dignity, he would then plan to ruin Charlie's reputation. Kenneth intended to seek out another chance to eliminate Charlie down the line. All of his actions today stemmed from a deep-seated anger that he needed to vent. Kenneth understood that the only way to alleviate the hatred festering within him was to take Charlie's life. After all, at over 50 years old, he had never felt as humiliated as he did at this very moment. Charging into the venue with his bodyguards, Kenneth pointed at Charlie and shouted, "I'll pay $1 million to anyone who destroys his manhood today." $1 million was a staggering amount for the bodyguards. Instantly, their expressions darkened, and they dashed toward Charlie in unison. Upon seeing the bodyguards charge at Charlie, Claire screamed in terror and tried to pull him away. Yet, Charlie stood his ground, unwavering. Flee? Absolutely not. He was Charlie Wade. There was no way he would fear such a confrontation. Fearless, Charlie knew he had mastered all the combat techniques from the apocalyptic book, making him confident that these bodyguards were no match for him. The bodyguards eyed Charlie like he was a stack of cash, eager to claim the reward. They feared losing out on the money, which fueled their desperate rush toward him. With a confident smile, Charlie tracked the movements of all 4 bodyguards, patiently waiting for them to approach so he could take them down. One bodyguard, who was skilled in sprinting, quickly took the lead and taunted Charlie, saying, "Young man, you must be tired of living. Who gave you the gall to mess with Chairman Wilson? I'm going to end you." Before anyone could react, the bodyguard lunged at Charlie. Just as the crowd braced for Charlie to be overpowered, he sprang into action, delivering a powerful kick to the bodyguard's chest. Bam! The bodyguard, towering at nearly 190 centimeters, was sent flying. In a single kick, Charlie shattered 14 of his ribs. Considering that a human body has only 24 ribs, Charlie had broken more than half with one blow. As the bodyguard crashed to the ground, blood spewed from his mouth, leaving him in a pitiful state. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 bodyguards had closed in. In their frantic rush to claim the reward, they targeted Charlie without realizing the ferocity he was capable of, and in an instant, Charlie kicked all 3, sending them sprawling. Wow! The audience gasped in amazement. No one could have predicted Charlie's incredible strength. One onlooker exclaimed, "He's just like Ip Man." Charlie shot her a glance and smirked, "Ip Man? Even if there were 10 IP Mans, none could compare to me, Charlie Wade." Charlie wasn't boasting. Although Ip Man was indeed formidable, he was still within the realm of ordinary abilities. In contrast, Charlie had undergone intense training and enhancement through the apocalyptic book, fortifying both his body and spirit. As a result, no mere mortal could rival him. At this point, the first bodyguard Charlie had kicked was unconscious. The other 3 lay on the ground, howling in pain, each suffering from multiple fractures. The bodyguards looked on in horror as they confronted Charlie. What made this young man so terrifying? Despite attacking him all at once, they found themselves overpowered by a single individual. Their combat prowess had vanished in an instant. This young man was nothing short of a deity. Charlie approached the 3 bodyguards, his expression icy. "Since you take pleasure in being subservient to others, I will ensure you can only crawl on the ground from now on." With that, Charlie brought his foot down on one of the bodyguard's right leg. Snap! In an instant, the man's right kneecap was shattered. Then, Charlie lifted his foot again and crushed the left kneecap of the same bodyguard. The remaining 2 bodyguards stood frozen, trembling in disbelief. They soon began to weep and plead with Charlie for mercy. Charlie responded coldly, "You are all thugs, more ruthless than anyone when it comes to inflicting pain on others. Yet, when you're the ones in pain, you crumble into cowards. If I let you go today, you'll undoubtedly unleash your viciousness on those weaker than you in the future. I must eliminate you today for the sake of the innocent." The air was thick with scornful laughter. Kenneth was such a coward. He had called Charlie Dad 3 times in just a few minutes. Could he really be the chairman of the illustrious Modest Way group? He was making a fool of himself and his company. But Kenneth didn't care about any of that. A wise man knows when to back down and when to stand firm. After all, you had to be alive to wield your manhood, right? If you were dead, then what good was it? So, he hurried over to Charlie, eager to win his favor. "Dad, please show mercy and forgive me. I swear, I'll be in your debt forever, Daddy." Charlie waved his hand and chuckled. "You should have called me Dad when I asked nicely. It's too late for that now." Kenneth stared in disbelief, thinking Charlie was just playing with him. He begged desperately, tears streaming down his face, "Dad, please, I'm sorry, Daddy. Have mercy." Charlie turned to Wendy, who was frozen in shock, and said flatly, "Wendy Wilson, your sugar daddy is already on his knees. Why are you still standing?" Wendy blinked in confusion and stammered, What do you mean?" Kenneth yanked her down, scolding, "Did you forget your brain at home, idiot? Don't you know you have to kneel to speak to my dad?" Kenneth's will to survive overshadowed any thoughts of reputation or dignity. This was his last chance. Wendy knelt on the ground like a statue, too afraid to move or speak. Kenneth looked at Charlie with desperation and asked, "Daddy, are you happy now?" Charlie shook his head, "Not really." Kenneth's heart raced. "What can I do to make you happy?" A playful grin spread across Charlie's face as he replied, "Call me Grandpa. Let me see how that feels. If I like it, I might consider letting you go." Kenneth felt like he could just vanish on the spot. What was he thinking today? Why did he provoke Charlie in the first place? He gained nothing and lost everything. He was beaten, forced to kneel, had called Charlie daddy, and even wet his pants. And now, he had to call him Grandpa. This was the peak of humiliation. Seeing Kenneth hesitate, Charlie asked coldly, "What's the hold up? You don't want to?" Kenneth shook with fear and replied, No, I do." He then bowed his head to the floor and cried out, "Grandpa. I'm so sorry, please forgive me." Charlie frowned, "Who am I?" Tears streamed down Kenneth's face like a waterfall. "You're my grandpa." "And who are you?" "I'm your grandson." Charlie nodded with a smirk. "Good. I never knew I could be a grandfather at such a young age. In that case, I'll let you off the hook." Kenneth exhaled in relief and thought he could finally get up and leave when. "Wait." Charlie halted him. "You think you can just walk away like that? Don't you have something to say first?" Ignoring their cries and pleas, Charlie continued to destroy their kneecaps. Snap! 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 Now, 3 more individuals would never be able to stand on their own again. The onlookers were stunned by Charlie's brutality. Kenneth and Wendy trembled in fear at the scene. Kenneth could hardly believe the extent of Charlie's ruthlessness and strength. He never anticipated that Charlie could take down all 4 of his top bodyguards so effortlessly. They were all seasoned fighters, one even a national champion just a few years prior. Feeling his legs weaken, Kenneth realized he had wet himself out of sheer terror. He turned to flee silently. No matter what, he could not allow himself to be caught by Charlie. At that moment, a shout rang out, "Hey, old man! Are you trying to escape after provoking Mr. Wade?" Immediately, the crowd parted as Don Albert entered, flanked by several men. Albert sneered and stepped directly in front of Kenneth. Kenneth looked at him, panic-stricken, and asked, Who are you?" Slap! Without answering, Albert delivered a sharp slap to Kenneth's face. 5 fingerprints marked Kenneth's cheek as he shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? You dared to hit me? I'm the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce." Slap! Albert showed no mercy, delivering another slap across Kenneth's face. "Chairman? I don't care if you're the chairman. Disrespect Mr. Wade, and you're signing your own death warrant." Kenneth was furious but also terrified. He quickly stammered, "This is just a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? There's a simple mix-up between Mr. Wade and me. I'm leaving now." "You think you can just leave?" Albert smirked derisively. "Did you ask Mr. Wade for permission to go?" Kenneth turned to Charlie, fear evident in his voice as he begged, "Charlie, Mr. Wade, this is all a misunderstanding. Those 4 men tried to cause trouble for you, and I couldn't stop them. They've received their just desserts. Please, just let me go." Charlie nodded with a smile, saying, "Sure, I can let you go. After all, I've already spared you once." With a playful glint in his eye, Charlie continued, "But what do you think you need to do for me to let you go? Should I give you a little guidance?" Kenneth, terrified that Charlie might disable him like he had done to his bodyguards, quickly fell to his knees and cried, "Dad, please, just spare me this once." Don Albert was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my God! You are truly pathetic." Kenneth could only manage a bitter smile as he admitted, "I realize now I've learned my lesson." Kenneth bit his lips, suppressing the humiliation and anger that churned within him. He addressed Charlie respectfully, saying, "Grandpa, can I go now?" Charlie gently patted his cheek and replied, "All right, my dear grandson. You may leave now." Tears of humiliation streamed down Kenneth's face as he turned away, his body trembling as he walked out. Wendy quickly followed him, eager to escape the venue. They hurried along, anxious that Charlie might decide to stop them again, but fortunately, Charlie had lost interest in further teasing. Kenneth felt utterly defeated now. He was trapped in a dark despair that seemed to promise a lifetime of misery. Once outside, Don Albert rushed over to Charlie, saying, "Master Wade, I apologize for my tardiness. It's my fault for allowing you to waste your time and energy on that worthless individual. I'm ready to accept any punishment for my negligence." Charlie waved his hand dismissively and asked, "What brings you here? Isn't this a summit for the construction and decoration industry? Are you involved in that sector as well?" "Indeed." Albert chuckled. "I am the largest supplier of cement and sand in Oris Hill, which makes me a significant player in the construction industry. That's why I was invited to this summit." Charlie understood that the cement and sand business often dwelled in the gray areas of the construction sector, and it made sense that Albert, with his underworld connections, was involved. He nodded and advised, "Try to steer clear of harmful and destructive practices. Don't bully honest, ordinary people." Albert grinned sheepishly, responding, "Yes, Master Wade. Thanks to your wise counsel, I've cleaned up my act a long time ago. I wouldn't dare engage in those harmful activities now." Charlie smiled in satisfaction at this response. Albert then gestured towards the 4 injured bodyguards and asked, "Master Wade, what should we do with these men? As for the one who fainted, break his leg and dispose of him. Make sure to throw them a bit farther away so they don't spoil my mood." Albert nodded and instructed his men, "Did you hear what Master Wade said? Get to work." The men bowed in acknowledgement. "Yes, Master Wade." They promptly broke the knee of the unconscious man and dragged the 4 incapacitated bodyguards towards the exit. Without his bodyguards, Kenneth was left to drive alone. He took Wendy to the hospital to treat the injury on her face before heading back to the Wilson family villa. Throughout the journey, Kenneth grumbled in pain, his fury simmering beneath the surface. Wendy clenched her teeth in indignation, exclaiming, "Darling! That loser Charlie actually dared to lay a hand on you. The audacity! You can't let him get away with this." A dark scorn settled on Kenneth's features. His eyes glinted with rage as he growled, "Absolutely. I'll kill him. I'll skin him alive and shatter every single bone. No one has ever dared to treat me this way." Wendy grinned maliciously, her hatred for Charlie reaching new heights. She was certain that Charlie wouldn't last long once Kenneth set his sights on him. With a chilling tone, Wendy urged, "Darling, take me along when you confront him. I want to see him suffer and beg for mercy." Kenneth slammed his fist against the back of the seat, shouting, "I'll turn that bastard into dust." "That's fantastic." Wendy was confident that with Kenneth's resources and connections, eliminating Charlie would be a simple task. They were simply at a disadvantage today due to a lack of manpower. Would Charlie survive if Kenneth brought along dozens of men next time? By then, Charlie would be as good as dead. As her mind raced with vengeful thoughts, she felt a thrilling sense of revenge building inside her. She leaned closer to Kenneth and said sweetly, "Darling, since that loser will surely meet his end at your hands soon enough, try not to be too angry right now. It's not good for your health." She then played with his hair and whispered, "Once we get home, I'll make sure you're happy." Kenneth was seething with anger, and Wendy became the perfect outlet for him to release his pent-up frustration, preventing him from exploding in fury. Upon returning to the Wilson family villa, Kenneth yanked Wendy out of the car and hurried into the house. In the living room, Christopher, Hannah, and Lady Wilson were gathered. When the parents noticed Kenneth and Wendy rushing upstairs without acknowledging them, a palpable awkwardness filled the air. Lady Wilson cleared her throat and remarked, "You should be thankful that Kenneth has taken a liking to Wendy. Don't overanalyze it." Christopher nodded hesitantly and replied, "Mom, I'm not overanalyzing. It just feels a bit uncomfortable." Lady Wilson scolded dismissively, "What's so uncomfortable about it? You're benefiting from this, aren't you? The $5 million Kenneth gave to Wendy, do you have it now?" "Yes, Mom, it's in my possession," Christopher confirmed. Lady Wilson sighed, her tone softening slightly. "See? If Wendy and Kenneth grow closer, he might even give you $50 million. That money would end up in your pocket, wouldn't it? Just think about it." Christopher felt a wave of relief wash over him at his mother's words. the primary reason they had approved of the relationship was simply financial gain. Kenneth had invested $10 million in the Wilson Group and had additionally gifted $5 million to Wendy as spending money. This was just the beginning. He planned to invest even more in the Wilson family in the future. With that thought, all the awkwardness faded from Christopher's mind. He took his wife by the hand and led her back to their room on the first floor. Once inside, he spoke eagerly, "Honey, do you remember the regular residential area we checked out at Thompson First the other day? The down payment is around 5 or 6 million, and while we've saved enough for that, we still lack funds for renovations and furniture. But now, with Wendy's 5 million and our savings, we could easily afford the Thompson First house." Hannah's initial excitement quickly turned to disappointment. "No, I don't want to live in that ordinary area. Jacob's family and Charlie the loser will be in the villa area. Do you really expect me to live outside with them as my neighbors? Absolutely not. How about this? We have almost $10 million now. Let's talk to Wendy tomorrow and ask her to persuade Kenneth while they're enjoying each other's company to see if he could lend us a few more million. Then we'll have enough for a down payment on a villa." Though the villas at Thompson First cost hundreds of millions, the prices for other villas in Orris Hill were more reasonable. A single-family villa typically ranged from $20 to $30 million, and even after the 40% down payment, they would still have a good amount left over. However, the costs for renovations and furnishings could be substantial, requiring an additional $3 to $5 million that the couple couldn't afford. If they could convince Kenneth to help them out a little, it would solve their financial dilemma. Hannah exclaimed, brimming with excitement, "Do you think Kenneth will be willing to help us out some more?" Christopher chuckled in response. "I believe he would, especially for Wendy's sake. He seems quite taken with her, don't you think?" Hannah nodded, a bright smile lighting up her face. "Honestly, it seems like Kenneth is a much better match for Wendy. At least he's generous and extravagant compared to Gerald, that jerk. After all the years together, Wendy even had to terminate a pregnancy for him, and he never gave her any spending money." Christopher sighed in frustration. "You're absolutely right. The White family are nothing but con artists and liars." Hannah waved her hand dismissively. "Forget them. They'll get what they deserve for how they treated us and our daughter. Let's focus on the villa instead. There are plenty of villas in Orris Hill. Why don't we take a drive around tomorrow to explore?" "Sounds good. Let's start at Golden Crown Park. I've heard their villas are quite lovely." As they discussed their villa plans, a sudden commotion erupted from upstairs. The commotion was clearly coming from the room shared by Wendy and Kenneth. Christopher and Hannah exchanged concerned looks and hurried out to figure out what was going on. Wendy dashed down the stairs, her clothes in disarray and her voice choked with tears. Noticing the red mark on her cheek, Christopher rushed to her side, asking urgently, "What happened, Wendy? Did Kenneth hurt you?" Through her sobs, Wendy explained, "Dad, Mom, I don't understand. His manhood just stopped working. I tried everything, but it's still not working. Then he got upset and slapped me." "What do you mean it stopped working?" Christopher asked, taken aback. "Can you explain?" Wendy, ignoring her embarrassment, quickly clarified, "His manhood. It won't get erect at all." "What?" Hannah exclaimed, "Could it be because of his age?" Wendy shook her head, "No. He was fine last night. But today, it just stopped working." Now it made sense to Christopher why Kenneth had lost his temper. It was understandable for a man to react that way when faced with such a distressing situation. At that moment, Kenneth rushed down the stairs wearing a robe. Hannah quickly intercepted him, asking, "Kenneth, what's happening? You should have calmly told Wendy what she did wrong instead of hurting her." Kenneth's face contorted in pain as he shouted, "Stop the nonsense and get me to the hospital now." Christopher felt a surge of frustration at Kenneth's rudeness. He was about to argue back when Lady Wilson approached them, her voice commanding, "Christopher, quit standing there and start the car. Kenneth's health comes first." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Christopher complied without protest. He quickly grabbed his car keys and rushed Kenneth to the hospital. As they drove, Kenneth cursed Charlie repeatedly, his face twisted in agony and distress. He finally understood Charlie's earlier insinuation. Rather than physically harming him, Charlie had found a way to affect his manhood in a way that left him feeling hopeless and depressed. How could this happen? His manhood was intact but utterly useless. What had Charlie done? There had been no visible damage to his body. Why had his manhood suddenly ceased to function? Truth be told, Kenneth had been vigilant about maintaining his sexual health for years, investing millions in supplements and rigorous training to ensure he remained more active than many men in their 20s. What had Charlie done to him? The more Kenneth pondered, the more anxious and unsettled he felt. Charlie was indeed an enigmatic figure. He hoped fervently that he could find a cure for his condition, but what if he couldn't? What would be the point of living then? Welcome to Silverwing Hospital. Arriving at the hospital late at night meant they would have to wait their turn in the emergency department. After a 20-minute wait, they finally approached the doctor. The first question he asked was, "What brings you here tonight?" Kenneth shooed Christopher out of the room before turning to the doctor and saying, "Doctor, I think I've suddenly become impotent. Can you please check what's wrong with me?" "Impotent?" the doctor exclaimed in surprise. Impotence is typically a neurological issue and not an emergency. I recommend you come back tomorrow morning to see a specialist in the andrology department. Our emergency department mainly handles urgent cases like headaches, fevers, accidental injuries, and spasmodic conditions. Kenneth retorted angrily, "But my impotence is an emergency. Why can't I get treated right now?" Clearing his throat, the doctor responded in an uncomfortable tone, "In all my years as a physician, I've never encountered sudden impotence. This condition usually follows a gradual decline. It starts off okay, then gradually worsens until it becomes fully dysfunctional." Kenneth's face flushed a deep red. He hadn't expected such a detailed explanation. "Are you out of your mind? I came here for you to check me, not for a lecture. Just do your job," he yelled. The doctor, now offended, shot back, "What is wrong with you? I've already told you this isn't an emergency case. If you shout at me again, I'll have to call security." "You," Kenneth gritted his teeth in anger. After a beat, he pointed at the computer and said coldly, "Look up the Modest Way group." "Ha!" The doctor frowned, confused. The doctor, taken aback by the abruptness of Kenneth's request, nonetheless started typing out the name, and soon enough, he found the company's website. To his surprise, there was a portrait of its chairman, Kenneth Wilson. Wait a minute, this man looked just like the agitated person sitting in front of him. Oh no! He was a VIP. The doctor quickly adjusted his tone, speaking respectfully, "Mr. Wilson, welcome to our hospital. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Please forgive my oversight." He then added hurriedly, "Please tell me again what happened, and I'll do my best to arrange for you to be admitted right away so a specialist can examine you." Kenneth's demeanor softened slightly, though he was still irritable. "Nothing happened between yesterday and today, everything was fine yesterday, and now it's just unresponsive." The doctor inquired, "Is it completely unresponsive?" "Yes." Kenneth growled, "Totally unresponsive. It could be related to the nervous system. Mr. Wilson, I'll have a neurologist come and see you immediately, if that's all right." Kenneth waved his hand impatiently. "Make it quick." The doctor swiftly contacted a colleague in the inpatient department to arrange for the necessary tests and admission. Given the late hour, the outpatient doctors had already left, leaving only those in the inpatient department and the night shift on duty. Coincidentally, one of the doctors working that night was the same one who had treated Jacob after his spinal injury just a few days prior. With a serious expression, he conducted a series of tests on Kenneth and reviewed the results. Lying on the examination bed, Kenneth was overwhelmed with fear and dread. He felt completely disconnected from his manhood, as if it had vanished into thin air. He closed his eyes, trembling with despair. Having always been sexually active, the thought of his manhood becoming entirely useless was too much to bear. Noticing the heavy silence in the room, Kenneth broke the tension by asking, "Doctor, what's the situation?" The doctor shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. Mr. Wilson, I regret to inform you that we cannot resolve your issue. Our tests indicate that you have a condition known as penile necrosis, which means the nerves in that area have sustained irreversible damage. I'm truly sorry. Is it possible that your hospital isn't equipped to handle this? Christopher interjected, his brow furrowed. The doctor shot him an annoyed glance and replied, with the current advancements in medicine and technology, we can treat damaged nerves and help them recover over time, but necrotic nerves are beyond repair. It's similar to a car accident. While some individuals may gradually heal, others may never regain full function. Turning back to Kenneth, he continued in a somber tone, in your case, unfortunately, there's nothing anyone can do. This condition is incurable. What? No. This can't be happening. Kenneth's complexion drained of color, his voice trembling with despair. I have money. 10 million. Is that enough to restore my manhood? The doctor maintained his serious demeanor, saying, nerves are like life itself. There's a chance to save someone who is critically ill, but once a person is deceased, there's nothing anyone can do to bring them back. Money cannot resurrect the dead. He added, $10 million won't change the outcome. Take Steve Jobs, for instance. He was incredibly wealthy, yet he succumbed to pancreatic cancer in his 50s. Kenneth felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his heart racing. Was this really the end for him? Did the doctor mean to imply that he would live the rest of his life impotent? After years of hard work and accumulating wealth for a comfortable retirement, what would life hold for him if he could never reclaim his masculinity? Lost in these thoughts, the once prominent businessman, Kenneth Wilson, buried his face in his hands and sobbed uncontrollably, tears cascading down his cheeks. Watching this unfold, Christopher felt his own eyes welling up, nearly moved to tears. As a man, he deeply empathized with Kenneth's anguish. At that moment, he tightened his grip on his legs, vowing to protect his own manhood at all costs. A man without his virility was not truly a man. Suddenly, the doctor spoke up, Mr. Wilson, to be frank, there might just be someone who can help with your condition. What? Are you serious? Kenneth exclaimed, a flicker of hope igniting in his voice. Who is this person? Please tell me. The doctor wore a mysterious smile. He doesn't work at our hospital. Then how can you be sure he can treat nerve necrosis? Didn't you just say it's irreversible? Yes, that's true, but he is the only one who has successfully treated it. I witnessed him cure a patient who was paralyzed from the neck down. Your case should be much simpler since it only affects a localized area. Kenneth couldn't contain his excitement. Who is he? Where can I find him? Please tell me right now. The doctor smiled again. I can introduce you to him, but shouldn't there be a referral fee? Kenneth quickly pulled out his checkbook, writing a check for $100,000. I'll give you another $900,000 if this man can genuinely cure me. The doctor took the check, his eyes sparkling with interest, and said, there's a brilliant doctor in Orrose Hill named Dr. Simmons. He recently performed a miracle by curing a quadriplegic patient at our hospital. He operates a clinic called Serene World Clinic in the city. If you consult with him, there's a chance he can help you. Kenneth paused, momentarily stunned, then asked with joy, is Dr. Simmons the same as Anthony Simmons? Oh? Are you familiar with Dr. Simmons? The doctor inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Kenneth chuckled with delight. Absolutely. It's more than just a passing acquaintance. The renowned doctor you mentioned is a dear family friend. When he was struggling in the past, our family was the one that helped him get back on his feet and achieve his current success. I had no idea he was based in Orrose Hill now, that's wonderful. With excitement, he leapt off the bed and urged Christopher, quickly, take me to Dr. Simmons's clinic. After obtaining the address for Anthony's clinic, Christopher swiftly drove Kenneth to the Serene World Clinic. Upon their arrival at the clinic's entrance, Kenneth jumped out of the car and hurried inside, noticing a clinic staff member escorting a young man on crutches out the door. The young man was limping painfully, pleading, Sir, please. I beg you. Can you please tell Dr. Simmons that I need his assistance? I'm willing to pay him $5 million if he can help fix my legs. The clinic staff replied coldly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Grant. Dr. Simmons has stated that due to your actions against his savior, he won't treat you no matter the amount you are willing to pay." He continued, "Furthermore, Mr. Grant, your daily visits over the past few days have disrupted our operations. Dr. Simmons has warned that he will involve the police if you come back tomorrow." The young man on crutches grimaced in pain and whined, "Please, could you just relay my message to Dr. Simmons? I'll give you $1 million for delivering it." With a shove, the clinic staff pushed him outside and growled, "Just leave and don't return." Christopher recognized the young man immediately. It was Jason Grant. Rumor had it that he had crossed paths with Charlie at the auto show. Following Jacob's hospitalization, he had once again caused a scene, resulting in Don Albert shoving him out of a third-floor hospital window, which left him with broken legs. Christopher rushed over, surprised, and asked, "Hey, Mr. Grant, what happened to you?" "Uncle Wilson." Jason recognized Christopher as well. He sighed heavily and replied, "Just look at me. My legs are broken, and it's serious. The doctor mentioned that I might never walk properly again, so I came to seek help from Dr. Simmons. Yet, he wouldn't even see me and had me thrown out." Christopher was taken aback and asked, "Is this because of Charlie that Dr. Simmons refuses to help you?" "Yes," Jason clenched his teeth and cursed, "I can't believe even the esteemed Dr. Simmons would be swayed by that deceitful liar." Kenneth, equally astonished, interjected, "Oh? What's the story? Does Uncle Simmons know Charlie too?" Christopher nodded. "Yes, they seem to be quite close, though I'm not sure what the dynamics are between them." Kenneth scoffed, "Ha! My bond with Uncle Simmons is on a different level than his. I've known Uncle Simmons since I was 3, it's been over 50 years. With a confident stride, he entered the clinic and called out, "Uncle Simmons, I need your help." The clinic staff, who just kicked Jason out, replied, "Sir, we're closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow if you wish to see the doctor." Kenneth quickly retorted, "Uncle Simmons and I are old friends. He's a family friend." Anthony, having heard the commotion, stepped out of his room, surprised to see Kenneth. "Kenneth? When did you arrive in Oris Hill? What brings you here?" Kenneth responded, "It's a long story. But Uncle Simmons, I'm facing an issue, and I need your help." "Okay, take a deep breath and tell me what's going on," Anthony urged. Kenneth sighed and began to explain his peculiar condition. As he listened to Kenneth's account, Anthony's frown deepened, reflecting his concern over Kenneth's unusual ailment. Penile necrosis. This was an exceptionally challenging issue. Neither Chinese nor Western medicine had a known effective treatment for this condition. If it was indeed necrosis, it was nearly impossible to treat. Anthony quickly inquired, "What happened? How did this come about?" Penile necrosis is extremely rare. Kenneth, feeling embarrassed, hesitated before saying, "I'm not sure how it happened, it just did. I went to Silverwing Hospital for a checkup, and the doctor confirmed it was necrosis." In desperation, he pleaded, "Uncle Simmons, please help me. You're my only hope." Anthony realized the complexity of the situation was beyond his capabilities. Even with his medical expertise, he could only stabilize the necrosis to prevent further deterioration. Curing it and restoring its function seemed out of reach. With a heavy heart, he replied, "Kenneth, necrosis is widely recognized as a challenging and serious issue. Unfortunately, I'm afraid there's little I can do." Kenneth responded urgently, "Uncle Simmons, I heard from the hospital doctor that you can even treat someone who has been paralyzed from the neck down. I'm only affected there, why can't you help me?" "To be honest, it's not completely incurable, but the treatment costs are prohibitively high," Anthony admitted thoughtfully. "I do have a magical elixir from my savior, and its effects are truly remarkable. I believe just half a pill could help you." Kenneth's face lit up with hope as he begged, "Uncle Simmons, please give me that pill. You can't just watch me suffer and become impotent." Though hesitant, Anthony said earnestly, "Kenneth, I had planned to keep this pill for emergencies. Healers often find themselves in need of healing as they age, and I may need it someday to save my own life." Kenneth dropped to his knees, tears in his eyes, and implored, "Uncle Simmons, you must help me. For my father's sake and the strong bond between our families, please." Anthony paused, his heart racing as he wrestled with his decision. After a moment, he let out a deep sigh and said, "All right, I'll give you the pill." Years ago, Kenneth's father had done Anthony a favor, and although he had repaid them by serving as their family doctor for decades, he couldn't ignore Kenneth's plight. As Anthony finally relented, Kenneth shouted with joy, repeatedly thanking him. Just as Anthony went to fetch the precious elixir, Zyla burst into the clinic. Seeing the radiant Zyla, Kenneth grinned broadly and exclaimed, "Hey, Zyla. Do you remember me? I'm Uncle Wilson." Zyla's expression shifted to shock when she spotted her grandfather holding the magical elixir that Master Wade had entrusted to him. She rushed over and whispered urgently, "Grandpa, what are you doing?" With another long sigh, Anthony explained, "He's injured, and I'm giving him this pill as a way to repay a family favor." Zyla cried out in alarm, "No, Grandpa, don't. You've already repaid them countless times." "And do you know who Kenneth has offended today?" Anthony quickly asked, "Who?" "Master Wade." "Oh? Are you familiar with Dr. Simmons?" the doctor inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Kenneth chuckled with delight. "Absolutely. It's more than just a passing acquaintance. The renowned doctor you mentioned is a dear family friend. When he was struggling in the past, our family was the one that helped him get back on his feet and achieve his current success. I had no idea he was based in Oris Hill now. That's wonderful." With excitement, he leapt off the bed and urged Christopher, "Quickly, take me to Dr. Simmons's clinic." After obtaining the address for Anthony's clinic, Christopher swiftly drove Kenneth to the Serene World Clinic. Upon their arrival at the clinic's entrance, Kenneth jumped out of the car and hurried inside, noticing a clinic staff member escorting a young man on crutches out the door. The young man was limping painfully, pleading, "Sir, please. I beg you. Can you please tell Dr. Simmons that I need his assistance? I'm willing to pay him $5 million if he can help fix my legs." The clinic staff replied coldly, "I'm sorry, Mr. Grant. Dr. Simmons has stated that due to your actions against his savior, he won't treat you no matter the amount you are willing to pay." He continued, "Furthermore, Mr. Grant, your daily visits over the past few days have disrupted our operations. Dr. Simmons has warned that he will involve the police if you come back tomorrow." The young man on crutches grimaced in pain and whined, "Please, could you just relay my message to Dr. Simmons? I'll give you $1 million for delivering it." With a shove, the clinic staff pushed him outside and growled, "Just leave and don't return." Christopher recognized the young man immediately. It was Jason Grant. Rumor had it that he had crossed paths with Charlie at the auto show. Following Jacob's hospitalization, he had once again caused a scene, resulting in Don Albert shoving him out of a third-floor hospital window, which left him with broken legs. Christopher rushed over, surprised, and asked, "Hey, Mr. Grant, what happened to you?" "Uncle Wilson." Jason recognized Christopher as well. He sighed heavily and replied, "Just look at me. My legs are broken, and it's serious. The doctor mentioned that I might never walk properly again, so I came to seek help from Dr. Simmons. Yet, he wouldn't even see me and had me thrown out." Christopher was taken aback and asked, "Is this because of Charlie that Dr. Simmons refuses to help you?" "Yes." Jason clenched his teeth and cursed, "I can't believe even the esteemed Dr. Simmons would be swayed by that deceitful liar." Kenneth, equally astonished, interjected, "Oh? What's the story? Does Uncle Simmons know Charlie too?" Christopher nodded. "Yes, they seem to be quite close, though I'm not sure what the dynamics are between them." Kenneth scoffed, "Ha! My bond with Uncle Simmons is on a different level than his. I've known Uncle Simmons since I was 3, it's been over 50 years. With a confident stride, he entered the clinic and called out, "Uncle Simmons. I need your help." The clinic staff, who just kicked Jason out, replied, "Sir, we're closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow if you wish to see the doctor." Kenneth quickly retorted, "Uncle Simmons and I are old friends. He's a family friend." Anthony, having heard the commotion, stepped out of his room, surprised to see Kenneth. Kenneth? When did you arrive in Oris Hill? What brings you here? Kenneth responded, it's a long story. But Uncle Simmons, I'm facing an issue, and I need your help. Okay, take a deep breath and tell me what's going on, Anthony urged. Kenneth sighed and began to explain his peculiar condition. As he listened to Kenneth's account, Anthony's frown deepened, reflecting his concern over Kenneth's unusual ailment. Penile necrosis. This was an exceptionally challenging issue. Neither Chinese nor Western medicine had a known effective treatment for this condition. If it was indeed necrosis, it was nearly impossible to treat. Anthony quickly inquired, what happened? How did this come about? Penile necrosis is extremely rare. Kenneth, feeling embarrassed, hesitated before saying, I'm not sure how it happened, it just did. I went to Silverwing Hospital for a checkup, and the doctor confirmed it was necrosis. In desperation, he pleaded, Uncle Simmons, please help me. You're my only hope. Anthony realized the complexity of the situation was beyond his capabilities. Even with his medical expertise, he could only stabilize the necrosis to prevent further deterioration. Curing it and restoring its function seemed out of reach. With a heavy heart, he replied, Kenneth, necrosis is widely recognized as a challenging and serious issue. Unfortunately, I'm afraid there's little I can do. Kenneth responded urgently, Uncle Simmons, I heard from the hospital doctor that you can even treat someone who has been paralyzed from the neck down. I'm only affected there, why can't you help me? To be honest, it's not completely incurable, but the treatment costs are prohibitively high, Anthony admitted thoughtfully. I do have a magical elixir from my savior, and its effects are truly remarkable. I believe just half a pill could help you. Kenneth's face lit up with hope as he begged, Uncle Simmons, please give me that pill. You can't just watch me suffer and become impotent. Though hesitant, Anthony said earnestly, Kenneth, I had planned to keep this pill for emergencies. Healers often find themselves in need of healing as they age, and I may need it someday to save my own life. Kenneth dropped to his knees, tears in his eyes, and implored, Uncle Simmons, you must help me. For my father's sake and the strong bond between our families, please. Anthony paused, his heart racing as he wrestled with his decision. After a moment, he let out a deep sigh and said, all right, I'll give you the pill. Years ago, Kenneth's father had done Anthony a favor, and although he had repaid them by serving as their family doctor for decades, he couldn't ignore Kenneth's plight. As Anthony finally relented, Kenneth shouted with joy, repeatedly thanking him. Just as Anthony went to fetch the precious elixir, Zyla burst into the clinic. Seeing the radiant Zyla, Kenneth grinned broadly and exclaimed, Hey, Zyla. Do you remember me? I'm Uncle Wilson. Zyla's expression shifted to shock when she spotted her grandfather holding the magical elixir that Master Wade had entrusted to him. She rushed over and whispered urgently, Grandpa, what are you doing? With another long sigh, Anthony explained, he's injured, and I'm giving him this pill as a way to repay a family favor. Zyla cried out in alarm, No, Grandpa, don't. You've already repaid them countless times. And do you know who Kenneth has offended today? Anthony quickly asked, Who? Master Wade. Anthony was completely taken aback by Zyla's statement. He exclaimed, What? Are you implying that Kenneth disrespected Master Wade? Absolutely. Zyla replied with a vigorous nod. In fact, I heard that the situation escalated into a fierce confrontation. He even had the audacity to flirt with Master Wade's wife, offering her a staggering $10 million just for one night. Anthony's face flushed a deep shade of crimson. He couldn't believe that Kenneth had provoked Master Wade to such a degree. Who did Kenneth think he was, anyway? His thoughts raced, filled with indignation. Master Wade has been incredibly generous and kind to me, kindness that I can never truly repay. And what about you, Kenneth? Sure, your father assisted me back in the day, but I've already fulfilled my obligations to the Wilson family by serving as your family doctor for decades. Besides, your father is no longer around. I have no ties to your family anymore. I'd help you if you were just injured, but you chose to pick a fight with the wrong person. You've crossed Master Wade. His enemy is my enemy. Anthony's expression darkened, resembling a looming thunderstorm. He approached Kenneth, causing Kenneth to feel a twinge of anxiety. Before Kenneth had a chance to say anything, Anthony spoke in a cold, detached tone. "Let me ask you something. Did you confront someone named Charlie Wade today?" Kenneth nodded, speaking candidly. "Oh, Uncle Simmons, do you know him? That bastard humiliated me publicly. Don't worry, he won't be around for long. I'll make sure of it." Anthony sneered in disdain. He pointed toward the door and shouted, "Get out of here immediately." Kenneth was taken aback. "What? Uncle Simmons, what's happening?" Anthony responded sternly, "Don't call me uncle. From this moment on, I sever all ties with you and your family. I want nothing to do with you anymore." Kenneth stood there, stunned. To him, Anthony represented health and vitality for both himself and his family. Money could be earned, but health was something that could not be bought, no matter how wealthy one became. If he lost his connection with Anthony, he could expect to face severe reprimands and punishment when he returned home. Even more critically, if he left now, he would miss out on the miraculous elixir that Anthony had promised him. What would happen to his masculinity? What about his sexual satisfaction and happiness for the future? In a panic, he pleaded, "Uncle Simmons, what is happening? There must be some misunderstanding." Anthony scoffed. "Let me make this clear. Master Wade is not just my savior, he is the only true dragon in this world. Your disrespect toward him feels like a slap in my face. Out of respect for your father, I will spare your life, but you need to leave right now. And don't even think about showing up in front of me again." "Master? True dragon?" Kenneth exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. "Uncle Simmons, are you out of your mind? How could you be fooled by that fraud? He's neither a master nor a true dragon, he's just a worthless live-in son-in-law, a complete freeloader. The Wilson family he's tied to treats me like royalty. They even offered me Wendy Wilson as my escort and companion. He's nothing but a lowly ant in comparison to me." Continuing with indignation, he said, "Uncle Simmons, do you really think that deadbeat is worth all this trouble? Are you really willing to cut ties with our family to protect him? What about the years of friendship between our families? You bastard!" Anthony's expression twisted in anger. He grabbed a medicine pestle from the table and swung it fiercely at Kenneth's head, shouting, "You and your disrespectful remarks. Get out of here right now." Kenneth couldn't dodge in time, and the pestle struck his forehead with tremendous force, causing it to swell instantly. Gritting his teeth in pain, he yelled, "Screw you, you old fool. You believe that crooked liar and even have the audacity to hit me. I'll make you pay." He grabbed a nearby chair, ready to hurl it at Anthony. Despite his age, Anthony was surprisingly lean and agile. His agility had only improved after Charlie had healed his old injuries with a magical elixir. His strength, speed, and stamina far exceeded those of a hefty middle-aged man like Kenneth. With a slight twist of his body, Anthony effortlessly dodged the chair. Frustrated after his first failed attempt, Kenneth seized another chair and yelled, "You old man, if you want to live, give me the pill right now. Otherwise, I'll take you down. How dare you lay a hand on my grandpa?" Zyla, filled with rage, rolled up her sleeves and charged at Kenneth. In a family steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, martial arts and self-defense were second nature. The Simmons family not only excelled in medicine but also in martial arts. Zyla, though not carrying her grandfather's surname, was athletic and quick, easily capable of overpowering a slow and cumbersome man like Kenneth. Before Kenneth could react to her battle cry, Zyla kicked him, sending him crashing to the floor. She then pressed her shoe against his throat and declared coldly, "Get out of here, or I'll make you regret it." Realizing he was outmatched, Kenneth scrambled out of the clinic, cursing, "Screw you, old man. Just wait. I'll make you pay for this. Bastard!" Anthony shouted furiously. "Leave now. I never want to see your face again." Kenneth bolted from the clinic as if fleeing from a horde of zombies, his face pale from shock and rage. Christopher quickly approached him, asking, "Kenneth, how did it go? Did Dr. Simmons manage to help you?" Kenneth replied bitterly, "Ha! That ungrateful old man refused to treat me because I offended Charlie, his so-called savior. On top of that, he even hit me and kicked me out." Christopher hadn't anticipated that someone as esteemed as Anthony Simmons would fall under Charlie's influence. He sighed, "Charlie is really making waves." Kenneth seethed, "Just wait, all of you. Anthony Simmons, Charlie Wade, you'll see. I'll bury you alive. You'll pay for this." Christopher had grown tired of Charlie's antics but had never found the opportunity or ability to retaliate, which left him frustrated and restless. He also envied the Thompson first villa that Zeke White had given to Kenneth. If Kenneth could indeed eliminate Charlie as he claimed, the Wilsons would have nothing left to lean on, leaving them vulnerable and defenseless. In that case, the villa would ultimately be his. Suppressing the glee bubbling within him, he quickly responded, "Kenneth, you're absolutely right. Charlie Wade is a thankless brat. Even after all those years spent with us, he continues to bully us. Now he's even bold enough to attack you. He deserves every bit of revenge we can muster." "Sure. Here's a rewritten version of your post, maintaining the original names and structure while making it unique and easier to read." Indeed, Kenneth felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Charlie right then and there. However, he quickly recognized that acting on such impulse would be unwise. The formidable dragon was no match for the cunning serpent of the land. He understood very well that, at this moment, he was no match for Charlie. Charlie's strength and capabilities were evident, indicating his proficiency in martial arts and self-defense. Going after someone as knowledgeable and resilient as him would be a daunting task. Kenneth realized he needed someone of equal or greater strength to confront Charlie, otherwise, his efforts would be futile. Yet, the pressing issue at hand was to resolve his impotence. Without that, he would be trapped in a nightmare. The thought ignited Kenneth's anger toward Anthony once again. That infuriating old man. He clearly possessed a pill that could cure him but refused to share it. In fact, he had even thrown Kenneth out of his clinic to cater to that loser, Charlie. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, Christopher was deeply troubled about Kenneth's predicament. If Kenneth remained unresolved, what would that mean for his daughter? Would their relationship come to an end? If that was the case, how could he ever reach the heights of success he desired? So far, they had only secured a $10 million investment from Kenneth, leaving them $70 million short of the $80 million Kenneth had initially promised. He feared that if Kenneth remained impotent, he wouldn't provide the remaining funds. Thus, Christopher found himself even more anxious than Kenneth, desperately hoping for a solution to restore Kenneth's sexual function. Clearing his throat, he expressed his concern, "Kenneth, since the old coot is so ignorant and stubborn, would you like me to gather a few people to confront him and retrieve the pill?" Kenneth waved his hand dismissively, irritation flashing across his face. "No, that old man and his granddaughter are quite formidable. More importantly, he has numerous VIP patients. We'd be asking for trouble if we went after him." Anthony Simmons was a well-respected doctor in Chinese medicine, revered by many VIPs and affluent families in Eastcliff and several other major cities. Although Kenneth held considerable influence, he didn't even rank in the top 30 among the prominent figures known to Anthony. As a result, he was wary of challenging Anthony without a solid plan. He needed to find an alternative way to address his issue. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he said to Christopher, "Oh, I have a friend who owns a pharmaceutical factory in Oris Hill. It's one of the top companies in the country. I'll reach out to him tomorrow." Christopher let out a sigh of relief. "That's great to hear. I was genuinely worried you wouldn't recover. Just head to the pharmacy and get me some Viagra," Kenneth instructed. "Sure thing." Christopher complied, pulling over to the side of the road to enter the pharmacy and purchase a large box of Viagra for Kenneth. "Let's head home, I want to try it with Wendy," Kenneth said eagerly. A hint of awkwardness washed over Christopher's face. Kenneth had just openly declared his intention to test the effects of Viagra with his daughter right in front of him. However, given their past, he decided there was no point in feeling upset about it. He steeled himself and drove home quickly. "Let me know if you need any further modifications. Welcome to Serene World Clinic." Anthony was fuming with irritation. Tonight, 2 visitors had come seeking treatment at his clinic, and both had managed to offend Master Wade. First, there was Jason Grant, the man who had tried to impress Master Wade at the hospital recently, only to meet a disastrous fate. Don Albert had thrown him out of a 3rd-floor window, resulting in a broken leg. And now, he had the audacity to show up here for treatment. Then came Kenneth Wilson. What an insufferable and shameless individual. Anthony had nearly given Kenneth the magical elixir before realizing the tension between Kenneth and Master Wade. If he had actually cured Kenneth, it would have been like biting the hand that fed him, wouldn't it? He turned to Zyla and sighed, "Oh my goodness, Zyla. Thank goodness you arrived when you did, otherwise, I might have already given Kenneth that magical pill." Zyla shivered at the thought. "Grandpa, I heard that Master Wade is the reason behind Kenneth's impotence." "Oh, I see," Anthony exclaimed in wonder. "Master Wade is truly formidable. He could even discreetly damage the penile nerve. Even the most skilled surgeons can't be that precise in removing nerves. He deserves it for how he treated Master Wade." Zyla then added, "Grandpa, it's important for you to clarify your stance with the Wilson family. If Master Wade discovers our connection with them and misinterprets it, it could spell trouble for us." "You're absolutely right," Anthony agreed, nodding. "I'll call Mrs. Wilson immediately and explain everything." Without wasting any time, Anthony took out his phone and dialed Barbara, Kenneth's mother. At 83 years old, Barbara Wilson was approaching a significant milestone. There's a Chinese saying, reaching the age of 73 or 84, you will go to hell even if the Grim Reaper doesn't invite you. This implies that these ages represent critical junctures in life, often marked by serious health challenges. The saying is linked to 2 great sages from ancient China. Confucius passed away at 73, while Mencius left this world at 84. Even revered figures like Confucius and Mencius couldn't escape the fate associated with these ages, making them crucial points in life's journey. When Barbara faced her first major hurdle at 73, she had suffered a severe illness. During that time, Anthony rushed to Eastcliff and prescribed 9 different medications, ensuring she stayed alive and well. Now, as she approached her second hurdle, she anticipated that it would arrive with even greater intensity and peril due to her age. Hence, she hoped to invite Anthony over before her birthday this year. When Anthony called her, Barbara's voice radiated joy. "Anthony, I was just about to reach out to you. My 84th birthday is next month. Are you free to join my birthday banquet? What do you think?" Anthony understood that Barbara was facing her second hurdle this year. Under normal circumstances, he would have visited her uninvited before her birthday to ensure her well-being and help her reach her 90s. However, due to Kenneth's disrespect toward Master Wade, he could no longer do that. Besides, he felt he had already repaid enough of their family's kindness over the years. Clearing his throat, he replied sternly, "Barbara, I have spent many years treating and caring for the Wilson family. I believe I have sufficiently repaid the kindness your husband showed me. Therefore, I must respectfully sever ties with your family from now on." Barbara stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "What? Anthony, what are you saying? We've been friends for so many years. How could you just sever ties with us like that?" With a serious tone, Anthony replied, "Barbara, I truly appreciate Brother Wilson's support. He was there for me when I needed it most, and I've helped your family for years without asking for anything in return. Gratitude and respect are fundamental to me, as you know." "Absolutely," Barbara responded. "But I'm struggling to understand why you want to cut ties with us out of the blue. If I've done something wrong, just tell me, I'll fix it." "No, Barbara, this isn't your fault. It's actually about your son, Kenneth." "Kenneth?" Barbara asked, astonished. "What did he do? Did he upset you?" "But he's in Oris Hill right now." "Yes, I'm in Oris Hill as well," Anthony explained earnestly. "I encountered Kenneth. To be honest, he didn't offend me directly, but he did upset someone very important to me, my savior. I owe that man my life, and out of gratitude, I must distance myself from the Wilson family. I'm sorry." Barbara's heart raced with anxiety. Oh no, had her son really angered Anthony in Oris Hill? How could he be so reckless? Anthony was a renowned master of Chinese medicine, well respected among the elite for his remarkable skills. There was a saying in East Cliff's high society, Anthony Simmons can outsmart the Grim Reaper and extend your life. This meant that if Anthony treated someone, even those on the brink of death could enjoy a prolonged life. For the wealthy and powerful, this was nothing short of a miracle. Stanley Ho, the billionaire from Macau, had spent millions on medical treatments just to prolong his life. To him, life was far more valuable than money. What good is wealth if you're facing death? Ultimately, everyone ends up the same way, lying in a coffin, buried 6 feet under. This reality made the affluent and powerful yearn even more for Anthony's expertise. The Wilson family was often envied by the wealthy elite in East Cliff due to their close relationship with Anthony. While many would pay handsomely for his services, they were fortunate enough to have him visit annually for checkups and treatments. Barbara's husband, Kenneth's father, had been diagnosed with cancer a decade ago. Thanks to Anthony's exceptional care, he lived for several more years, passing away only last year at 86. Barbara had hoped to live into her 90s or even beyond with Anthony's continued support, but now she was faced with the shocking news. Desperately, she pleaded, "Anthony, please, I'm begging you, don't stoop to Kenneth's level and hold a grudge against him. He's your junior. I hope you can forgive him for whatever he did wrong. I'll speak to him right away and make sure he apologizes to you." Anthony interrupted her, "It's no use, Barbara. It's not about me being offended. He crossed a line by upsetting my savior. This is where our conversation ends. I won't change my decision. I wish you good health and a long life. Goodbye." With that, Anthony ended the call abruptly, switched off his phone, and instructed, "Zyla, lock the door. Let's head back to the hotel." Meanwhile, Kenneth and Christopher were returning to the Wilson family villa. As soon as they arrived, Kenneth hurried to the living room, poured himself a glass of water, and began examining the Viagra he had taken out. "So, do I take one at a time?" he asked, reading the instructions. Lady Wilson blushed at the sight of Kenneth's openness about the medication. Hannah turned her gaze away, feeling awkward. Wendy, however, was a bit more enthusiastic. Kenneth had been distant and cold towards her since his impotence became a reality. Wendy found herself in a difficult situation. Kenneth had stopped giving her any pocket money and hadn't mentioned his investment plans either. It was becoming increasingly clear to her that any potential financial support from him would only come if she could help him regain his manhood quickly. Otherwise, she feared that Kenneth would leave her and their family behind without a second thought. The $10 million Kenneth had provided was merely enough to stabilize the chaos engulfing the Wilson Group. It certainly wasn't sufficient to restore the company to its former glory. Standing next to Kenneth, Christopher remarked, "Taking one pill at a time will work, it has a very strong effect." Kenneth nodded in agreement, then took out 3 pills and swallowed them. He grasped Wendy's hand and urged, "Wendy, let's head upstairs now." He was hopeful that the medicine would prove effective. Wendy quickly agreed, wrapping her arms around Kenneth's. She said playfully, "Dear, let's return to our room and give it another try." Kenneth pulled her into the room, and they began their foreplay. Wendy did everything she could to help him experience pleasure and reclaim his manhood. However, despite her best efforts, nothing seemed to work. In his frustration, Kenneth swallowed 3 more pills, yet he felt no sensation at all, nothing. His mood plummeted to an all-time low. As he lay there, watching Wendy squirm and wiggle beside him, he lost his temper and kicked her off the bed, shouting, "I don't need you anymore, just leave." Wendy, frightened that Kenneth might lash out, quickly replied, "Dear, please calm down. I'm sure we can find a solution to help you soon." "Arg! Just go away," Kenneth snapped, throwing a pillow at her in anger. Not wanting to provoke him further, Wendy hurriedly dressed and dashed out of the room. Left alone, Kenneth lay on the bed, fuming with agitation. At the pinnacle of his success, he had always dreamed of being surrounded by beautiful women, enjoying the best life imaginable. Yet now, impotence had shattered that dream completely. What was the point of having those beautiful women around him if he couldn't perform? He refused to accept this fate. Just as he was drowning in his resentment, his phone rang. It was his mother. He quickly answered, trying to keep his tone humble. "Hello, Mother. Why are you up so late?" Barbara's furious voice boomed from the other end. "You little brat. What have you done? Are you trying to kill me? Do you want me to die at 84? Mom, what are you talking about? Why would I want to harm you?" he replied, confused. "Arg, you nasty bastard!" Barbara yelled. "Let me ask you this, why did you offend Anthony Simmons? He wants to sever ties with our family. Do you have any idea how much that could cost us?" Kenneth trembled in disbelief at his mother's fierce outburst. All because he had argued with Charlie. Not only did Anthony refuse to assist him, but he also wanted to sever ties with the entire family. What kind of spell had Charlie cast on him that made him so entranced and captivated? Frustrated and furious, Kenneth held back his feelings and retorted, "Mom, that old fool is completely unreliable. He's a fraud." Barbara shouted back, her voice full of anger, "I don't care what you decide, but you better bring Anthony to Eastcliff on my 84th birthday to check on me and treat my old ailments. If you don't, just wait and see what happens." People tended to become more selfish as they aged. The older they got, the more they feared death, clinging to life for as long as possible. Barbara was indifferent to the quarrel between Kenneth and Anthony. All she wanted was for Anthony to remain her personal physician. With Anthony by her side, she felt she could easily live past 90, but without him, she worried she wouldn't even survive the year. Kenneth felt crushed by his mother's harsh accusations. He longed to explain his side and voice his grievances, but Barbara was not interested in hearing any excuses. She laid down her demands and abruptly ended the call. Frustrated, Kenneth released his pent-up anger by smashing furniture and breaking items in the room. Finally, he grabbed his phone, hoping to call Anthony, seeking forgiveness and pleading for him to continue treating his mother. Unfortunately, Anthony's phone was turned off. This only deepened Kenneth's frustration. Yet, he dared not defy his mother's wishes, so he quickly dressed, left the house, and drove to Anthony's clinic. Upon arriving, he found the clinic's door firmly closed. Kenneth clenched his jaw in irritation when, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted two figures emerging from a dark alley nearby. One of them was limping and looked vaguely familiar. Kenneth swiftly hid around the corner to get a better look. As they approached, he saw it was a man in his 50s accompanied by a young man in his 20s. The young man was leaning on a crutch with one hand while holding a large green gasoline drum in the other. The middle-aged man, slightly balding, was supporting the limping youth with one arm while carrying another green gasoline drum in his other hand. Kenneth recognized the young man as Jason Grant, the one who had been thrown out of the clinic earlier that day while seeking treatment from Anthony. It appeared they were plotting to set Anthony's clinic ablaze since he had refused to help. Jason Grant was the same individual who had crossed paths with Charlie in the hospital and had been forcefully ejected by Don Albert. The incident had left him with broken legs, resulting in his limp. He harbored a deep resentment for Charlie, and after being turned away by Anthony, he intended to find a way to settle the score. After complaining to his father, Justin Grant, in frustration, they had purchased 2 gasoline barrels with the intention of burning down Anthony's clinic. Their plan was to ignite the Serene World Clinic as a lesson for Anthony, and then devise a way to exact revenge on Charlie. At that moment, Kenneth overheard Jason asking Justin, "Dad, do you think the old coot lives in the clinic?" "How should I know?" Justin replied coldly. "Besides, who cares? If he is inside, he deserves to burn. How dare he treat you this way? Damn it!" Jason cursed in frustration, "This is ridiculous. The old coot won't even help me. Burning him alive is too lenient a lesson for him." Jason opened the barrel cap and exclaimed, "Dad, I think it's smarter to pour the gasoline in through the rolling shutter. That way, it will spread thoroughly inside. When we light the fire from outside, it will engulf everything so quickly that even the C**roaches won't stand a chance." Justin nodded with a snort, "Exactly. Let's turn them to ashes, those sons of B**cheese." Even though Justin hadn't found success as a pioneer in Oris Hill, He was undoubtedly the city's top expert in spoiling his only son. For generations, their families had only produced one male heir. After having several daughters, Justin finally welcomed a son, Jason, and he had been indulged in every conceivable way since childhood. Back in elementary school, Jason's teacher had punished him with a single caning for being a disruptive troublemaker in class. In retaliation, Justin had stormed the school with some associates and broken the teacher's right arm, leaving him permanently disabled. During Jason's junior high years, he had a fight with a classmate and lost. So, Justin arranged for a staged car accident that left the boy in a vegetative state. There were countless similar incidents throughout Jason's upbringing. In Justin's eyes, the only fitting punishment for anyone who dared to bully his son was death. Since Anthony refused to treat his son's broken legs, he deserved to die. Charlie was responsible for Jason's current miserable condition, and thus, he should also meet his end. With that in mind, Justin devised a plan. He intended to burn Anthony to death today and eliminate Charlie with his scheme tomorrow. Just as father and son were about to pour the gasoline from the barrel, Kenneth, worried they might actually kill Anthony, leaped out and shouted, "Hey! Hold on!" The sudden shout startled them. They had assumed they were alone that night, but someone had unexpectedly appeared. Amidst their surprise, Jason recognized Kenneth and said, "Hey, aren't you the guy who came to see Anthony today? What's up? Are you here to help him?" Kenneth waved his hands frantically, "No way. I don't care whether the old dog lives or dies. That magical pill he's always carrying around, he claims it can heal your legs, but I believe it can cure my condition too. If you burn him like this, his magical pill will be destroyed." Jason's eyes widened in shock. Kenneth had a point. How had he not thought of that? Indeed, Anthony possessed a magical elixir that could even heal severe spinal injuries. If he killed Anthony in the fire, he would lose the chance to heal his own legs. Suddenly, Jason felt a wave of hesitation. Kenneth continued, "Listen, I have an idea. Let's not burn his clinic just yet. Instead, we should kidnap the old dog, take the pill from him, and then, we can kill him." Justin raised an eyebrow, suspicious. "Ha! Do you have a grudge against the old dog too?" "Absolutely." Kenneth growled, his indignation clear. "He's my archenemy. I want to kill him as well, but first, I need that magic pill to cure myself." Jason chimed in that case, let's team up. We'll kidnap the old dog, force him to give us the magic pill, and then we can eliminate him and toss him into the sea." "Sounds good." Kenneth nodded eagerly. "Let's exchange contact details and set a time for tomorrow to discuss the plan further." Justin and Jason remained unaware that Anthony possessed only half of a magical pill, but Kenneth was fully in the loop. Kenneth had nearly acquired the pill from Anthony earlier that afternoon. He hesitated to confront Anthony directly, but he had a clever plan in mind. By shifting the responsibility onto the unsuspecting father-son pair, he could comfortably enjoy the results of their efforts while employing a few simple tricks. His first step would be to create replicas of the pills he had seen earlier. After they kidnapped Anthony, he would search him for the genuine pill and swap it with his fakes. This way, he could not only resolve his own impotence issues but also pin the blame for Anthony's demise on Justin and Jason. On the other hand, Justin didn't dwell on the complexities of the situation. In his eyes, the enemy of his enemy was his ally. Since they shared a common foe, they could team up, and the more, the merrier. Plus, sharing the risks made perfect sense to him. Regarding the magic pill, he was uncertain about how much Anthony had, but for him, it was clear that Anthony had to go, as he and his son were furious with him. So, he exchanged phone numbers with Kenneth and arranged to have a call the following day. After that, he and Jason left the clinic, dragging along the gasoline drums. Kenneth felt quite pleased with his scheme. He sped back to the Wilson family villa, eager to whip up some cash, mix in some black paint, and mold dough into pill-shaped replicas. Meanwhile, in another vehicle, Jason turned to his father, Justin, and asked, "Dad, what's our plan for tomorrow? Are we still going to lure Charlie out and take care of him before teaming up with this guy to eliminate Anthony Simmons?" Justin nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. We'll take care of Charlie first, then we'll grab that magic pill from Anthony and fix your legs." "That's fantastic!" Jason exclaimed, bursting with excitement. "If we get that magic pill, I won't have to live as a cripple anymore." Justin smiled at his son. "Don't worry, son. I won't let you suffer forever. I'd even trade my legs for yours." Then he added, "Let's head home and get some rest. Tomorrow, remember to call Elaine and stick to our plan." "All right, Dad." The following morning, Charlie picked up breakfast at home. After Elaine finished her meal, she headed out to play cards with her friends. Elaine was passionate about card games, and whenever she had some free time, she would visit her friends to play. As she stepped out of the house and walked toward her friend's place, her phone started ringing. She glanced at her phone and was surprised to see it was Jason calling. She quickly picked up. "Hey, Jason. What's up?" Since Claire married Charlie, Elaine had been focused on one goal, orchestrating her daughter's divorce from Charlie so that she could secure a match with a wealthy family. Initially, she had hoped her daughter would marry Wendell Jones, but then the Jones family inexplicably went bankrupt overnight. To make matters worse, Wendell and his family vanished without a trace and were never seen in Oris Hill again. Next, she aimed for her daughter to marry Kevin White, but he ended up getting slapped around by Don Albert's men while trying to help her recover money lost to a scam, leading to his disappearance as well. A few days prior, she had set her sights on Jason Grant for her daughter, but after he was thrown out of the window during an incident in her husband's ward, he too had gone missing. In all honesty, Jason was currently the best option for her daughter's future husband. Even though he had brought the fraudulent Dr. Lynch to treat her husband without any success, Elaine recognized that he was also a victim of the doctor's deceit, so she hadn't held it against him. In contrast to the situation, Elaine felt a heavy burden of guilt over what happened to Jason. She believed he didn't deserve the severe treatment he had received, especially since his intentions were good from the start. When Jason called her, she was filled with joy, but a twinge of guilt lingered in her heart. His sincere voice came through the phone. "Auntie, I want to apologize for what occurred at the hospital the other day. I was misled and ended up bringing a fake doctor to treat Uncle. I truly regret it, and I haven't had the chance to apologize to you." "Oh!" Elaine exclaimed. "Jason, what are you saying? I have always appreciated your good intentions, and I'm truly sorry for what you went through. I should be the one apologizing." "No, Auntie, it's my fault for not checking Dr. Lynch's credentials beforehand," he replied. Then he added, "I would love to invite you to lunch one day so I can personally apologize, if that's all right with you." Elaine felt a surge of excitement at the invitation. To be honest, she didn't think Jason had done anything wrong in this situation. In fact, she considered him one of the victims in this unfortunate event. After all, he had even suffered a broken leg because of the incompetent Charlie. She felt sympathy for this innocent young man. Moreover, Jason's call improved Elaine's perception of him. Just look at him. He was affluent, kind-hearted, generous, and incredibly respectful towards her. He would make an outstanding husband for her daughter. If only she could encourage her daughter to spend more time with Jason and distance herself from the clueless Charlie, her daughter could soon find herself marrying a wealthy man. Beyond that, the Grant family owned a convention center that would offer significant renovation opportunities. If Jason were with her daughter, wouldn't that open up a world of projects for her? In fact, if she subcontracted those projects to other companies, she could make a nice profit, couldn't she? This future looked far brighter than what she envisioned with Charlie. Elaine concluded that finding a decent guy like Jason was a rare opportunity, and she was determined to make the most of it for her daughter. With enthusiasm, she said, "Oh, Jason, you're too kind. You really don't have to do that." "It's nothing, Auntie. It's the least I can do." Noticing the excitement in her voice, Jason quickly added, "And as a token of my sincerity, I've prepared $1 million gift for you." $1 million gift? Instantly, Elaine's face lit up with a huge grin. Wow! How generous and kind Jason was. $1 million gift, she could be wealthy. Without hesitation, she eagerly accepted the invitation, saying, "Jason, just let me know the time and place, and I'll be there without fail. Jason smiled and said, Auntie, let's meet at the Divine Lounge on Hazel Street. It's the top seafood restaurant in Oris Hill. Let's say noon. I'll see you at the entrance. Okay. Elaine replied, beaming with delight. Jason continued, Auntie, please keep our plans a secret from Claire. I'm organizing a special apology ceremony for her, and I need your help. Elaine responded, Of course. You young ones are so romantic. I promise I won't tell her anything. Elaine spent the remainder of the morning lost in a whirlwind of daydreams about the extravagant gift Jason had prepared for her. What could it possibly be? Her excitement was such that she could hardly focus on anything else, even her favorite card game. When the time came, she hurried to the Divine Lounge to meet Jason. What could this gift entail? Jewelry? Diamonds? Cash? A check? Or perhaps something entirely different? For someone like Elaine, who was often scheming, Jason's generous gift was an irresistible temptation. Just the other day, she had used Claire's check to cover a hospital bill, pocketing a hefty $160,000 in the process. The thrill of her cleverness kept her grinning for days. So, the prospect of receiving $1 million present from Jason sent her soaring to cloud 9. At 11:30 a.m., Elaine bid farewell to her friends, hopped into a taxi, and made her way directly to the Divine Lounge. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she stood by the entrance as agreed, eagerly awaiting Jason's arrival. Before long, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz glided to a halt in front of her. The car door swung open, and a dapper young man stepped out, dressed in a suit and polished leather shoes. It was Jason. He exuded charm and style, though his limp was noticeable. Many women were drawn to Jason's striking appearance and the luxurious Mercedes, but upon noticing his limp, they sighed in disappointment and walked away. Jason noticed the fleeting glances and disapproving looks from onlookers, igniting a blaze of anger within him. He loathed Charlie and Anthony intensely, wishing they would simply disappear. But with Elaine standing nearby, he stifled his rage and approached her, wearing a warm smile. Hi, Auntie. Sorry to keep you waiting, he greeted. Oh, no worries, Jason. I just got here, she replied, her eyes drifting to the brand new Mercedes behind him. Is that your new car? Jason beamed. Yes. It's a Mercedes-Benz S500. I just picked it up from the showroom today. It's really not that fancy, just over 1.6 million. He then handed her the car key, saying, Auntie, please accept this key. Elaine's brow furrowed in confusion as she took the key. Jason, what do you mean by this? Auntie, this is the gift I mentioned over the phone. I noticed that both Uncle and Claire have a BMW, but you don't have a car yet. That seems unfair for someone of your stature. Elaine was ecstatic. Oh, Jason, you really shouldn't have. This is incredibly generous. Despite her words, she clutched the car key tightly, showing no signs of wanting to return it. Jason picked up on her enthusiasm and added, honestly, Uncle and Claire are driving the more modest BMW 5 Series. Their combined value doesn't even reach $1 million. This S500 is far more luxurious and fitting for you. Please consider it a small token of my affection. Elaine was absolutely thrilled. She embodied the classic image of a snobbish and greedy mother-in-law. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of wealth. To her, the ideal son-in-law had one crucial requirement: he had to be rich and eager to spend money on her. Anyone who didn't meet this standard was nothing more than worthless trash in her eyes, regardless of their other qualities. Jason was the perfect candidate for a son-in-law. He was not only affluent but also generous with his spending, especially on his future mother-in-law. He had already gifted her a Mercedes-Benz even before he began dating her daughter. Just imagine what might happen if Claire married him. Would he present her with a grand mansion or perhaps a luxurious yacht? She was overjoyed, and her imagination soared. Yet, she understood the importance of maintaining appearances. Grabbing Jason's arm, she said earnestly, Jason, I truly appreciate your generosity, but the car is quite expensive. Would you really be okay with me accepting it? Of course I am. Jason replied. "Auntie, it's my way of showing gratitude, please accept it." Elaine beamed with delight at his earnestness. Placing the key into her handbag, she exclaimed, "Then I graciously accept." "Thank you so much, Jason." Her unabashed display of greed did not go unnoticed by Jason, who observed her with a cautious eye. He secretly chuckled, realizing that the scheme he and his father devised would come to fruition, thanks to Elaine's snobbishness. With this thought in mind, he maintained a polite smile and suggested, "Auntie, why don't we head inside instead of lingering at the door?" Elaine nodded enthusiastically. "Absolutely, let's go in." Once inside the restaurant, Jason requested the waiter to escort them to their reserved table, where he ordered an extravagant meal filled with lavish dishes. During lunch, Jason cleared his throat and adopted a tone of contrition. "Auntie, I want to apologize for bringing a quack to visit Uncle at the hospital the other day. That was my fault, and I'm truly sorry." Elaine smiled warmly. "Oh, sweet child, there's no need to worry. I've never blamed you. You were just caught in a tough situation." Jason nodded, then looked at Elaine earnestly. "Auntie, to be honest, I really like Claire. I want to marry her, and I hope you'll support me in this." Elaine squealed with excitement, "Of course. I completely support you. Honestly, I've already thought of you as my future son-in-law." Jason sighed with relief. "Thank you for your support, but I'm concerned that Claire might still be upset with me. If we can't resolve our misunderstanding, I don't think we have a future together." "Oh, hush. It's just a minor issue. You two can sort it out. I can even help facilitate the conversation." Jason recognized this as the perfect moment to make his move. "Auntie, I actually plan to apologize and confess to Claire personally. I have an idea. My family has a mansion by the river, and I'd like to set up a candlelight dinner tonight. I'll buy flowers and decorate the place. Could you bring Claire there so I can apologize and share my feelings with her? If she's open to it, maybe she'll agree to be with me." "Wow! Jason, you're so thoughtful. I'm impressed," Elaine exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. "All right, I'll call Claire right away." Jason grinned slyly while maintaining a serious demeanor. "Auntie, please don't mention that this was my idea, she might hesitate to come if she knows." He continued, "Instead, tell her that a friend of yours has a mansion by the river that needs some renovations and is looking to hire her for the project. She's so ambitious, I'm sure she'll jump at the chance when she hears there's a business opportunity. Then, you could accompany her and help me when I confess." Elaine exclaimed, "That sounds like a fantastic plan. Let's go with that." A glimmer of something sinister crossed Jason's eyes as he thought to himself, "Tonight, I'll win over Claire first. Then, after charming this old vixen, I'll lure Charlie to the mansion and take care of him." At that moment, Claire, Charlie, and Jacob had just completed their lunch at home. As Charlie made his way to the kitchen to tidy up the dishes, he received an unexpected phone call from Zyla. Upon answering, Zyla spoke with a hint of embarrassment, saying, "Mr. Wade, what are you up to right now?" "I'm just at home," Charlie replied casually. He then inquired, "Is something the matter? What did you want to tell me?" Zyla quickly responded, "The reason I'm calling is that I have something important to report to you." "Go ahead," Charlie encouraged her. Zyla hurriedly explained, "Here's what happened. Yesterday, Jason Grant and Kenneth Wilson came to my grandfather's medical clinic, pleading for him to treat them. My grandfather was unaware that Kenneth had offended you and nearly gave him the second half of the magical pill that you previously provided." Curious, Charlie asked, "Why would he do that? Does your family have a good relationship with Kenneth? Why would your grandfather consider giving such a valuable medicine to him?" Charlie was well aware that Anthony viewed the magical pill he had given him as an invaluable treasure, recognizing its significance to him. Given its importance, it was puzzling why anyone would offer it to someone they barely knew or only knew casually. Zyla quickly clarified, "My grandfather and Kenneth's father were very close friends in the past. They shared a strong bond over the years." Zyla then recounted the history between her grandfather and the elder Wilson, detailing their shared experiences. After listening to Zyla's story, Charlie realized that the Wilson family had actually been a benefactor to Anthony in the past. Furthermore, he learned that Anthony had been repaying the Wilson family for their kindness for many years, stemming from a small favor received long ago. This revelation deepened Charlie's respect and admiration for Anthony. What pleased him even more was Anthony's ability to distinguish right from wrong, as he had chosen to sever ties with the Wilson family on Charlie's behalf. Even though Charlie was the young heir of Eastcliffe's most prestigious and powerful family, he had left the Wade family with his father when he was just a boy. Following his father's unexpected death, he had to fend for himself and eventually found refuge in an orphanage where he grew up. His time in the orphanage taught Charlie the importance of gratitude and the need to repay kindness. The aunt who raised him treated him with great care. So, when she fell ill, Charlie bravely faced the harsh words and disdain from the Wilson family, gathering the courage to borrow money from them to cover her medical expenses. It was Claire who had supported him during that difficult time. Despite his lack of respect for the Wilson family, he felt a strong obligation to repay Claire for her kindness. Recognizing that Anthony shared the same values, Charlie began to view him more favorably. It seemed that Anthony might become one of his loyal allies in the future. Given Anthony's loyalty, Charlie decided to reward him appropriately. With that thought in mind, Charlie planned to visit Serene World Clinic later that afternoon to give Anthony another magical pill. After all, Charlie had concocted 30 pills in total, and even after distributing several, he still had around 20 remaining. Having mastered the art of making these pills and able to control his chi and spiritual energy thanks to his studies in the apocalyptic book, Charlie found the process of creating them cost-free. Additionally, Charlie wanted the people of Oris Hill to understand that he was someone who believed in fair rewards and consequences. If someone acted poorly, they would face repercussions. Conversely, those who did well deserved recognition. Since Anthony had performed admirably this time, Charlie looked forward to visiting him that afternoon and rewarding him with a magical pill he would never have anticipated. With that in mind, Charlie promptly asked Zyla, "Will your grandfather be at Serene World Clinic this afternoon?" "Yes," Zyla responded excitedly. "Mr. Wade, are you planning to come over?" Charlie responded simply, "Yes, I'll come over and take a look later this afternoon." "That's wonderful, Mr. Wade," Zyla exclaimed with enthusiasm before adding, "I need to tell Grandpa the good news right away. He's going to be so thrilled." Once Charlie finished tidying up in the kitchen, he stepped out to find Claire already prepared to leave the house. He then inquired, "My dear wife, are you off to your studio now?" Claire shook her head and replied, "No, Mom called to tell me that she has a friend interested in renovating a villa. So, I'm heading there to check it out." Charlie hurriedly asked, "Which area are you going to?" "The villa by the river," Claire answered promptly. With a smile, Charlie said, "That's perfect. Could you drop me off at Serene World Clinic on your way? I'd like to visit the brilliant Dr. Simmons." Claire looked surprised and said, "You're going to see Dr. Simmons? Why don't I join you? Let's pick up something for him before we go. I really want to express my gratitude to the genius doctor for healing my father." Claire felt deeply appreciative of Anthony, believing he was the one who had cured her father's paraplegia. Charlie reassured her, "Don't worry, Claire. Just drop me off at the clinic and you can get back to your work. I can manage the visit on my own." Claire replied, "That wouldn't be proper." Charlie smiled and said, "There's nothing inappropriate about that. Dr. Simmons has a rather unique personality, so he might not appreciate a large crowd at his clinic all at once." Upon hearing this, Claire nodded and said, "All right then. You can visit him first today. If possible, please schedule an appointment so that we can treat him to a nice dinner sometime." "That sounds like a great idea." Afterward, the couple left the house together, with Claire driving Charlie out of the city. Once they arrived at Serene World Clinic, Charlie exited the car, reminding Claire to drive safely before he walked inside. At that moment, Anthony was attending to a patient in the medical hall. Upon seeing Charlie enter, he was thrilled and quickly stood up to greet him, exclaiming, "Mr. Wade, it's great to see you." Charlie offered a slight smile and said, "You can continue with your work, don't worry about me." Anthony nodded and called out to Zyla, who was busy preparing medicine. "Zyla!" Mr. Wade is here. Please come out and entertain him for a bit. Zyla hurriedly set aside her tasks and approached Charlie with a rosy complexion. Mr. Wade, you're here. Her voice was bright and sweet, complemented by an innocent smile and two charming dimples that made her look especially endearing. What surprised Charlie even more was that, unlike many women who wore a hint of perfume, Zyla exuded a subtle aroma of medicine and herbs. Typically, those working in pharmacies or medical clinics carried a stronger scent of medicine, but Zyla's fragrance was pleasant and even calming to him. Charlie looked at Zyla and chuckled, "Now that your grandfather has recovered, are you stepping back to work behind the scenes?" "Yes," Zyla replied with a sweet smile. "But I'm not always in the background. Grandpa sees up to 5 patients daily, and I handle the rest." Charlie nodded and said, "Your medical skills are already exceptional. I believe it won't be long before you become a renowned young genius doctor in Oris Hill." "How could that be?" Zyla blushed and replied shyly, "My skills still can't match my grandfather's. Besides, my medical abilities can never compete with yours, Mr. Wade." At that moment, Anthony escorted a patient out of the clinic and addressed the other waiting patients. "Dear patients, I have a distinguished guest today, and I need to attend to him for a moment. I'll have to pause all consultations briefly. I appreciate your understanding." Afterward, Anthony approached Charlie, bowed respectfully, and said, "Hello, Mr. Wade." When Charlie noticed Anthony saluting and bowing in front of him, he waved his hand and said, "Mr. Simmons, there's no need for all this formality. You can just call me Charlie." "How could I ever do that?" Anthony quickly bowed again and replied, "Mr. Wade, you are my master. It wouldn't be right for me to address you by your first name." Seeing Anthony's stubbornness, Charlie decided not to press the issue any further. Instead, he asked, "I heard that Jason Grant and Kenneth Wilson visited you yesterday?" Anthony looked surprised. "Mr. Wade, how did you learn about that?" Zyla playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "Grandpa, I was the one who informed Mr. Wade about this." Immediately, Anthony began to scold Zyla. "Young lady. Mr. Wade has his own busy life, why would you bother him with something so trivial?" Zyla felt quite hurt by this. Her intention in calling Charlie wasn't to seek credit for her grandfather, she simply wanted a chance to converse with Charlie. In fact, she had always viewed Charlie as her idol, perhaps even more so than her own grandfather. Thus, she was eager to find any reason to speak with him, even if it was just a quick phone call. However, she knew she couldn't reach out to Charlie without a valid topic of discussion, which is why she brought up the events from the previous day. To her surprise, instead of being praised, she ended up being scolded. Anthony's reprimand stemmed from his fear that Charlie might misinterpret the situation. He worried that Charlie would think he had asked Zyla to call him just to gain more recognition for himself. He wanted to avoid any misunderstandings that might suggest he was someone who sought to take credit for everything. Noticing the downcast look on Zyla's face, Charlie smiled and said, "Mr. Simmons, this is a minor issue. Please don't scold Zyla over it." Anthony quickly responded, "Mr. Wade, I apologize for embarrassing myself in your presence." Charlie waved his hand dismissively and said, "Mr. Simmons, your refusal to treat Jason and Kenneth after they offended me shows your loyalty and respect. I truly appreciate what you've done." Anthony replied earnestly, "Mr. Wade, you've done so much for me, and your kindness when you saved my life is something I can never repay. I'm just doing what I can to alleviate your worries." He then pointed at the sign for Serene World Clinic and added, "I chose to stay in Oris Hill and open this medical clinic to assist you and follow your directions whenever you need my help. This is my way of repaying your kindness." Charlie smiled and said, "You are truly a loyal man." Then, Charlie took a magical pill from his pocket and handed it to Anthony. "Mr. Simmons, this is the same magical pill I gave you before. Though I haven't demonstrated it, ancient records state that a dying person can prolong their life by 5 to 10 years after taking this pill. I want you to keep this with you, it may be useful in the future." Anthony stared at the pill, trembling as he fell to his knees. "Mr. Wade, you can't do this. You've already given me one of these pills before, and I haven't been able to repay your kindness. How could I accept such a generous gift?" "Zyla, seeing her grandfather kneel, also knelt beside him, resting her slender hands on her knees and gazing at Charlie with bright, watery eyes. Charlie had given this magical pill to a few others, and while everyone recognized its immense value, no one understood its significance better than Anthony. Having dedicated his life to medicine, Anthony knew the true power of this magical pill and understood that he wouldn't find another like it in the world. Additionally, as he aged, he became increasingly aware of his own mortality. Despite being a renowned genius in the medical field, the reality of passing away peacefully in his sleep was a possibility he couldn't ignore. This magical pill had the potential to extend the life of someone nearing death. It meant that Anthony could gain several more years because of this incredible gift from Charlie. While Anthony longed for the magical pill, he felt unworthy to ask for it. There's a saying that one shouldn't be rewarded for merely doing their duty. Anthony believed that all he did was refuse treatment to Jason and Kenneth, and in his view, he did not merit such a valuable medicine from Charlie for this minor action. However, Charlie felt otherwise. If he truly wanted to, Charlie could produce thousands of these extraordinary pills in just one day. The primary reason he refrained from making an abundance of these pills was that he wished to keep their rarity and worth intact. Thus, giving Anthony an additional magical pill held little significance for Charlie. With a casual tone, Charlie remarked, "Mr. Simmons, since you wish to be by my side and share my burdens, you should also understand that I believe in rewarding and punishing people based on their actions. I think you've done exceptionally well, and you deserve a reward. Therefore, it's only natural for me to give you one. There's no need for you to be overly polite, just accept it." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Anthony began to tear up and bowed deeply before Charlie, exclaiming, "Thank you, Mr. Wade. Thank you so much, Mr. Wade." Zyla quickly followed suit, bowing respectfully with her hands together, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Wade." Charlie glanced at Zyla and smiled, saying, "Zyla, please raise your head and look at me." Zyla quickly lifted her head, her face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to avoid meeting Charlie's gaze. Charlie continued with a gentle smile, "In the future, when the time is right, I will also give you one of these magical pills. It will surely help enhance your medical skills." The magical pill was designed to treat and rejuvenate the elderly while boosting the energy of younger individuals. Upon taking one of these pills, a young person could significantly strengthen their body and enhance their meridians. In traditional Chinese medicine, qi is paramount, and a doctor needs a higher concentration of internal qi. If someone lacks sufficient qi, their acupuncture or moxibustion will not be effective, no matter how knowledgeable they are. This is why many renowned doctors possess considerable physical strength. Zyla was moved to tears by Charlie's promise. At that moment, Anthony, filled with excitement, urged, "Zyla, quickly thank Mr. Wade for his generosity." Snapping back to reality, Zyla promptly kowtowed before Charlie, her voice trembling as she said, "Thank you, Mr. Wade. Thank you so much." While Charlie was distributing medicine to Anthony at Serene World Clinic, Claire had already driven to the Riverside Villa in the suburbs. Upon arriving at the villa area, she called her mother, Elaine, asking, "Mom, I'm at the Riverside Villa. Where should I meet your friend?" Meanwhile, Elaine was anxiously awaiting Claire in Jason's villa. Excitedly, she responded, "This is an exclusive villa area with strict management, so you'll need to park outside. I'll come to pick you up right now." "All right," Claire replied. "I'll wait for you at the entrance." Elaine hung up, her face beaming with excitement as she rushed to tell Jason and his father, "Justin, Claire is here. I'm going to get her now." Jason quickly pointed to the heart-shaped roses and candles at the entrance, saying, "Auntie, please don't say anything that might reveal I'm waiting. I want Claire to experience this romantic setup the moment she arrives." Elaine smiled widely, assuring him, "Oh, Jason. Don't worry. I won't let anything slip." After that, he pulled a black pistol from his waist, checking it carefully before stating coldly, "All right then. Once Charlie arrives, I'll shoot him in the head without hesitation. I will avenge you immediately." Meanwhile, Claire was completely unaware of the unfolding events. She stood by the entrance of the Riverside Villa, waiting for her mother, when suddenly, she spotted Elaine hurrying out to greet her. Elaine quickly opened the small gate and exclaimed, "Claire, Come in. Claire waved back at her mother. Curiosity got the better of Claire, and she asked, Mom, why haven't I heard about this friend of yours who lives at the Riverside Villa before now? The Riverside Villa, situated along the riverbank, was part of one of Oris Hill's upscale communities. The residents here were affluent and influential, clearly beyond the reach of Elaine's usual social circle. Elaine beamed as she replied, He's one of my old classmates. He just bought a villa here and is planning some renovations. He mentioned he has a budget of $8 million for it. Isn't that impressive? Claire smiled and answered, Of course. Any home renovation costing over $1 million is a significant deal to me. Elaine grinned and said, Great. Let's go over there now so you can check out the villa layout and brainstorm some interior design ideas for the renovation. Sounds perfect. Claire replied eagerly. Elaine then led Claire to Villa 8 and rang the doorbell. As soon as the door swung open, Jason greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, Claire. It's been ages since we last saw each other. Claire was momentarily taken aback, her expression hardening instantly. Ignoring Jason, she turned to Elaine, who stood directly behind her. Mom, is this the friend you mentioned? Elaine responded awkwardly, Well, Claire, don't be upset. Jason has a surprise for you. Jason quickly nodded and revealed the heart-shaped roses and candles he had set up at the door. Claire, now visibly angry, confronted Elaine, saying, Mom, did you team up with Jason to deceive me? Elaine rushed to explain, Claire, please let me clarify. Jason is genuinely sincere about you. Jason quickly added, Claire, this isn't your mother's doing. I asked her to help invite you here today. Claire glared at Elaine, her disappointment evident. Mom, I'm truly disappointed in you. With that, Claire turned to leave, ready to walk away. However, Elaine swiftly blocked her path, pleading, Claire, this is all my fault, but I'm not trying to deceive you. I'm doing this for your own benefit. Jason genuinely wants to discuss a potential collaboration with you regarding his villa renovation. Claire frowned and retorted angrily, I am not on the same page as him at all. Elaine shot back, What are you talking about? Jason has gone out of his way to apologize to you. Look at how considerate he is. Why are you still talking like this? Elaine persisted, Since you're already here, just hear me out. Try to communicate with Jason, and if it doesn't work out between you, you can still discuss the renovation project afterward, okay? Before Claire could respond, Elaine gently but firmly pushed her into the villa. Unbeknownst to Elaine, she was not only pushing her daughter into a dangerous situation, but she was also heading straight into one herself. Elaine's hope rested on Claire being able to resolve her misunderstandings with Jason, and she wished for her daughter to form a positive impression of him. If everything unfolded as Elaine envisioned, Claire would finally leave the worthless Charlie behind and marry Jason instead. As Claire was ushered into the villa by her mother, she couldn't shake off the feelings of annoyance and frustration that washed over her. Deep down, she understood her mother's materialistic nature and lack of morals, but she had expected Elaine to have some boundaries. It was beyond her comprehension that her mother would conspire with someone else to deceive her, leaving Claire feeling utterly disheartened. Determined to leave the villa immediately, Claire turned to make her exit, but to her surprise, Jason had closed and locked the door behind him. With a cold glare directed at him, Claire demanded, Jason Grant, let me out right now. Claire, Jason replied, since you're already here, why rush to leave? Why not sit down and have a conversation instead? Standing before her, Jason's intense gaze roamed over Claire's slender legs, her delicate waist, and her stunning features, igniting a thrill within him. This woman radiated charm, and his heart raced wildly at the sight of her. Claire's disgust was palpable as she coldly retorted, I have nothing to discuss with you, so please let me go. At that moment, Elaine interjected, Claire, why are you being so rude? Just sit down and have a proper chat with Jason. Claire shot back icily, I have nothing to say to him. She then pointed a finger at Jason, warning him, Jason, move aside. I want to leave now. Jason regarded her with a frosty expression before bursting into laughter. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming cold and sinister as he remarked, Claire, who do you think you are? I called you here today because I believe you're worthy of me. Stop pretending to be hard to get, or you might regret it later. Claire's expression shifted as she questioned, Jason, what are you planning to do? What am I planning to do? Jason chuckled darkly, naturally, I want to be with you. Claire was taken aback, fear coursing through her as she instinctively wanted to flee the villa. However, before she could take a single step, Jason seized her wrist, rendering her unable to escape. Furious, Claire yelled, let go of me. Jason gazed at her beautiful face, a smile creeping onto his lips as he said, Claire, you get more stunning every day. I wish I could just take you right now. As he admired Claire's exquisite features and perfect figure, the look on his face shifted entirely. She was older than him, nearly the same age as his mother, yet he refused to let her go. What a scoundrel! A wave of regret washed over her. If only she hadn't listened to this manipulative man and hadn't persuaded Claire to come here, they wouldn't have found themselves in such a perilous predicament. This was a grave mistake. As Jason noticed Elaine trembling in fear, he sneered, don't worry, I won't lay a finger on you. First, I'll lure Charlie here, break his arms and legs, and make him watch as I deal with both of you. Then, I'll use my father's pistol to shoot him in the head. With that, Jason snatched Claire's bag, pulled out her cell phone, and dialed Charlie's number. Meanwhile, Charlie had just exited Serene World Clinic when he received a call from his wife. He was about to ask her about her business meeting when Jason's voice came through the line. Sure, here's a unique and easy-to-read version of your text while maintaining the original names, proper nouns, and paragraph structure. Oh, Charlie. Did you really think I wouldn't be the one calling you? Jason Grant? Charlie replied coldly. What are you doing with Claire's cell phone? Jason let out a sneer, saying, because your wife is right here with me. I'm about to strip her down because I want to enjoy her body. He continued mockingly, by the way, I heard Claire is still a virgin. Ha ha ha. Charlie, you're pathetic. You've been married to her for over 3 years, and you haven't even touched her. Don't worry, I'll take care of that for you today. Ha ha ha. Charlie's anger surged, and he shouted, Jason. I warn you now. If you hurt my wife, I won't let you get away with it. You're a fool. Jason retorted coldly. You have 20 minutes to get to the Riverside Villa. If you're not here in time, I can't guarantee your wife will still be a virgin. She might even lose her life. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Claire cried out, Charlie. Don't come here. They have a gun. In response, Jason slapped Claire hard and cursed, shut up. If Charlie doesn't show up, you'll certainly be dead today. With gritted teeth, Charlie declared firmly, I'm the target you want. Don't harm my wife. I'm on my way right now. Jason warned, you must come here alone. If not, I will shoot your wife and your mother-in-law. Charlie ended the call and quickly hailed a cab to rush to the Riverside Villa. His heart raced, filled with fury, and he longed to take revenge on Jason. Meanwhile, Jason was filled with excitement, feeling the thrill of the impending chaos. He was convinced that once Charlie arrived at the villa, he would meet a gruesome fate. He envisioned taking revenge for his broken leg and defiling Claire in front of him. In his mind, he pictured Charlie, helpless and desperate, as he shot him and assaulted Claire right before his eyes. Ha ha ha. Jason reveled in the thought. Beside him, Justin began to feel his own excitement getting out of control. Both Elaine and Claire were stunningly beautiful, and he could hardly wait any longer. Since he had to let Claire be with his son first, he decided to indulge in some fun with Elaine first. With that thought, he approached Elaine with a grin and said, your son-in-law will take another 20 or 30 minutes to arrive. Why don't we head to the bedroom and enjoy ourselves first? Furious, Elaine stood up immediately, raising her hand to slap him as she exclaimed, you're an old disrespectful creep. I'll kill you, you bastard. Unexpectedly, Justin caught her hand before she could strike him. He looked at Elaine, who glared back at him with fiery anger, and chuckled, Miss Elaine, don't think just because I'm older, I lack strength. Let me show you just how strong I am, and I'm sure you'll love it. Just then, Jason burst into laughter, saying, "Dad, how about we force Charlie to have sex with his mother-in-law after we break his arms and legs? We can record it and upload it online. That would definitely create a sensation in Oris Hill." Justin chuckled in agreement. "Let them be ridiculed and despised even after they're gone. That sounds like a brilliant plan." This rewritten version keeps all the original names and content while making it easier to read and more unique. Elaine was taken aback by the sinister scheme devised by the father and son. With a voice full of fury, she shouted, "You two are more monstrous than any beast. I swear, I'll fight you to the bitter end." In response, Justin struck Elaine across the face, grinning wickedly as he spat, "Damn you. B***TCH. You'd better watch your mouth." He then seized Elaine by her hair and began to drag her toward the bedroom. Elaine struggled fiercely, while Claire yearned to help her. However, Jason firmly gripped Claire's arm, preventing her from intervening. Justin, taken aback by Elaine's fierce spirit and strong will, bellowed furiously, "You really think I won't shoot you, you B***TCH? Just then, Jason chimed in, "Dad, Charlie could show up any minute. If you don't finish this before he arrives, I might not be able to handle him alone." After a brief moment of contemplation, Justin kicked Elaine aside and coldly declared, "Fine. I'll take care of your son-in-law first and then deal with you." Fear coursed through Elaine as she realized that Charlie represented her only hope. If he could find a way to rescue them both, there was a chance for their survival. If he failed, the likelihood of all three of them meeting a grim fate today was high. As these thoughts consumed her, tears streamed down Elaine's face, filled with deep regret. What had led her to this point? Before long, Charlie, desperate to save Claire, arrived at the Riverside villa. The moment he stepped out of the car, he immediately dialed Claire's cell phone. When the call connected, Jason coldly asked, "Did you come here alone?" Charlie quickly replied, "Yes, I came alone." Jason approached the window, peering out at the yard, and said, "The gate is unlocked. Come in, but don't pull any tricks. I want your hands over your head when you enter. If you don't, I'll shoot Claire." "Understood." Charlie agreed without hesitation, pushing open the gate and raising his hands as he made his way through the courtyard. Seeing Charlie arrive solo, Jason felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once Charlie reached the door, Jason tossed him a pair of handcuffs and commanded, "Put those on. No funny business." At that moment, Claire cried out, "Charlie! Don't go in there. They're going to kill you." Charlie shot her a reassuring glance from a distance, but inside, he was consumed by the urge to eliminate Jason. Today was the day he would take action. Without uttering a word, Charlie quickly cuffed his wrists and raised his hands, asking, "Are you satisfied now?" Jason chuckled just as Justin emerged from the villa, brandishing a pistol. Pointing it at Charlie, he commanded, "Step inside." Charlie replied coolly, "All right, I'll go in." With that, both men entered the villa. At that moment, Jason was filled with exhilaration. This was the day he had long awaited, the moment he had been anticipating, finally, the chance to eliminate his adversary. Wasn't Charlie truly remarkable? Didn't he know Don Albert? And didn't he throw him out of a window? Now, he was contemplating taking his own life. Upon entering the house, Charlie cast an apologetic glance at Claire, as if to say, "Claire, I'm sorry for my tardiness." Claire felt a whirlwind of emotions, surprise, happiness, worry, and fear, when she saw Charlie arriving at the villa to rescue her. Yet, amidst all these feelings, she couldn't quite grasp why a deep sense of safety enveloped her the moment she saw Charlie standing before her. Suddenly, Claire cried out, "Husband, my husband!" Elaine, who had been knocked to the ground, regained her senses and crawled over to cling to Charlie's leg. "Charlie, my dear son-in-law. I'm so relieved you are here to rescue your mother. If you had arrived just a moment later, I would have been done for." As she spoke, she pointed accusingly at Justin and his son, exclaiming, "Do you have any idea that this scoundrel, Jason, deceived me? He claimed he wanted to confess his love to Claire and urged me to trick her into coming to his villa. But his true intention was to exploit Claire, and he even harbored strange ideas about me. He nearly terrified me to death. What would happen if he had actually harmed me? Charlie couldn't help but frown. He quickly pieced together that his wife's predicament stemmed from his mother-in-law's actions. At that moment, anger surged within him, and he felt the urge to slap Elaine for her foolishness and arrogance. Nevertheless, he recognized that this wasn't the time to discipline Elaine. Addressing Jason and his father, Justin, took precedence. With that thought in mind, Charlie turned to Claire and spoke softly, "Don't worry, my dear wife. Just trust your husband to handle everything." Claire continued to cry as she looked at Charlie. After a brief moment, she wiped her tears and said, "Charlie, why are you being so foolish? Why would you come here to meet your end in vain?" Charlie smiled with indifference and replied, "My beloved wife, haven't you heard? People in Oris Hill say that your husband is a true dragon on earth. Why would I succumb so easily?" Ha ha ha. Jason burst into laughter, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. "Charlie, you claim to be a dragon on earth? What a joke. You're nothing more than a worm that I can easily crush." Charlie shot Jason a cold glare and said, "Conflicts between men should be settled privately. Why resort to kidnapping women to achieve your goals? If you truly have the courage, let Claire and my mother-in-law go. After that, you can do whatever you want to me." Jason scoffed, saying, "You're so naive. Do you think that killing you will erase my hatred? Let me be clear. I plan to sleep with your beautiful wife right in front of you before I kill you. I'll even create a social media account using Claire's phone number to post an intimate video of us. I want the entire world to witness how you, Charlie, were made a cuckold even before your demise." As he continued, Jason gritted his teeth and added, "I'll name the account Super Smelly Piece of Trash." Jason despised Charlie so intensely that simply killing him wouldn't suffice. He craved the humiliation of posting the video online, knowing it would be nearly impossible to trace back to him, given that it would be registered under Claire's phone number. Even after Charlie's death, the video would circulate on the internet, allowing people to mock and ridicule him endlessly. This would be the ultimate revenge. Charlie looked at Jason and sneered, "If you're truly going to create a social media account for me, make sure to use the username The Dragon Son-in-Law. Oh, and don't forget to use a dragon as my avatar to suit my status." At this, Jason laughed derisively and said, "What's wrong with you? Even when facing imminent death, you remain so cocky and arrogant." Charlie responded coolly, "You and your father are the ones who will meet their end, not me." Justin frowned and aimed his pistol at Charlie's forehead, gritting his teeth as he warned, "Young man, do you really believe I won't pull the trigger and end your life right now?" Charlie sneered and replied, word by word, "No. I don't believe it. Damn it." Seeing that Charlie wasn't taking him seriously, Justin sneered and said, "You're quite cocky. Great. Since you want to act tough, I'll let you experience some pain today. I'll ruin your manhood right now." Just then, Jason quickly interjected, "Dad, hold off on destroying his manhood. I still want to capture a picture of him with his mother-in-law. How about we break his hands and legs first? Then we can have some fun with him." "Sounds good." Justin grinned and replied, "Let's start with breaking his hands and legs before we do a live broadcast of him." Elaine and Claire immediately turned pale, shocked by the conversation. At that moment, Justin aimed the gun at Charlie's thigh. Looking at Charlie, he sneered, "This is what you get for provoking my son." He was ready to pull the trigger. But Charlie calmly released some spiritual energy from his hand, causing Elaine and Claire to fall into a deep sleep. When Justin noticed the two women had passed out, he was taken aback and exclaimed, "What happened? Did they faint from shock?" "Maybe," Jason replied. "What a letdown. I really wanted them to see us break Charlie's hands and legs." Justin responded, "That's easy. Just splash some water on them to wake them up. They need to witness today's spectacular performance." Now that Charlie's wife and mother-in-law were asleep, he felt no need to hold back. He sneered and said, "Do you honestly think you can take me down just because you want to?" Justin aimed his pistol at Charlie and said, "Charlie, are you really going to keep being so arrogant even in the face of death? No matter how impressive you are, can you outrun my bullets? Feeling confident, Jason added, Charlie, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I might just spare your legs so you can still enjoy yourself later. In his mind, even if he flayed Charlie alive, it wouldn't be enough to quench his hatred. Hearing Jason's words, Charlie's expression shifted dramatically. In an instant, the stainless steel handcuffs shattered into pieces. Justin and Jason were left stunned by this unexpected turn of events. What kind of monster was Charlie? How could he break stainless steel with just his bare hands? Dad, this guy isn't normal. Let's kill him now. Jason urged hastily. Charlie sneered, you think you can kill me now? Too late for that. With that, Charlie raised his hand slightly, revealing an ornament. This was the Thunder Order, the very artifact Charlie had used to strike down Jack Yale-Man with a bolt of lightning. Justin was momentarily confused, unsure of what Charlie was holding. However, instinctively, he sensed that this object was extraordinary. Fearing the situation was about to spiral out of control, he attempted to pull the trigger. At that moment, Charlie shouted, Thunder, come! As his words echoed, thunder and lightning erupted around him, creating a magnificent spectacle, almost as if he were a dragon. Bolts of lightning illuminated the entire room. Both father and son were left speechless, blinded by the bright light in front of them, followed by the deafening rumble of thunder. They felt as though they were ensnared in a tempest of thunder and lightning, gripped by fear. As they gazed at Charlie, an ominous spectacle unfolded, thunder and lightning crackled around him, as if a dragon had descended into their midst. In a state of panic, Jason shouted, Dad! What the hell is that? Hurry up and shoot him! Hurry! Justin quaked in fear, feeling his legs weaken beneath him. He stammered, I can't move my hand. It's like Charlie has summoned thunder and lightning from the sky. Jason, now gripped by terror, countered, no one can summon thunder and lightning in this world. He must be pretending because he's scared we'll kill him. Charlie smirked and declared, Jason, if you truly doubt that I am a God-sent dragon on Earth, then I'll show you. Turning to Justin, Charlie's voice turned icy as he said, Justin Grant, remember that your son is the reason you face your end today. With that, Charlie raised his hand towards Justin and shouted, Thunder, come! A deafening boom echoed as a blinding light enveloped Justin, momentarily dazzling Jason. When the brightness faded, Justin, who had just moments ago been alive, lay lifeless on the ground, his body charred and burnt, the pistol still clutched in his hand. There was no sign of life left in him. Jason stood frozen in shock, staring at his father's lifeless form. How could this have happened? Just seconds ago, his father was right there, and now it seemed Charlie had called down thunder and lightning to strike him down. He was a living person. How could Charlie possibly wield such power over thunder and lightning? Shaking uncontrollably, Jason was overwhelmed with fear and confusion. Could it be true? Was Charlie really a dragon sent from the heavens? But their society had always rejected feudal superstitions. If people embraced science, how could a dragon exist in this world? Yet, there lay his father, reduced to nothing but a pile of charcoal before him. He had witnessed this horror firsthand. Seeing the terror etched on Jason's face, Charlie laughed mockingly. Do you believe me now, Jason? Jason's eyes widened in terror as he looked at Charlie, as if he had just seen a ghost. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, drenched in cold sweat. In that moment, he understood why influential figures like Don Albert, Zeke White, and Graham Quinton in Oris Hill held Charlie in such high regard. If Charlie truly had the power to summon thunder and lightning with a mere gesture, how could anyone dare to defy him? Charlie's might was unparalleled. Jason felt a wave of despair wash over him. Desperately, he crawled toward Charlie. Finally, he knelt before Charlie, repeatedly apologizing, Charlie, Mr. Wade, please. I admit my wrongs. I'm sorry for everything. I didn't touch Claire at all. Just let me go. Please spare my life. Charlie regarded Jason with disdain before extending his hand toward him, saying, Thunder, come. Boom. Lightning struck Jason's legs with terrifying force. Overcome with fear, Jason felt his legs become numb, as though he had lost all sensation. Looking down, he was horrified to see that his legs had turned to coal. Jason gasped in disbelief, instinctively reaching to touch his legs. Though they appeared as two charred remnants, as soon as he made contact, they crumbled to ash. When Jason caught sight of his legs, now reduced to ash and swirling in the air, terror gripped him, and he began to wail uncontrollably. He simply couldn't grasp the reality of the situation. It was at that moment he realized that Charlie was not just a man, but a dragon sent from the heavens, and he, Jason, was nothing but an insignificant insect in comparison. Charlie then spoke with an air of indifference, "Since you have laid eyes on my wife, you have only one fate awaiting you. Death." Upon hearing this, Jason trembled with fear, unable to control his shaking. Death? The thought consumed him, and he broke into a fit of despair, pleading, "Mr. Wade, I've already lost my legs. I'm completely disabled. Please, just spare my life." Charlie sneered and replied, "Don't you want to join your father? Remember, he died because of you." "No. I don't want to die," Jason shouted, waving his arms frantically. Death? He was still so young. How could he possibly muster the strength to face such an end? He longed to continue living in this world. Charlie regarded him with a mocking expression and said, "Isn't it better for you to keep living rather than facing death?" Jason nodded in sheer horror. Of course, he would prefer to live over dying. Who would choose death? Charlie coldly remarked, "This just shows you aren't suffering enough yet." With that, Charlie raised his hand and commanded, "Thunder, come." A bolt of lightning struck Jason's groin instantly. In an instant, Jason felt numbing pain as he realized his groin had been reduced to ashes. Desperately, he clutched a handful of ashes from his pants and cried out. This was his manhood. It had turned to dust. But Charlie was far from finished with him. With a playful demeanor, Charlie observed him and said, "Look, since you can still hold those ashes, it means you aren't completely disabled." Then, Charlie approached Jason and raised his hand again, declaring, "Thunder, come." Immediately, 2 flashes of lightning struck. Jason watched in horror as his arms began to turn to coal. Paralyzed by fear, he trembled as his coal-like arms snapped off at the shoulders with a sickening crack, falling to the ground and becoming a heap of ashes. At that moment, Jason found himself entirely limbless. He looked at Charlie, desperation in his eyes, and begged, "Charlie, please let me go. I'm already suffering so much. I just want to live. I'm begging you, Charlie." As tears streamed down his face, Jason continued to plead. Charlie shook his head coldly, saying, "I've already told you, you are destined to die today for setting your sights on my wife and harboring vile thoughts about her. The only reason I haven't ended you yet is so you can truly experience despair." In a panic, Jason stammered, Aren't you worried someone will discover you killed my father and me? My family is powerful. Someone will definitely find out, and you'll pay for this." Charlie rolled up his sleeves and casually kicked the pile of ashes aside. He then sat cross-legged in front of Jason, smiling as he said, "Jason, do you know what my true identity is?" Jason shook his head, a blank expression overtaking his features. There was something on his mind that he wanted to express, but he hesitated to voice it. "Aren't you just the worthless son-in-law of the Wilson family, the well-known piece of trash?" Seeing Jason's reluctance to speak up, Charlie smirked and said, "You must think of me as nothing more than a stinky piece of trash, right?" Jason remained silent, too afraid to respond. With a slight smile, Charlie continued, "Honestly, I'm the young lord of the Wade family in Eastcliff, and I also chair the Grand Group. Do you really think your family can rival mine?" At this moment, Jason was filled with terror. The Wade family? Wasn't that the richest and most powerful family in the country? Why on earth would the young lord of the Wade family come to Oris Hill to play the role of the Wilson family's son-in-law? Confused, Jason stammered, "I don't understand. If you truly are the young lord of the Wade family, why would you choose to remain as the useless son-in-law of the Wilson family?" Why endure the mockery and disdain from everyone? You could easily make the Wilson family bow to you with just a snap of your fingers. Everyone in Oris Hill would have to pay their respects. Charlie answered calmly, well, mere mortals aren't worthy of seeing the true face of a dragon, and a dragon has no need to unveil its identity. After checking the time, Charlie said, all right, Jason, it's almost time. You should rush to catch up with your father before he gets too far. Maybe you can keep him company. Jacob began to cry out in fear, but Charlie didn't give him any opportunity to speak. Instead, he stood up, smiled at Jason, and commanded, Thunder, come. With a tremendous crash, accompanied by terrifying thunder and lightning, Jason was gone, leaving behind nothing but ashes and regrets. Charlie turned to his wife and mother-in-law, who were still peacefully asleep, before pulling out his cell phone to call Albert. Once the call connected, Charlie quickly instructed, Albert. I'm at the Riverside Villa. Please bring a few men and cars with you, along with some gasoline. Albert responded promptly, understood, Mr. Wade. I'm on my way. Approximately 10 minutes later, Albert arrived at the Riverside Villa with a group of people. Charlie directed them to park the cars in the courtyard and then turned to Albert, saying, let me borrow your car. I'm taking my wife and mother-in-law home, and I need you to set fire to this villa and burn it to the ground. Albert nodded and opened the door of his Mercedes-Benz for Charlie. After placing his wife and mother-in-law in the back seat, Charlie instructed Albert, make sure to speak to the media and request that they refrain from reporting on this incident. Of course, Mr. Wade, Albert agreed without hesitation. Charlie drove away from the Riverside Villa and returned to his home in the city. Once the car stopped downstairs, he gently awakened his wife and mother-in-law. As they stirred awake, both were filled with worry and fear. But when they realized they were in the car and saw Charlie's concerned expression, they were taken aback. Claire quickly asked, Charlie, what happened? Why are we here? Where's Jason and his father? Charlie smiled gently and replied, they've already fled in fear because they're guilty of kidnapping. The police are currently pursuing them. Ha! Claire gasped, how did you manage to escape with both of us? Charlie explained, I called the police before heading to the Riverside Villa. Just when they were about to harm me, the police arrived on the scene. The father and son were so frightened that they took off running. I doubt they'll ever show their faces in Oris Hill again. As Claire recalled Charlie's bravery when he rushed to save her, tears filled her eyes, and she said, thank you, dear husband. Charlie smiled and replied, why so formal? I'm your husband, and this is what a husband should do for his wife. For Charlie, every action taken was worth it just to hear his wife express her gratitude. At that moment, Elaine let out a deep sigh of relief, patting her chest as she exclaimed, it's a blessing. Truly a blessing today. I nearly faced disaster because of Justin. Claire looked at her, exasperated, and replied, Mom, can you please show some common sense in the future? Can you try not to be so materialistic and naive? I can't even imagine what could have happened earlier. If it weren't for Charlie, we might not be here right now. Elaine, though aware of her fault, responded begrudgingly, what's the issue? I'm a victim in this too. This whole incident started because of Charlie. If he hadn't provoked Jason, we wouldn't have been in this situation. So, really, this is all Charlie's doing. Claire was infuriated at this point and shouted, you are unbelievable. With that, Claire pushed the car door open and rushed into the house, not looking back. Seeing her daughter dash inside, Elaine quickly opened her car door and followed after her. Charlie trailed closely behind, silent but concerned. Once inside the house, Charlie noticed that his father-in-law was absent. Elaine turned to Claire and said, Claire, please promise me you won't tell your father about today, all right? Do you understand? Claire shot back, why not? Didn't you say you did nothing wrong? Are you feeling guilty? Elaine quickly rebutted, guilty? No. I just don't want your dad to worry. We're both fine now, so why stir up trouble by telling him and making him upset for no reason? Claire countered, if you refuse to acknowledge your mistake, I will definitely tell Dad so he can decide who's right and who's wrong. Elaine, sensing the impending conflict, exclaimed, "All right, fine. I admit I made a mistake. But it's all Jason's fault. Who could have guessed he'd have such inappropriate thoughts about someone like me? He even offered me a Mercedes-Benz S500. I didn't even get the chance to drive it." Claire, intrigued by the mention of the car, asked, "What do you mean, a Mercedes-Benz S500, Mom? What's going on?" Realizing her slip, Elaine quickly clarified, "Oh, Jason just called to apologize and said he wanted to give me a Mercedes-Benz so I could have my own car to drive around. I thought about it, and since you and your dad both have cars, I figured it would be nice for me to have one too. Plus, I thought you might benefit financially from the renovation job. That's why I agreed to meet him." Elaine added, "But my only reason for doing this was for you and our family." Claire, still furious, retorted, "Can you please stop claiming this is for me or our family? Stop making excuses for your actions. If it weren't for Charlie, we could have both lost our lives today. We would have died without anyone knowing. If we were gone, how would Dad manage alone? Charlie risked everything to save us, and you didn't even thank him. Mom, I'm so disappointed in you." Overwhelmed by Claire's words, Elaine sank to the floor, crying and wailing, "Oh my God. Why is my life so wretched? I have only one child, and she's blaming me. What's the purpose of my existence? Maybe I shouldn't even be alive anymore." Elaine believed that her tears would compel Claire to relent, but Claire had no intention of backing down today. Disappointed, Claire said, "Mom, why do you always react this way when you make a mistake? Why can't you own up to your actions? You always hope others will overlook your faults, and when they don't, you throw a pity party instead of taking responsibility. Do you really think people will always overlook your mistakes?" Elaine continued her theatrics, sobbing, "I feel so wronged. My own daughter is speaking to me like this. Doesn't she realize that parents mean the world? No matter what a parent does wrong, a child should never blame them. How can I live in this house now? What's the point of going on?" Claire, teary-eyed, responded, "Mom, if this is how you're going to behave, then I'll have no choice but to move out with Charlie. I have some savings, and I could easily rent a small apartment." Afterward, Claire turned to Charlie and said, "Husband, it's time for you to pack your things." Charlie nodded and replied, "All right, I'll get started right away." Claire then pulled out her cell phone and addressed Elaine, saying, "I'm going to call Dad and let him know I'm moving out today. From now on, I will no longer live with either of you. No matter what mistakes you make in the future, I won't blame or scold you again." Elaine immediately felt a wave of panic. In this life, Claire was her sole hope. Without Claire, depending on Jacob would mean she'd never have the chance to turn her life around. Claire appeared resolute this time. If she actually called Jacob, there would be no turning back. Desperate, Elaine rushed over and clung to Claire's legs, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Claire, please don't leave me. Don't abandon your mom. I know I've made mistakes. I realize I've been petty and materialistic. I promise to change in the future. Please give me a chance to make things right." Claire looked at her mother with an unreadable expression and said, "Mom, if you truly understand your mistakes, then you should apologize to Charlie for everything you've said. You should also thank him for saving our lives today." Elaine instinctively responded, "Why should I thank that loser? Isn't it his duty to save us?" Claire's anger flared, and she stomped her foot, exclaiming, "You still call him a loser?" Quickly, Elaine corrected herself, "You're right, I was wrong. He isn't a loser. I'll apologize to him right now." With that, Elaine stood up and walked to Claire and Charlie's bedroom. She hesitated before finally saying, "Charlie, I'm sorry for how I spoke to you earlier. Please don't hold it against me." After a brief pause, she added, "And thank you for saving us today." Despite her words, Charlie was still irked by Elaine. His annoyance stemmed not just from her attitude but from the fact that her greed and shamelessness had nearly endangered Claire. To Charlie, Claire's safety was all that mattered. He wouldn't shed a tear if Elaine vanished from the earth. However, if Claire were harmed due to Elaine's actions, he wouldn't forgive her, no matter how many times she suffered. the events of the day were both frightening and frustrating for him. Thankfully, Claire was unharmed, yet Charlie knew it wouldn't be appropriate to reprimand his mother-in-law in front of Claire. If only Elaine could show some remorse and develop a conscience after today's ordeal, that would be a positive change. As Charlie contemplated this, he made a silent vow to give Elaine one last chance. If she caused trouble again, he would ensure she faced severe consequences that would leave her wheelchair-bound for life. If she could still misbehave while in a wheelchair, he would take further action to ensure she would never recover. After Elaine acknowledged her mistake and promised not to repeat it, Claire's heart softened, and she chose not to escalate the issue any further. In a private moment, Claire confided in Charlie, saying, "Charlie, my mom has her flaws. Please don't hold it against her too harshly. As long as she recognizes her errors and is determined to improve, she deserves a second chance." Charlie had no real argument against that. She was Claire's biological mother and also his mother-in-law. So, with a gentle smile, he replied, "I understand, Claire. You don't need to worry about me. You can handle this as you see fit. I'm your husband, and she's my mother-in-law, so I won't blame her for anything." Claire nodded appreciatively, wrapping her arms around Charlie in a warm hug. "Dear husband, I truly appreciate you. If it weren't for you, Mom and I might not have made it out of that situation." Charlie smiled and reassured her, "No need to keep thanking me." Claire responded, then suggested, "Perhaps we should delay our move. What do you think?" Although Charlie was eager to move out with Claire, he respected her choice. He smiled and said, "I'm fine with whatever you decide. Whether we stay here or move out doesn't matter much to me." Then, a thought struck Charlie, and he mentioned, "By the way, the renovations for the villa at Thompson First are nearly finished. Once it's ready, we can move in as a family." Claire seemed a bit taken aback. "But that villa belongs to Mr. White. What if we move in and he decides he wants it back?" "That wouldn't be an issue at all," Charlie smiled. "Zeke has already transferred ownership of the villa to me, making me the legal owner. He can't take it back now. Plus, moving into that spacious villa would allow us to enjoy a quieter life. We could have our own space, with our parents on the second floor and us on the third. This way, we'd have less interaction and more freedom. What do you think?" Claire considered his words and realized they made sense. She had often wished to escape the complications of her family, yet sometimes felt guilty for wanting to leave as she was still their biological child. But dealing with family issues could be overwhelming. So, moving into the villa seemed like a solution that could simplify their lives. With separate floors, they could minimize interference and have the personal space they needed. Claire nodded and said to Charlie, "If that's the case, let's move into the villa as soon as the renovations are done." Meanwhile, a villa by the riverside was engulfed in flames. Firefighters arrived and worked diligently to extinguish the blaze, but the interior of the villa was completely consumed by fire. Upon investigation, the fire crew found no signs of human remains, confirming that the fire had thankfully not resulted in any casualties. A fire without victims rarely draws attention, and so the sudden blaze that destroyed the villa went largely unnoticed. The absence of any bodies was due to the fact that Justin and Jason had been turned to ashes by Charlie's thunder order. Their remains merged with the debris, leaving no identifiable DNA. This was how both members of the Grant family vanished from existence. At this time, the Grant family was in a state of panic. No one knew the fate of Justin and Jason, nor were they aware of the horrifying plan the father and son had devised to retaliate against Charlie. Although the villa belonged to the family, the lack of casualties led them to believe that the two had merely gone missing. In response, the Grant family announced a reward of $5 million for any information regarding Justin and Jason, distributing their photos throughout the city. However, no one could locate the two who had seemingly disappeared without a trace, leaving no evidence of their existence behind. Meanwhile, Kenneth, who had suffered a significant blow to his masculinity at the hands of Charlie, anxiously awaited a call from Justin at home. The night before, he had witnessed the frantic pacing of the father-son duo outside Anthony's Serene World Clinic, their agitation palpable as if they were attempting to ignite the very clinic with gasoline. In that moment, Kenneth recognized an opportunity to manipulate their foolishness to his advantage. Initially, he had envisioned deceiving both Justin and his father into eliminating Anthony. Once Anthony was out of the picture, Kenneth planned to replace the genuine medicine with the counterfeit pills he had meticulously prepared. Once he secured Anthony's authentic medicine, he believed he could restore his manhood to its previous state of glory. However, despite Justin's promise to call him today, the phone remained silent. This lack of communication began to gnaw at Kenneth's nerves. Without knowing Justin's last name, he found himself repeatedly dialing the number he had, but each attempt ended in frustration as the call failed to connect due to it being out of service. With every failed attempt, Kenneth's irritation grew. At that moment, Lady Wilson, Christopher, Hannah, their daughter Wendy, and son Harold stood nearby, observing Kenneth, who was slumped on the sofa. "Damn it! This guy is infuriating. He's completely unreliable," Kenneth erupted. Frustrated, Kenneth dialed Justin's number once more, only to find that the call still wouldn't go through. His expression darkened further. He felt as if he were on the brink of a breakdown. Without his manhood, he felt like nothing more than a living eunuch, and he was desperate to get his hands on Anthony's miraculous medicine. Yet, he was fully aware of Anthony's skills and did not dare to provoke him directly. Noticing Kenneth's escalating agitation, Wendy stepped forward and asked, "Darling, what's troubling you? Who are you trying to reach? Why are you so worked up?" With a scowl, Kenneth replied, "I'm trying to reach a jerk, but I don't even know his name." The others in the living room exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered as to why Kenneth would be attempting to call someone whose name he didn't know. Just then, Harold received a text from a group chat in Oris Hill. The message read, "Jason and his father, Justin, have both gone missing. The Grant family is offering a cash reward of $5 million for any clues or information regarding their whereabouts. If you have any leads on the father and son, don't hesitate to claim the reward and treat everyone." Shortly after, the group chat sent out a photo of the missing pair. Harold exclaimed in disbelief, "Wow! How could Jason and Justin just vanish?" Wendy chimed in, "Isn't Jason the same guy who ended up crippled after Charlie threw him out of the hospital window 2 days ago?" "Yes," Harold confirmed. "Now they've both gone missing." Listening to their conversation, Kenneth's mind raced back to the father and son he had seen carrying gasoline the previous night. He quickly inquired, "Who exactly is this Jason you mentioned? Do you have a picture?" "Sure," Harold replied, promptly handing his phone to Kenneth. "Here, Chairman Wilson. These are the two who have mysteriously disappeared today." As Kenneth examined the photo of the father and son, a shocked exclamation escaped his lips, "What the hell? What was going on?" They had planned to eliminate Anthony today, but now this dim-witted father-son duo had vanished. Could it be that Charlie was behind their disappearance? Kenneth felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he considered the possibility that the mysterious disappearance of the Grant family's father and son was somehow linked to Charlie. The thought that Charlie could make them vanish without a trace filled Kenneth with dread. He couldn't shake the fear that if Charlie had the power to eliminate them, he might very well target him next. On top of that, with the father and son gone, Kenneth realized he would never be able to access Anthony's miraculous medicine. After all, there was no substitute for a deceased person, and provoking Anthony at this moment would be a grave mistake. As the atmosphere grew tense and silent, Lady Wilson suddenly turned to Kenneth with an overly flattering demeanor. In a humble tone, she suggested, "Mr. Wilson, perhaps we should consider going to one of the major hospitals in East Cliff? You might just find a cure for your condition there." Kenneth was the lifeline for the entire Wilson family, and Lady Wilson was even more anxious than he was. If he failed to regain his manhood, the Wilson family would lose the promised $70 million he had pledged to invest in the Wilson Group. "Absolutely, Mr. Wilson. While Dr. Simmons has a solid reputation, he often associates with that worthless Charlie. I'm sure there are other brilliant doctors out there who could help you." Christopher chimed in, eager to win Kenneth's favor. However, Kenneth's expression darkened further at their comments. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Enough. I know exactly what that bastard Dr. Simmons is capable of. If he refuses to treat me, then it's pointless to seek help from any hospital in Eastcliff." Wendy, filled with worry, interjected, "Kenneth, Is Dr. Simmons really the only genius doctor in all of Oris Hill? Shouldn't we look for someone else? Though Wendy had no affection for Kenneth, she felt frustrated having invested so much without reaping any benefits. It was unacceptable to her. Suddenly, Christopher had a thought. Chairman Wilson, didn't you mention having a friend who owns a pharmaceutical factory? Shouldn't you reach out to him to see if he could assist you? Kenneth's expression shifted immediately at Christopher's suggestion. In his fixation on obtaining Anthony's magic medicine, he had completely overlooked this option. The Weaver family in Oris Hill owned a prominent pharmaceutical company and was well respected in the industry. Moreover, Kenneth had a solid rapport with the young lord of the Weaver family, and their friendship often involved playful banter. Now, this young lord could very well be Kenneth's last hope in Oris Hill. However, seeking assistance from him would require some finesse. At that moment, Kenneth shot a look of dissatisfaction and disdain at Wendy. He had invested $15 million for her company, only to spend a mere 2 or 3 nights with her before losing his ability to be intimate. She was, without a doubt, the most expensive woman he had ever been with. Since he could no longer engage with her in that way, keeping her around seemed pointless. Instead, it would be wiser to introduce her to the young lord of the Weaver family, where she could please him instead. With that thought in mind, Kenneth smiled at Wendy and said, "Wendy, make sure you dress nicely tomorrow. I'm taking you to meet a friend." It was unusual for Kenneth to address her so kindly in recent days, and Wendy felt a surge of happiness, oblivious to his ulterior motives. The following day, news of the Grant family's father and son disappearance continued to circulate throughout the city. However, Claire and Elaine paid little attention to the situation, as Charlie had already informed them that the two had fled out of fear of facing consequences for their actions. Since they were indeed on the run, it was only logical for them to disappear. Kenneth had contacted the young lord of the Weaver family in advance and, that evening, brought Wendy to one of Oris Hill's exclusive private rooms, anxiously awaiting the arrival of his friend. Wendy looked absolutely stunning today. She donned a black, figure-hugging dress valued at over $100,000, which accentuated her lovely curves. To complete her look, she applied bold makeup that evening. While she might not match the beauty of Claire or Jasmine, Wendy had a knack for captivating most men with her appearance, especially when she wore revealing outfits and enhanced her makeup. The prospect of meeting the young lord of the Weaver family filled her with excitement. Although the Weaver family wasn't among the elite families in Oris Hill, they were still considerably more influential than the Wilson family, which was currently struggling. Wendy aspired to connect with more affluent and powerful individuals, hoping that such connections could potentially bring prosperity and opportunities to the Wilson family. After a brief wait in the private room, Wendy and Kenneth were interrupted when someone pushed the door open. A middle-aged man in an elegant Armani suit entered, his hair neatly combed to the side, though he bore a somewhat disheveled appearance. He sported a Patek Philippe watch on his wrist. Following closely behind was a younger man who appeared to be his assistant, carrying a bag. Kenneth rose to greet the man with a smile. "Brother Jeffrey, please, come in and take a seat." The middle-aged man smiled back, saying, "Chairman Wilson, you're quite the busy man. It's been ages since you visited Oris Hill. What brings you here today? I'm truly flattered that you invited me." As he spoke, Jeffrey noticed Wendy sitting next to Kenneth, and his eyes sparkled with interest. "Wow, Kenneth! Who is this lovely lady beside you? Why haven't you introduced her?" he exclaimed. Kenneth pulled Wendy closer, grinning as he introduced her. "Brother Jeffrey, allow me to present my niece, Wendy." "Oh, so she's your niece? That explains her beauty," Jeffrey responded, nodding appreciatively while his eyes gleamed with a hint of greed. He extended his hand toward Wendy and said, "Miss Wendy, it's a pleasure to meet you today. Kenneth, this is Jeffrey Weaver, the general manager of Weaver Pharmaceuticals," Kenneth explained to Wendy. "Their company is quite prominent in the pharmaceutical sector here in Oris Hill." Wendy quickly shook Jeffrey's hand, greeting him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Weaver." In a casual gesture, Jeffrey removed his suit jacket and tossed it toward his assistant, but the man failed to catch it, causing the jacket to fall to the floor. Annoyed, Jeffrey glared at his assistant. "Useless. You can't even handle something this straightforward? I'm sorry, elder brother. It's my fault, please don't be angry, the assistant stammered, his face pale as he picked up the jacket and dusted it off. Jeffrey's frustration only grew. He walked up to the assistant and slapped him across the face. Liam, how many times must I remind you that you're just an illegitimate child? You have no right to call me your brother. Get out and wait for me outside. Liam, though humiliated, kept silent and nodded submissively. All right, I understand, elder brother. He then exited the private room quickly. What a disappointment. Damn it. Jeffrey cursed as he regained his composure. Kenneth, curious, asked, Brother Jeffrey, is he really your brother? Jeffrey replied icily, he's merely an illegitimate child. He is not my brother. Shifting his attention back to Wendy, Jeffrey inquired with a charming smile, Miss Wendy, you're quite beautiful. May I ask if you have a boyfriend? When Wendy heard Kenneth's question, she hesitated to respond, her face reflecting a mix of awkwardness and uncertainty as she regarded him. She couldn't bring herself to say she was single, knowing full well that she was Kenneth's lover, a secret she kept from everyone outside of their relationship. Kenneth had his own family, and Wendy had no desire to disrupt that. Admitting her status as his lover would only create complications for him, ultimately making things more difficult for herself. To her surprise, Kenneth was quite candid in that moment. With a smile, he turned to Jeffrey and said, Brother Jeffrey, I'll be upfront with you. Wendy is actually my lover. I trust you to keep this between us. Jeffrey felt a wave of regret wash over him. He had initially believed that Wendy was Kenneth's niece. Little did he know that it was merely a ruse, and she was, in fact, his lover. Despite his interest in Wendy, Jeffrey had no intention of pursuing her further, after all, he wouldn't dare to touch Kenneth's woman. So, he pushed aside any romantic thoughts. Kenneth, noticing the glimmer of desire in Jeffrey's eyes, couldn't help but smile to himself as their conversation continued. In a deliberate move, Kenneth asked, By the way, Brother Jeffrey, how has your father's health been lately? Jeffrey let out a sigh before replying, Not too good. He enjoyed life a bit too much when he was younger, and now he's facing the consequences. His health has taken a serious hit. Kenneth pressed on, I heard that your father had quite a few romantic escapades in his younger days. Oh, absolutely. Jeffrey replied with a hint of exasperation. My dad was quite the charmer, just like me. He was young and handsome, and he never missed a chance to spend the night with different women while he was out getting herbs and medicine. From what I know, he had over 20 lovers back then. Even more than I've had. Wow! Kenneth exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Your dad was quite the ladies' man. Jeffrey nodded, shaking his head as he continued, Well, that's how I ended up with a half-brother, an illegitimate child. My father has several other daughters out there too. When my grandfather discovered that my father had a son, he insisted on bringing him into the Weaver family home. He believed a son of the Weaver family shouldn't be left to fend for himself. Jeffrey went on, It's not just me who's hesitant about this bastard child, my father wants nothing to do with him either. But since he's been recognized as part of the family and my grandfather invited him in, we have no choice but to keep him around. He mostly does menial tasks for us. Kenneth had always known that the Weaver family consisted of two sons, Jeffrey Weaver, the legitimate son, and Liam Weaver, the illegitimate child resulting from their father's past relationships. Although Liam had been welcomed into the family, few people knew him, as he had grown up in a challenging and obscure environment. Curious, Kenneth asked, By the way, Brother Jeffrey, with your father's history as a womanizer, did he have any special techniques or secret medicines? Jeffrey smiled knowingly. Funny you should ask. My father did stumble upon a secret during his younger travels. The medicine he found is said to strengthen and nourish the kidneys, significantly enhancing a man's performance in that regard. No way. Kenneth replied, surprised. Do you still have that recipe? Jeffrey continued, Well, the story goes that when he was younger, my dad used it for about 20 to 30 years. It seemed to be incredibly effective. I heard he could perform more than 10 times in one night when he was out gathering herbs. People even nicknamed him Weaver 14 times. As he spoke, Jeffrey sighed. I initially thought about mass-producing this medicine, but after some analysis, we discovered it causes kidney and liver toxicity. Just look at my old man. He's only in his 60s, and his organs are nearly worn out. The doctor estimates he has only 2 to 3 years left. Kenneth's previously cheerful demeanor shifted abruptly, his face now appearing weighed down with concern. While reclaiming his manhood was crucial, preserving his life took precedence. After all, was it worth jeopardizing his life just to continue pursuing women? Noticing the drastic change in Kenneth's expression, Jeffrey inquired with genuine curiosity, Chairman Wilson, are you facing any serious difficulties right now? Kenneth wore a look of helplessness as he responded, you've hit the nail on the head, Brother Jeffrey. I feel like a living eunuch. I'm completely powerless. I visited the hospital, and the doctor said there's nothing he can do for me. So, I need your help. He then quickly asked, would it be too harmful if I used the medicine your father relied on just once or twice? Could you let me give it a try? Jeffrey swiftly cautioned him, brother, I really wouldn't recommend trying that medicine. It wouldn't be worth risking your health in the long run. He continued, my family is currently researching this prescription to improve it. If we succeed, it won't just enhance male vitality but also significantly restore and repair a man's abilities. Is that true? Kenneth asked, his excitement palpable. That's fantastic. When will the medicine be available? Jeffrey replied, however, we're still missing one crucial medicinal herb. We'll need to wait for the Chinese Medicine Expo in 2 days to purchase the necessary herbs. Kenneth's spirits soared. 2 days felt like nothing. If there was a chance to be fully cured and reclaim his manhood, he wouldn't mind waiting even 2 years. Kenneth eagerly stated, Brother Jeffrey, would you be willing to sell me the medicine once it's finished? I really need it. How could it not be essential? He felt like a living eunuch. If he truly lost his manhood, he might as well remove it altogether. Jeffrey found himself in a difficult position and sighed, it's not that I don't want to help you, brother. The herbs used in this medicine are incredibly rare. We can only create one batch in the initial trials. He then glanced at Wendy and added with a smile, however, it's not entirely out of the question for me to assist you. Kenneth understood exactly what Jeffrey was implying. He flashed a knowing smile and said, Wendy, from now on, you'll be Brother Jeffrey's woman. Thank him for me and make sure to serve him as well as you've served me. Do you understand? Jeffrey was suddenly thrilled upon hearing Kenneth's words. He had long desired to be close to this stunning woman after first laying eyes on Wendy. His excitement had dimmed slightly upon learning she was Kenneth's niece. However, it was a pleasant surprise to discover that Wendy was actually Kenneth's lover. Moreover, Kenneth had directly pushed her into his arms to secure the medicine. It felt like a stroke of luck, he wouldn't even have to put in any effort. Wendy was feeling a deep sense of reluctance within herself. She yearned to remain Kenneth's lover, hoping he would introduce her to influential and affluent individuals. By leveraging Kenneth's connections, she believed she could expand her network and gradually rise to a position of power in Oris Hill. Achieving this would not only grant her numerous advantages but also significantly benefit the Wilson Group. Furthermore, Wendy envisioned herself becoming a prominent leader within the organization. However, to her dismay, she realized she was merely a tool for Kenneth. Was he truly willing to hand her over to Jeffrey just to obtain a remedy for his manhood? Wendy wanted to continue her relationship with Kenneth and live a life of luxury, but she was not willing to become a mere plaything shared among elite men. If people began to label her as such, her chances of marrying into a wealthy and respected family would vanish forever. Determined, she grasped Kenneth's hand and declared, Kenneth, I love you deeply and I want to be by your side. I never want to leave you. Kenneth, however, was frustrated with Wendy. He felt that among all the women he had been with, she was the least valuable. Consequently, he was eager to rid himself of Wendy in exchange for one last advantage. Handing Wendy over to Jeffrey seemed to him the wisest choice he could make that day. After all, having lost his manhood, he could only look at Wendy without any hope of enjoying her. But if he surrendered her to Jeffrey and found a cure for his condition, he could continue to pursue other women in the future. With a cold expression, he looked at Wendy and said, "Stop messing with me. If I tell you to accompany Brother Jeffrey, you'd better do as I say. Why are you creating such a scene?" Tears streamed down Wendy's face as she felt wronged. She cried out, "Kenneth, didn't you choose to be with me because you cared for me? If that's true, why would you give me to someone else?" Jeffrey, feeling a bit uncomfortable, interjected, "Oh, Chairman Wilson, since Miss Wendy has such strong feelings for you, please don't put her in a difficult position." At that moment, Kenneth raised his hand and slapped Wendy, declaring, "You're just one of the women I'm amusing myself with. If I order you to do something, you'd better comply immediately. If you refuse to accompany Brother Jeffrey today, I'll withdraw my investment from Wilson Group, leading to its bankruptcy. And you'll have to return all the money I've given you. You know what will happen to the Wilson family if I choose to pull out." Wendy was taken aback by Kenneth's harsh words, and a wave of humiliation washed over her. But what good was humiliation? Could she truly ignore Kenneth's demand simply because she felt ashamed? Rejecting his request was easy, she could simply say no. But what would follow her refusal? Turning him down would revert everything back to its former state. The Wilson family would likely face bankruptcy, and her dreams of becoming a socialite would be utterly crushed. Thus, Wendy forced a smile and replied, I agree. I promise to take good care of Mr. Weaver." Kenneth smirked and responded, "I'm glad you understand your position." He then pushed Wendy into Jeffrey's arms, adding with a grin, "Make sure to please Mr. Weaver tonight." Jeffrey excitedly wrapped his arms around Wendy and exclaimed, "Wendy, I'll book a hotel room so we can get to know each other better tonight." Wendy discreetly wiped away her tears, feeling a surge of resentment. Once a proud daughter of the Wilson family, she had been the object of desire for countless suitors. Her past arrogance had led her to disregard any man who wasn't part of the elite wealthy circle. Yet, who could have imagined that she would find herself in such a predicament today after exhausting all her resources? After being left by her fiancé, Gerald, Wendy found herself in a relationship with Kenneth. However, Kenneth viewed her merely as a tool and a plaything, someone he could easily pass along to Jeffrey. One couldn't help but wonder, who would Jeffrey hand her off to once he lost interest? At this moment, Wendy's thoughts drifted to her cousin, Claire. Claire had never been particularly concerned about men. In fact, she had never experienced a romantic relationship prior to marrying Charlie without a second thought. While Charlie might have been a worthless man, he would never allow her to be treated in such a degrading way. In contrast, Wendy couldn't help but feel that her own situation was far from winning. Jeffrey wrapped his arms around Wendy, a wry smile on his face as he addressed Kenneth. "Don't worry, Kenneth. I'll get the prescription for the medicine to restore your manhood as soon as it's ready." "That's great," Kenneth replied, relief washing over him. "I'll wait for your good news with ease." Jeffrey nodded and glanced at his watch, feeling a mix of anxiety and excitement about the time he would spend alone with Wendy. He turned to Kenneth with a smile, saying, "Kenneth, it's getting late. Why don't we call it a night?" Kenneth could sense Jeffrey's eagerness to be with Wendy and felt a twinge of envy. Nevertheless, he responded graciously, smiling as he said, "All right then. Let's call it a night. You two can leave first." Then, looking at Wendy, Kenneth instructed, "Wendy, make sure you satisfy and serve Mr. Weaver well. Do you understand?" Wendy nodded, replying softly, "Yes, I understand." That night, Wendy became Jeffrey's lover. Despite her reluctance to spend the night with someone new, Jeffrey was thoroughly impressed and delighted by her performance. In fact, that night, Wendy made Jeffrey feel youthful again. After their intimate encounter, he embraced her and said, "Wendy, you don't need to stay with that old man, Kenneth, anymore. Just follow me, and I promise you a good life." Wendy felt a glimmer of hope after hearing Jeffrey's words. If Jeffrey could offer her a better life, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to stay close to him. Although he wasn't as wealthy as Kenneth, Jeffrey was undeniably younger and didn't seem like the type to easily discard her. The following morning, news about the disappearance of the father and son from the Grant family continued to circulate. The Grant family had raised the cash reward to $10 million, attracting many young men and troublemakers on the streets who were eager to find the father and son, dreaming of striking it rich overnight. Unfortunately, the father and son had vanished without a trace. After breakfast, Claire headed to her studio, while Jacob attended a meeting for his antique association, having spent time studying antiques with some experts. Meanwhile, Elaine, who had been terrified the previous day, put on heavy makeup to play mahjong today. At home alone, Charlie was mopping the floor when he received a phone call from Jasmine, the eldest daughter of the Moore family. As he continued to mop, Charlie answered the phone. Jasmine's gentle voice came through, asking respectfully, "Mr. Wade, are you at home now?" "Yes," Charlie replied, curiosity piqued. "Are you looking for me?" Charlie inquired, "What brings you here looking for me?" With a slight smile, Jasmine responded, "The Moore family has recently invested in a luxurious entertainment club, and I'd like to offer you an all-access Supreme VIP membership card. I'm currently outside your house." Charlie casually replied, "Sure thing, come on in. I'm at home." Excitedly, Jasmine responded, "Awesome. I'll be right there." After hanging up, a few minutes passed before Jasmine rang the doorbell. As Charlie opened the door, his eyes brightened instantly. Jasmine was stunning in a long, black evening gown that hugged her figure perfectly, accentuating her slender waist and lovely curves. Her fair legs gleamed like jade beneath the fabric of her dress. With her elegant and glamorous appearance, Jasmine looked truly exquisite. Charlie couldn't help but steal a few more glances at her beauty that day. "Mr. Wade." Jasmine had made an effort to dress up beautifully with makeup and a lovely dress for this occasion, and she felt a rush of happiness seeing Charlie's captivated gaze. Charlie nodded and invited, "Please, come in and take a seat." Once they were seated in the living room, Jasmine retrieved a platinum VIP card from her bag and presented it to Charlie with respect. "Mr. Wade, this is the all-access Supreme VIP membership card for Glorious Club. I had this card specially made, and you are its sole owner. It's my way of showing appreciation for you. You can visit Glorious Club anytime, and enjoy exclusive privileges for life." The Glorious Club had just launched and was the talk of the town among Oris Hill's elite. Backed by the Moore family's significant investment, the club had taken years to complete and was now recognized as the premier high-end business club in Oris Hill. Wealthy and influential individuals flocked to the club because of its prestigious ownership. The presence of such affluent figures made it a hub for discussions about business, collaborations, and partnerships. Even before its grand opening, the Glorious Club had attracted countless admirers eager for membership. To maintain its elite status, however, the club enforced strict membership criteria. Membership was categorized into 4 tiers: Classic, Silver, VIP, and VIP Gold. The all-access Supreme VIP membership card that Jasmine had given to Charlie was unique, with its existence unknown to the public. The Classic membership required a fee of $1 million, while the Silver membership was $5 million, and the VIP membership cost tens of millions. To qualify for VIP Gold, one needed to be a family patriarch with assets worth billions, making it nearly impossible for most. Though Charlie wasn't particularly interested in such matters, he appreciated Jasmine's kind gesture and didn't want to decline her offer. He took the all-access Supreme VIP membership card from her and smiled, thanking Jasmine for her thoughtfulness before placing the card in his pocket. At that moment, Jasmine looked at Charlie, hesitated briefly, then awkwardly asked, "Mr. Wade, I actually have another small request. Do you think you could help me with it?" With a light-hearted tone, Charlie responded, "Tell me about it." Jasmine quickly interjected, "Mr. Wade, our family has invested over $1 billion in Glorious Club, which is a significant commitment for us. I'm really worried about making any mistakes. That's why I hope you can come and assess the club's feng shui. If there are any issues, I'd like to prevent any potential disasters before it's too late." Feeling a bit anxious, Jasmine couldn't help but gaze nervously at Charlie with her bright, expressive eyes, uncertain if he would agree to her request. Upon hearing Jasmine's concerns, Charlie offered a faint smile. The Moore family had always been supportive, and Jasmine had consistently shown great loyalty toward him. Moreover, she had personally come to his home to seek his assistance and had treated him with the utmost respect. Thus, Charlie felt inclined to help by visiting the club. He nodded and replied, "In that case, I'll come along to take a look at the club." Jasmine's face lit up with gratitude as she exclaimed, "Thank you, Mr. Wade. I really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedule to help me. My car is parked outside, and we can leave whenever you're ready. What time would be best for you?" Charlie responded, "We can head out now. I'd like to see how your club is doing." Filled with joy, Jasmine promptly followed Charlie out of the house with a respectful demeanor. A short time later, Jasmine's Rolls-Royce arrived at the entrance of Glorious Club. Situated in one of the most vibrant areas of Oris Hill, Glorious Club was a project the Moore family had embarked on a few years ago, and it had just recently been completed. The club was crafted by some of the country's top architects and interior designers, featuring a stylish and ultra-luxurious exterior. As soon as the car came to a stop, a waiter promptly opened the door for Jasmine and Charlie as they stepped out. Once outside, Jasmine respectfully gestured to Charlie, saying, "Mr. Wade, please follow me." Charlie nodded and took in the impressive facade of the club. The exterior exuded richness and grandeur, with a luxurious design that carried a touch of nobility. Two white marble pillars adorned with lifelike dragon carvings stood majestically at the entrance. As Charlie entered the club, he noticed that the floor was covered with a layer of exquisite handmade Arabian wool carpet. This luxurious carpet, costing tens of thousands of dollars per square meter, covered an expansive hall that must have spanned thousands of square meters. It was clear that the total investment in the carpet alone was in the tens of millions. Jasmine walked alongside Charlie, her demeanor respectful as she pointed out the stunning murals that adorned the walls, towering tens of meters high. "Mr. Wade, these murals are world-class cultural treasures, with each piece valued at millions," she explained. Charlie nodded, noting, "There's a place in the Middle East called Abu Dhabi, where the Grand Mosque features similar decorations. However, I believe the decor and design here strike a perfect balance and don't come off as overly religious." "Exactly," Jasmine replied cautiously. "I understand that many people in our country are atheists and may not appreciate excessive promotion of superstition. That's why we deliberately avoided religious themes in the club's design from the start." After her explanation, Jasmine pointed to a massive crystal chandelier hanging about 10 meters above them. The chandelier was not only grand in size but also incredibly bright, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Continuing, Jasmine said, "Mr. Wade, this chandelier is made from natural crystals and weighs approximately 8.8 tons. The Moore family put in considerable effort and leveraged many connections to acquire it from Europe. We even had it assembled in Austria before airlifting it to Oris Hill." Charlie responded, "For any business to thrive, it's crucial that the lighting is bright. Dim lighting can adversely affect the feng shui of your establishment. So, never skimp on lighting." Jasmine nodded, expressing her appreciation. "Thank you for your advice, Mr. Wade. I'll certainly keep that in mind." With a smile, Jasmine added, "Mr. Wade, the top floor of the club is not open to the public. Besides the Moore family, you are the only one with access to the top floor since you hold the All-Access Supreme VIP membership card. Would you like to see it now?" Charlie nodded slightly, "Sure, let's go."